Welcome back to Oulu in Finland. We did have a slight technical issue. You may have noticed. We disappeared for an hour, I would say. It was a power cut, I'm afraid, to the whole entire site, and there's absolutely nothing we can do about that. With no electricity, we're somewhat scuppered. We couldn't even carry on racing, which I'm sure you're pleased about, because timing didn't have any power either. So without an abacus, we had to stop, basically, Hal.
Yeah, none of your childhood necessities needed to come out to do any timing.
No
Shame.
Pens, no paper. Yes.
Fortunately, it doesn't get dark here, so...
just going to carry on all night.
We can get it done.
Right. There we are, then. That's clear. Let's press on with two-wheel drive. So you were watching Crosscar Junior last time you were with us. And that race did finish. I don't know what they did about timing. I believe, my understanding is that we lost our power before the control tower lost theirs. So we think that the results came through for Junior Crosscar. So we continue with Q2 of open two-wheel drive. Simon Tiger on the inside for Marcus Norman, Matthias Janssen and Rami Caltio. Great start on the outside line for Caltio, also for Norman in row 2. Simon Tiger, though, once that BMW is wound up, manages to get the power on. Side by side, a little bit of contact with Caltio. So Tiger and Caltio go standard lap. Norman looked to be going a little bit more sideways than he wanted in the Joker, so whether that's an issue or just a bit too much gas. So it's Tiger leading from Caltio.
Norman's lost out badly there, hasn't he, by taking the Joker on the opening lap, running wide and having Janssen get up the inside of him. He made a great start, as did the three. I thought we weren't going to see Tiger leading that race for a moment, but he's held on, forced himself up the inside, which he's obviously entitled to do, and is up front. The track's wet now, isn't it? They've watered it again since the... look how wet it is. There's waves of water coming off the front of the BMW at the end of the lap.
Tiger nice and sideways through the last corner. These guys haven't had really to deal with this kind of thing, because it's always been the juniors, Hal, that have had the wet track, and now suddenly it's the open two-wheel drives instead, thanks to that brake. So this is first time that these guys will have been feeling these conditions, really. Yeah,
talking to a few of the junior drivers in the gap, and they weren't particularly impressed that they're having to deal with the wet conditions in the way that they are. But they'll be pleased that it's somebody else doing it now. Look at the front wheel of the BMW lift up out of that long left-hand corner. You wouldn't think that this sort of soft setup would work on what is, a predominantly circuit racing type layout, but it obviously is. Look at him just get it rotated on the really muddy, loose surface there into the final corner.
Tiger's doing an impressive job. I know he's winning everything and making it look a little bit easy, but the lack of mistakes is impressive, I think.
It is very impressive, isn't it? And now we're seeing him against some slightly stiffer opposition than he's had in the last couple of rounds. I don't think that's unfair to say, is it? And he's showing the Finnish guys a clean set of heels at the moment.
The post which we're finding people getting penalties from, we believe, is the last one coming out of the Joker, Hal.
Yeah, it's on the inside as you exit the Joker lap. Spotted it on the replay of Ida getting the clipping that post and getting the penalty.
Simon Tiger carries on with this run. We're trying to get all our timing screens and everything back up and running up here, so excuse us if we don't have gaps and things for you. We'll get there.
It's amazing what a difference losing electricity makes to everything. The internet, laptops, timing, there's so many facets to a motorsport event running on.
There are. There was one team in the paddock had their own generator. One or two, actually. Dust in the background as you see Caltio had dropped a wheel off. So Caltio, having had that great start, actually hasn't really gone the way that you would have expected. And it's Matthias Janssen who has been Simon Tiger's closest competitor all year. Janssen's car looks hooked up on the tar. But do you know what, Hal? This is exactly... Tiger only lost one session to Janssen, and that was in the wet in Denmark. You just wonder, don't you? Look at Janssen giving it some, trying to get past. No room. Oh, spin in the final corner for Norman. Go on, light it up, style it out. Come on. Loses out to Caltio with 50 metres to go. Denied. Hashtag denied. Simon Tiger, 3:24.1. Janssen at just 0.3 of a second back. Cautio, after a great start, somehow not keeping up the pace. It's Tiger who leads. Antivara, Thomas Venäläinen and Lars England up next. Venäläinen's got a Smurf on the side of the car. What do you think about that? Well, the Smurf thinks that's an excellent start. Destroyed them on the run to the first corner. How? Only a 1.3 litre, but another rotary lump. And makes a great noise and develops a huge amount of power for such a small displacement. Yeah,
300 horsepower that Datsun Finn is. Supernational provides all sorts of wonderful machinery that you wouldn't expect to see on any sort of motorsport track. That's a Mark 6 Fiesta behind, with its engine so far under the bulkhead that you could climb into the front of the engine bay and not be impeded in your route to the ground. Lars England's not having... Well, he's not as close to the ultimate pace as he was at Julius, which surprises me, given that this track, in theory, should suit a car like the Porsche 911 better than somewhere as undulating as Julius was.
I'm sorry, I'm totally distracted by the flames pouring from the back of Venäläinen's car. Suddenly, I find myself very drawn to this vehicle as my favourite open two-wheel drive ever. It's got a Smurf on it, Hal, and it pours flames out every single time he lifts off the exhaust. There is nothing not to like. There it is in the background again. Look, see? And again, there's nothing not to like about it.
I don't know if we've got time for me to tell you a very long and boring story about when I raced in the European Championship and managed to wipe the map off my own ECU because we were worried about the noise the car was making on overrun, but more noise and flames the better, I say.
Yes. Did you have flames as well?
Yeah, we did it at times. But we were worried, the short version of that story is we were worried in France that we weren't going to pass the noise test. So being young and naive, I tried to go into the ECU on my own without the engineer there.
What a good idea.
To solve the problem, and only created more. That was a long night.
It wasn't you, was it, that went into the TV truck and on your own, was it, on your own, and messed things up for an hour?
I think that was you wiggling the wire, actually.
I did wiggle a wire just before we went off air, but we have confirmed. Yes, look at that! Proper transitioning. Venäläinen's having it. Smurf power to the front.
I thought we'd actually turned in a bit late there in the final corner in the Joker lap, but I think that's where people are clipping that post, isn't it? People are getting sucked into turning in early, especially in the supercars.
And it's 3 seconds.
Dragging their nose and then just clipping that post. Well, Ida actually annihilated the post, didn't he? But just that post on the inside. I have mixed feelings about the track marker penalties.
I think 3 seconds is far too much. There you go. I'm saying it. So I've often said a second a penalty every time you hit it. So then you know as a driver, I've hit it 3 times. I clipped it once. It's 1 second. But I don't know. The other thing is, what have you done? Have you absolutely smashed it to bits in between your headlights? Unlucky, mate. 3 second penalty. Have you just wiped the nose of the car across it a tiny bit and maybe gained 200ths? Okay, a second if we really want to go there. Timmer at Hollius was the most obvious one for me. Do you remember?
Yeah, when he just clipped it with the front.
Yeah, but then he was DQ'd, wasn't he? Because he did it too many times, and spending all that money going to do motorsport at the highest level, and you get chucked out for a couple of infringements. I get it if you're running a big turbo restrictor and you're cheating, but when you've tapped a bollard twice in a world championship race, no.
I like to see having track markers that actually impede the car as
concrete bollards.
Yeah, walls or banks or big curbs, so that you don't want to run over them anyway.
Yeah,
so
I know nothing to gain. Yeah, the trouble is there was the Riga curb, wasn't there? Famously, it was designed to be uncuttable, and the very first day it was used, Kevin Hansen put a big black tyre line over the top. England comes around to take the finish. .322.9. It's an incredible time.
2 seconds quicker than Simon Tiger in the previous race.
Yes. So not only is he pouring flames out,
he jumped the start in the last one, didn't he? Then got stuck. Did the two Jokers got stuck in traffic?
Right.
So race on.
Yeah.
Tiger didn't look quick then, did he?
No. Well, no. And Matthias Janssen was, and that's not doing anything down for Janssen. Janssen's been quick this year as well. He didn't look slow though. How did he compare? I'm trying to think what his time was in Q1. Let me have a look.
He did a 3:20.4. So
what have we just seen there?
He did a 3:20. This was a 22.9.
Right. Yeah. So okay. So Tiger wasn't going. But then, yeah. To be fair, Norman did a 3:22.4 in the first one. Track conditions might have changed. So is our man Thomas Venäläinen going to cause problems for Simon Tiger? As you see, the first of the Crosscar heats got Bowden's on the inside line, almost locks up. Kalimäki gone around the outside. I think Bowden's has gone joker. Oh, look at the little bump coming from the gravel onto the tar at the back. He's starting to make things a little bit exciting.
Such an array of options from the grid here, isn't there? Kalimäki started 4th on the grid. It wasn't an amazing start compared to the others, was it? But he was able to carry that speed around the outside and lead the race. I think it could get pretty exciting come the semis and finals later on with that, you know, there's so many options with the joker being on the inside, or at least there's so many variables that we're not used to seeing. Kalimäki out front, he's not driven much this year. He was talking to him this morning in the paddock, but you know, he's doing this as a one-off this weekend, and he's really up for having a great home result.
A lot of the things are going well here this weekend, despite the fact that a lot of them haven't really raced here that much. Hallberg has jokers, so has Osterberg. I thought it was Osterberg that had gone with him. Look how high the sun is in the sky. Local time is coming up for 6 p.m. Look how dirty the cars are as well, which I think gives you a good idea of how wet the track is. Bowden's has joker and slotted back into P2. Now we're going to try and chase Kalimäki down. Now, we had an idea just before our power cut and our sudden disappearance that Joker Delta for Lights and Supercar was about 5.5, Hal.
Yeah, we didn't quite work it out for the Crosscars in Q1, did we? But I suspect it. I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it, the Joker Delta? Because sometimes it's a bit tighter in a tighter Joker in like Julius, for example. The Crosscars are actually a bit quicker than the Supercars because they can get so much rotation done and are much more nimble. But here, I think it's quite an open corner, isn't it? So I expect it to be a little bit longer. I think maybe 6 seconds we were looking at in some of the slower Lights races, just over 6.
Yes. So quick on the gear shift as well, just the tiny little blip that you hear. Got to get that dead right as well. You often hear people bouncing it off the limiter, and every time you do that, you've lost a tenth or two. You know, the guys who are really on it, Hal, just seem to get it, snick it up a cog at just the right moment, but it's not that easy. You see Bowden's drop a wheel off onto the dirt, or maybe Hallberg. Yeah, they're not even looking at the rev gauge at that point either. It's feel, isn't it? Joker merge coming in. Around the outside line, Hallberg gets Kalimäki, but Kalimäki comes out in front of, I think it's Osterberg, is it? No, it's not. It is Bowden's, yes. So Bowden's had a 5.5 margin to the leader, Kalimäki. He was 5.5 back, sorry. So it's about 5.5 as well, isn't it? So maybe a little bit less in a Crosscar. Look how aggressive Kalimäki is on the throttle through that right-hander and the brakes. Brilliant. Watch them back it in down here as well. Hallberg going to take it. Close between those four. We would expect that, of course. Remember, the fastest are all in together, and it is fastest first in each qualifying session for Nordic. The first one is the top 10 mixed up between the first two qualifying races, and then from then it's results of the previous session. So Hallberg 3:10.7. Last time out did a 3:08.4, so that would suggest the track is still pretty slippery. Riasen, Penttinen, Räikkönen and Larpati. Long old hold on the lights. Oh, good stop from stock 2 from Penttinen. Going to try and shut the door. Riasen still there. Riasen going to have to give up the place, I reckon. Maybe go joker, almost contact in the background. You saw Räikkönen move across. And it is Räikkönen that goes joker. Oh, sideways on the brakes. Cheeky little look up the inside from Larpati, but I think thought better of it. So Riasen in P2. Penttinen leads. Surprised Riasen didn't try and check up and get into the joker, but they carry so much momentum into the first corner. I think
you probably sort of question whether you've got too much speed and you're just going to end up over-rotating and like spinning or running wide.
He'd lost the start way earlier than that, though, and he backed out a bit 100 or so metres back. It's almost like if you've braked already once, you might as well finish the job and go
Stand
joker.
on it, yeah.
But thing is, sideways, Rierson coming onto the front straight, all crossed up. That's lost him a chunk of time. Up the bank. That's Larpety who's gone off up the bank, going to get passed by Räikkönen, who's still the only driver to have jokered. Rierson went in there a bit hot as well, but Rierson somehow got away with it.
Despite the gap in their proceedings, still haven't had a chance to walk the track yet. We were in the paddock for quite a while, weren't we? But did have a look at the first corner, and it's quite deceptive. Basically, as you stand there looking at turn 1 on the main circuit, there's a steel Armco barrier looking straight at you, and it actually drops away quite a lot, doesn't it? And I think it probably sucks you in quite a lot, thinking that you need to be committed, and that's such a fine margin for running really wide like that. And that's quite a big bank on the outside, isn't it, that Larpety just climbed up on the outside.
You can't quite see the Armco. Hang on, we'll see. No, there it is, just under your shot. And actually, Hal, it's miles off the back of the circuit, but when you're coming down the straight and pulling, ton up, yeah, it does make you think, no, maybe I need to get on the anchors. It's a visual thing, isn't it? It's like a pace note with a what did we used to call it? Well, oh, come on, Andrew, Jesus, can't remember my own pace notes.
Face notes.
Face notes. It's been a long day. We're going to be here till after midnight now, I think. Stay with us. Deceptive is the word I'm looking for. So,
3 right.
Deceptive. So
minus.
basically used to, yeah, 3 right minus Titans. That was Johan, wasn't it? That was turn 1. He'll tell you that later. Sideways over the line again. Yeah, basically you have Deceptive in your notes if the corner looks different from what it is. So that might be where a fire break of trees goes straight on, but actually the corner is a 3 right. So your eye line tells you that the corner is a 6 right, and it's not. So you put in the note 3 right Deceptive, which tells you don't believe your eyes, listen to the note. You should be listening to the note anyway. I mean, top level, I doubt they'd bother with it, but maybe here and there. But the first corner here is maybe a bit deceptive when you're on board, as it were.
Yeah, I completely agree. And that turn 1 especially, that's a prime example of that.
Look at that, just the way you see. I love the way you see everything. The nose goes down, turns the car in, the rotation comes in at the same time. Just really, and again here, look, watch, back it in, get back on the gas. Going to be close, but not close enough. 312.4.
That's a big commitment corner with the final corner here, isn't it? I think the camera angle doesn't really do it justice.
Räikkönen P2, Rierson, Larpety. Rierson losing out there, I think. A couple of mistakes we saw. Larpety, of course, stuck it in the bank on the outside. That ended up costing more than 7 seconds. Final race for Q2 of Crosscar. They're going to have to hammer through these, aren't they? It's going to be a short night. I was going to say a long night, but it's not. It's going to be a short night for the teams. They're going to be back out on track at about 8, 9 in the morning, having gone to bed potentially way after midnight, especially if you have an issue. Hookar, Anderson, Eganson, Aronen. Brilliant start by Anderson from P2. Hookar there on the inside. Hookar gives up early, I reckon, might go joker. Let's see. Look how late and aggressive Anderson is on the brakes. Gets mounted in the background there. Was it Aronen who climbed up the back of the car? Hookar is in P2.
I think it was Aaron, and yeah, you're right, Andrew, who had that contact.
Just a little bit too late on the brakes, and again, that's that downhill thing. You go too late and you get sucked in past the point where you want to be.
Eganson got out of the traffic and jokered. He had a difficult Q1. I can't remember what happened to Eganson. He spun, I think, in his Q1 race, but we know that he has really great pace. So done the right thing in the slowest race now in this reverse system in RallyX Nordic. So he's done the right thing, got out of the traffic, and now he can get his head down.
Really assertive at the start, so just late on the brakes. Diving into that apex. There's that tiny little bump coming back up. You can see there's a couple of holes there where the water sits on the track.
It's 5.6 the gap was between Eganson and Aronen going into this lap as they cross the finish line. Aronen's car's smoking a little bit there, isn't it, on the off throttle on overrun. That's usually worse news than it spitting flames on overrun, because if the spoke suggests there's something wrong. Well, for many people run with very smoky engines for years and years, and it's no problem at all.
Do you know what? There's down that straight. There is no straight. You can see them
moving around so much, isn't it?
Hanging onto it, and also that you can see the road has a tiny camber to it, but the edge of it isn't very well defined. It's like a ditch in Kielder. You stick a wheel off, and you're going to get sucked right in, and it will be a big one. You want the car as far on the left as you can get it, because you want to be committed into the right-hander onto the start-finish straight. We were talking to Joel Kristofferson, weren't we? And he was saying about how you need commitment in that last corner if you want to get the lap times. You've got to commit and just know the car will turn in, because again, there isn't. You're dropping a wheel off onto the loose outside. Look at that. That's commitment. That's when you know. Watch this. Let's watch Anderson all the way to the finish line, hopefully. Yeah, here you go. This is the point you can see just a little bit. And there, that's a perfect example of how to do it really nicely. But you can see how he's, one wheel width away from dropping it off onto the loose. So you've got to know, you've got to look at that. That's mint. The rotation on that into the joker, that was absolutely fantastic. There's nothing I like better than seeing someone smash it. I'm not actually sure it's going to be enough.
5.2 was the gap as they both crossed the finish line.
Close round the outside. Wheels in the dirt. Eganson was right there. I think Eganson could potentially have just had that.
That was as close as we've seen, I think, in the Crosscar Joker merges. 5.2, just make a little note of that. Because the track's probably at its cleanest and quickest at the moment, isn't it? He's so on top of that car, isn't he? Just like the little sharp inputs. It's quite a different style to what you see Rierson do, but it's working really effectively.
I love it. Absolutely love watching it. Anderson going to come through to take this one. Eganson Owen in the background and off, run a little bit wide. They're trying to find the traction hold on to P3. Hookcar, I think that was. Yeah, it was. Hookcar made the mistake at the end. Isaac Eganson coming super close to beating Eric Anderson. 3:11.9. It is so close, isn't it? 3 race winners within 1.2 seconds, basically. So Crosscar, they're all. Are they all going to make the semis? No, they're not. One person's going to miss out. Denied. Place your bets now. Right. On to lights. Can't believe it's only Q2 and it's 6 p.m.
It's quite okay.
Quite okay. Isaac Sockfist. I think first ever session win for Sockfist in lights. Nils Anderson, spoke to Nils' dad in the paddock, and he said, I didn't tell him to push at all because we were convinced he got it because they didn't think there was anyone running later that would take it. So they were a little bit disappointed that they didn't take the win, but he said a little push and they should be able to. Ouluzone and Olofsson. Brilliant start by Sockfist there on the inside line. Nils Anderson side by side, 4 wide. Anderson drops out. I reckon Anderson goes to the joker here. Ouluzone, and around the outside, Olofsson goes joker with Anderson. So 2 of our pace setters from this season have immediately gone joker. Big difference in style there between Olofsson and Anderson. Into the left-hander. Out front, Sockfist leaning from Ouluzone.
As you say, Andrew, 2 of the title contenders, or the protagonists at least, taking the joker on the first lap. And it's quite mixed up this weekend, isn't it? With Hookfist leading on a track that really suits his style. Very clean and tidy from his karting, circuit racing style background. Jonna Ouluzone, also from a very neat and tidy school of RallyX Academy, and has subsequently been a major player in the iRacing Rallycross World Championship online in the virtual world, and I think those synergies of just driving so neat and tidy. Anderson runs wide in the background into the gravel. Somehow he saves it. Amazing to get out of the gravel there, but he's lost position to Olofsson, and that's exactly what he didn't need.
And that's overcommitment on that very corner that we were saying about. Just get it a little bit wrong and you end up out in the wall.
Amazing he didn't lose more time there, because he's on the back of Olofsson again now. Up front, Ouluzone is all over Hookfist. Ouluzone will have a better allocation of tyres because this is his first event. I thought he was going to have a little look there, but these corners are so tight on there, it's actually quite difficult to get the nose in when the apex is so late and the corner's so long. But I think come the semi-finals later on, we'll probably see people having more of a go at that sort of thing.
You could hear the photographers in turn 1 there in the background. You could hear the of somebody firing off a bunch of rounds on a big lens. Hookfist goes Joker. Go on, yeah.
Sorry, Andrew. Oliver Eriksson spotting for Hookfist. He sent him in with a lap to go. This is to cover off Ouluzone. I don't think he's going to do it, is he? It's going to be very close.
Ouluzone tries around the outside, but not there again. I think people are playing it safe there, and I think come semi-final time, you won't see that.
Great call from Oliver Eriksson to get him into the Joker. Obviously watching the gap, so they're racing Ouluzone up front, but knew that Ouluzone was on his way. Now the critical thing is, what can Ouluzone do? Can he gap this pair enough to get back out in front?
Going to have to be a great lap here. Great, yeah, 1 lap to go, isn't it, as they cross the line. Ouluzone shows in the mirrors of Hookfist. Ouluzone not using all the track width there, just a bit more rotation in the middle of the corner. Now watching Ouluzonen's gone Joker, watch for the merge. I think it'll be close. They've got a lot more pace around the outside line. They're going to get him. Both of them have got him. So Hookfist and Ouluzone have managed to get past Ouluzone, and Nils Andersen really has missed out with just that one little moment on the loose.
Tell you what, it was a good save from him there, wasn't it, to not lose out. You know, that could easily have been a barrel roll down the straight, or
the thing is,
a puncture or anything.
You bounce off and go in nose first, don't you? So if you bounce off and go in nose first, you're in a world of pain.
I think he'll be disappointed, but ultimately he'll be quite relieved to still be on the back of this train after that moment.
So last time out, Isaac Hookfist was 3:13.6, and this time with a massive sideways send and one wheel on the dirt. That is some style over the line, 3:14.7. I liked that last corner. Hal, that was a man who's feeling very happy indeed about how the car is underneath him. 3:14.753. Simon Ouluzone, Nils Andersen and Jonna Ouluzone. Within a couple of seconds, look.
Ouluzone ran wide in the last corner, didn't he? And just gave up that final, or gave up third, sorry, to Andersen right at the end.
I must admit, I was too busy watching Hookfist out front dropping a wheel off. Like, it was really committed to the line. I thought he might, you know, and he looks like he's aiming for FTD. Like, yes, I know I'm leading, but if I get this last corner right, I'll get the fastest time of the day. And instead it ended up just being one wheel off. Kasper Janssen, another Carter. Tommy Howman, championship leader. Linus Osland and Mattis Jansson. Great start by Howman. From P2 on the grid. Kasper Janssen, though, with the inside line here. Is he going to dare to go super late? He's been aggressive all year. Howman needs to watch out. Janssen pushes him wide. They're side by side down the gravel straight. There they are, past the flip-flop camera. Janssen's got the inside line. Howman pops up over that little bump and is all over the back. Looks to the inside. Can't make the pass there.
Howman left with no option, really. He was just waiting to see what happened with the pole sitter into the run to turn 1 and couldn't do anything but hang around the outside. Good move from Linus Osland to get in the Joker, get out of that scrap. He'll be the one to watch, I think, now.
So I stood at the back of the grid this morning, Hal, and if you look from right to left, if you're standing behind the grid, slot 1 and slot 2 on the inside are, I would say, almost flat. I don't think they're quite downhill, but they're almost flat. As you get further out of the grid into P3, P4 and P5, the grid actually drops away, almost that you're facing slightly uphill. The other thing that's tricky here is the tyre warm area is uphill. So you're coming in there to a kind of randomly sloped grid slot, and you've got an uphill tyre warm.
Yeah, which means you don't necessarily get the same settings, or you don't get the same feedback from your pre-launch, which means that maybe you won't have the optimum settings when you come to the start.
And if you knew the whole grid was flat, you could maybe go make an adjustment based on the pre-grid being up. But when the grid is not, basically the World Championship grids and grids at the highest level have to be flat, don't they? It's got to be flat across the, or at least the same slope across the grid. Howman chasing Janssen.
It's obviously different as Howman goes into the Joker. It's obviously different in a lights car because he's got so fewer parameters.
Osland going to try and get Howman at the merge. That's going to be close between them. Howman on the inside line, Osland going to come outside. Surely try and go inside now, but a little bit too sideways over the bump.
Big bump there now on the exit of that loose, isn't it? You saw Linus's car really hop up. I bet they're running the cars pretty stiff here, aren't they? There isn't many big undulations or loose sections to speak of. I mean, you can get away. Maybe that's why they're reacting so much to the loose, because they'll be running the car so stiff for these other tarmac corners.
There you can see, if you get out wide onto the really dry gravel. A couple of teams scratching their heads just a tiny bit as Howman backs it in big time. that's right on the borderline for me of being able to keep the time or not. I think when you're backing it in there much. Janssen with a bit of a mistake, I think, in the Joker. Should be far enough in front, though. Kasper Janssen's done really well here. Really well. Out in front of the championship leader. So Kasper Janssen, who was spectacular, but got absolutely nowhere in Denmark. Then was 6th at Hollius round 3 and 5th at Hollius round 4. And how we've had an eye on Kasper Janssen, and now it's really just as things are hotting up for him, he's come to a track which is a go-kart track, basically. Let's see whether or not he can beat the time of Isak Sokvist, the winner of Q1, into the final corner. I think he's definitely going to. 3:13.4. So 3:13.4 for Kasper Janssen. And that would have been quick enough to win Q1. So that's the fastest time of the weekend so far. Fastest time of the day for Kasper Janssen. Interesting.
Tommy Hellman pipped him to fastest lap of the race by 0.02 of a second, but they both went almost half a second quicker, or 4/10, just over 4/10 quicker than the fastest lap from Hookfist. So the pace is hot across the field, isn't it?
I think that's what, although the entries are slightly reduced, I think all the hot shoes have turned up. Jonsson, Enlund, Eklev and Foss. Inside line, Jonsson got a great start. Enlund and Eklev now edging it. Wonder if Enlund was going to try and go around the outside here. Jonsson's going to go Joker. Oh no, could have gone Joker there and used the rotation to go Joker. I mean, okay, maybe not what you want when you've got the whole shot, but it almost looked to me like he had backed up enough to get in there.
But now he neither has the whole shot nor the
pace,
the clean air from being in the Joker. So that's not worked out for him at all. I think he just hooked the wheel on the inside, didn't he, and it unsettled the car. Aneklev jokered. You could see that happening, you know, halfway down the straight. Kevin Eriksson spotting for Nicholas Aneklev. They've obviously had that plan in mind, I think. You know, what I imagine would happen in that scenario is they have a series of options in a plan, and if this scenario plays out, as he runs incredibly wide and
there again you can hear the stones pinging off the sides of the poles and the truck outside.
So yeah, so off the start they have a series of options pre-planned, and all Kevin will do is give them the minimum information into that scenario, so they'll know that there's a fairly even start. You need to back out now, go for so Joker will be, you know, option 1, and then he backed out of the throttle, then cut back in the 2 that were inside him, who were, you know, apart from Jansson's mistake, he was always going to go on the main lap.
So Enlund with that wheel off the side of the road, how much time was lost? We saw Nils Andersen drop from right at the front to almost to the back, where he dropped to the back and then made a place up. Again, Enlund looking a little bit ragged. Not saying it's not quick, but traditionally RX2 cars, lights as we're calling them here in RallyX Nordic, are quicker driven tidy.
Yeah, which is just, you know, they are very powerful machines, aren't they? But because the Cooper tyres provide so much grip, I often felt that, you know, visually from a enjoying a send it type scenario, that maybe they're a little bit over gripped, but the Rallycross tyres are just so good, and they just don't quite have the power of a supercar. Enlund's absolutely wild, smoking the tyres when the allocation isn't very big anyway, and running off a circuit. I think you need to tidy it up a little bit, Martin, although easy for me to say. Questionable
tactics, is it, from Enlund, or is it just that he wants one of our lick the stamp and send it medals?
Probably go fastest now and prove me completely wrong.
Well, that's fine, isn't it? Yeah. I reckon it's the meds. They're after the gold meds, Hal. Everyone has a gold medal. That's tidy. That's really tidy. Yeah, nicely rotated on the way in. Foss goes in too. Watch for a Eklev on the outside line versus Enlund on the inside. Here's Enlund coming through. Going to be tight, but Enlund's going to hold on. And Eklev breaks early and gets the nose across, but not going to be tight enough to make it through.
5.3 seconds Enlund had, and it was just enough. I think 5.3 is the magic time in these track conditions, isn't it? When the Joker's not wet. But Aneklev's really showing his nose to Enlund. There's not really a passing opportunity into this penultimate corner, as long as Enlund keeps it tidy. And he does.
Not going to be enough to go quickest though. 3:15.4. Confirmation of a 3:15.464. And Eklev Jonsson Foss. Enland, what did Enland do last time? A 3:16.5. So Enland has actually gone a second and a tenth quicker. Slightly ragged run. Has Enland also gone for a whole nother lap, sorry, or have I missed something? Enland's going for a little country drive there, Hal. Maybe missed the turn-off point and has just decided to have a little, an extra one.
Wrong map.
Yeah.
Navigation map.
Literally, yeah, map. Rather than engine map. So we've got one more race coming of... have we got one more? Yes, we have. We've got one more race coming for Lights. Then we're heading into Supercar. Supercar standings are Gronholm, Kaliakowski, Rutkanen, Evgen, Michalak, and that's because a couple of drivers were given penalties for tapping those bollards on the inside. So stewards are being pretty strict about it. OK, the drivers, what we think about it doesn't really matter. What the drivers think about it is what matters. And if they tap one of those bollards on the inside, they get a 3-second penalty immediately. Well, that certainly seems to have been what's happened today. Here we go. Expeth, Oskarsson, Tornholt, Vakela, and Vigo, our drone pilot you could hear in the background. My money's on Vigo. I don't actually know if Vigo's got enough run time to do a whole race. He did some amazing flying earlier on today. Just a pleasure to watch, it really is. Expert with a good start inside. Oskarsson, though, going to edge it towards turn one. Oskarsson going to have to be brave and late on the brakes. Vakela goes Joker immediately. Good decision, I think, from where he was on the road.
Yeah, perfect decision. Didn't make the perfect start and was able to actually cut across the back of the pack without losing too much of the momentum he had. And then tidily through the Joker at the first corner. What you don't want to be doing is having to grab the handbrake and get some over rotation and scrub off the speed. So him just sort of coming into the inside a little bit, but also opening up the entry to the corners, so carrying the speed around was very, very good. And now Tornholt's all over the back of Oskarsson.
A few messages from drivers through saying they hope that they stop watering the track. Fair enough. Just depends how badly it affects you, doesn't there? There'll be other drivers who are saying, I loved it because it worked out perfectly for me.
It's just a safety issue, isn't it? They have to keep the dust down. Yeah. And unfortunately, and this has been a point of conflict in the World Championship for a long time now, hasn't it? And as the margins get ever smaller with the level of professionalism and the competitiveness of the teams, then they look for every little advantage. I think historically, if the track got watered, you had to take it on the chin. Now people get very upset when the track's watered at the wrong time.
Yeah, because they know it's 3 seconds and that they're done, don't they?
But ultimately, it's such a difficult... I mean, we've talked about, or you're a big champion of having sprinklers that can put a consistent amount of water on between every race, but it's a really difficult balance, isn't it? Because safety is paramount.
Yeah, it is. The problem with the sprinkler system is you need data, but it's only the same for me as when EKS used to go out and measure the start every single race from every single grid slot and get the data. You just look at it and you go, right, when it's 20 degrees, it dries up X amount of humidity, if you like, in 10 minutes. Therefore, we need to run the sprinklers for 2 minutes, 10 seconds, whatever it is, between each race. So effectively, if it's cold, you wouldn't run the sprinklers as much. If it's hot, you'd run them a lot. But everybody would have the same amount of water dumped on the track, and in theory, roughly the same amount of drying during their run. I know that would be difficult, but I think it would be easier than taking a lorry out with a bloke who just dumps 1,000 litres of water on the straight and goes, there you go, mate, I'm off to hospitality. It's not, you know what I mean, don't you? It's just so random. It's not a system where you go, right, can you put down 80 litres of water a second, please, at exactly 3 kilometres an hour, make sure the sprays are on 3 mil. It just doesn't work like that. So I think a sprinkler system would be more consistent. There you go. I'm going to make one and sell it to all the circuits. I'm a billionaire.
Are you going to make the spreadsheet that works out all those algorithms?
Absolutely not. I hate spreadsheets with a passion. I'm going to get James Nixon to make the spreadsheet.
He's very good with spreadsheets.
He loves a spreadsheet.
So is my friend Dave Tuley. He's pretty good with a spreadsheet.
Really?
I've done some very nice things for me recently, yeah.
I'd love to be good at Excel. I hate it so much, but there you go. Sorry, Microsoft. It actually applies to all spreadsheet things. I just don't like spreadsheets.
it's the operator, really.
It's the operator. It's me, mate. I'm well aware it's me. I don't like it. I use them, but yeah, anyway, I digress. Lane Vakela coming down, and this actually isn't a bad time. 3:16 maybe? 3:16.8. Not going to trouble the top runners, and these guys do need to watch out now because they were the bottom four last time, and Lane Vakela's time there is 3:16.8. How much quicker has Lane gone than before? Yeah, considerably quicker than his best run. The American driver over here. I think for more time in a Lights car, done some ARX and some World RX.
It's Tornholt in the danger zone, really, isn't it? She was...
No, there's 16 though, so 4 of them are going to go.
Oh yeah, of course. I don't.
Yeah.
My printout of results doesn't have the positions on, just the pile of drivers. So I know that she's second from the bottom.
Yeah, it's Expert, Oscarson, Tornholt, and Vakela who were in a bit of trouble. Okay, supercar time. Here we go. Grönholm, Kaliakowski, Rutkanen, and Evjen. Rutkanen with great reaction time there from the third place on the grid, but Grönholm on the inside line, big squeeze. Kaliakowski going to have to back out of that, surely. Wheel spin for Rutkanen. Evjen goes inside line. Rutkanen's backwards off in turn one. Can't see anything in the dust. I think actually, who's it? Kaliakowski looked to have lost more time inside. Evjen leads from Niklas Grönholm. Grönholm goes out wide, but Evjen takes the defensive line, and Rutkanen has lost a ton of time.
Yeah, there'll be no 3-second penalty for hitting that marker, was there? Completely cleaned it out and lost a considerable amount more time than that. Niklas Grönholm so lucky to get away with that. The car was completely rotated around the front of what must have been Kaliakowski. I can't remember what order they were in on the grid, but he got really rotated into the first corner. Fortunately for him, Rutkanen made contact with the front and then spun, so Niklas got away with that. Nothing he could do about it. It was just one of those really tight first corner squeezes, wasn't it?
Niklas, of course, the winner of the first session by some 3.6 seconds, I think has to take a different strategy. And as I say there, Evjen makes a mistake into turn one, and I'd argue Grönholm also got sucked into that a little bit, unless he changed his mind when he saw the mistake to go Joker. Where's he going to come out now? Going to come out in front of Kaliakowski. So Grönholm has had to do something different from Evjen. Of course, Evjen, though, remember, was given a 3-second penalty, wasn't he, for contact with one of the bollards in Q1?
No, he won the race, didn't he?
Yes,
when
he
his
did when the others.
Yeah,
who was the other one that got it? Ede and someone else?
And there was a couple, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Rutkanen, I think, got a penalty as well, didn't he? Yeah.
So, yeah, but a mistake by Evjen there means that Grönholm now has just got to chase him down. So Evjen, personally, if I were Evjen, I'd be looking to go Joker now because you just want to cover Grönholm off. That car has got terminal understeer in turn one. Either that or the same mistake twice. Funnily enough, Grönholm looks backed off in there too. Maybe the grip levels have gone down. It's a bit dusty.
Maybe they have, but you know there was so much contact in the first couple of corners, it could quite easily damage the steering on either of the cars. Certainly, Evjen doesn't seem to be quite as on top of the Audi as he has done at points this year. Remember, he was absolutely shoveled out of the way in the semi-finals by Peter Hedstrom in Julius in the previous round. But we were talking to Joel Kristoffersen earlier. He was saying these cars are just so new and they're very specific to drive the Audis. They're very, very fast, but you need to get into them. And Sondra's only done a handful of events so far, so he's still learning.
Yeah, talking setup a little bit. You're saying that Enzo, coming from a circuit racing background, Enzo Ede, I quite liked Matthias' setups as a general rule. Matthias Ekstrom, of course, who originally built these cars. 2 different cars as well. Eda's running the 18 spec. Evjen is at 17, I think. So there's slightly different cooling. If you look, there are roof vents on the more recent car. Look at the timing screen there, Hal. There's a look on your face that says you've seen something. What's going on?
No, nothing spectacular, but Grönholm's been going... there's a warning for Rutkanen come up on the timing screen. Niklas Grönholm's been going over a second a lap quicker than Evjen, so yeah, and you can see that visually as well.
Checker flag for Grönholm. Kaliakowski, Evjen. And here comes Rutkanen. It's one of those warnings that he's really not going to care about, is he? Because he's already had an absolute shocker in turn one. A few warnings on, a few penalties on Extreme E last weekend when I was working on that, and for people who'd retired from the race, and you just think, well, yes, they've got a penalty, but to be fair, it's not going to make too much of a difference, really. Grönholm 3:04. We're going to take another look back at that start. Let's have a look at this. So look, Rutkanen in the black car moves across. Kaliakowski backs out of it. Grönholm then gets hooked up turns into Rutkanen. Nothing he can do about that. And then we have absolutely no idea what happens there. It's like Days of Thunder. Comes out the other side, and they're away. Here's another look, another angle.
So yeah, Rutkanen was moving over on the two inside him, on Kaliakowski, but once Kaliakowski braked, it effectively rotated Rutkanen around the front of around the front of the Fiesta. But critically, we saw all the gravel get pulled on there. Then the next lap, we saw Evan get terrible understeer.
Yes.
There was so much loose gravel on the inside of that corner.
Very good shout. Much easier to see that. We've had another look at it. That might explain Gronhold's time of 3:04 because he was a 3:00.9, admittedly. Okay, tyre bale being moved. Hal, there you go. That's the gravel you're talking about in turn 1. Lots of it as well. So they're putting the bollards back in on the inside. Oh, get the old shovel out. Here we go, look.
I think the marshal in the orange is going to be disqualified for hitting that amount of bollards. 2 3-second penalties.
Oh, listen to the shoveling. That's just pure rock, mate. That's not hard labour. That, you know, if you
you'd have been moaning about that if you'd been doing your decking. With,
I know. Imagine if you'd had to gun out a 10-metre path that was 8 inches thick this week, like I did. Yep, that's right. I did some manual labour, and I confirmed I don't like it. The director Robert is saying this was what he did for 20 years of hard labour. He looks terrible, Robert, director. Honestly, he said very hard paper round. 20 years of hard labour. Really tough, he says. Just FYI, that bollard's buried about 1 inch into the ground. So if you nudge that, even if you run your Cooper tyre sticker over it, like it was half a millimetre thick, it's going down. And you get a 3-second penalty. But fair play to the marshals. I love the fact one's on a bike and one's not. Who had the shovel?
The one on the bike.
There you go, you see. Right, Michalak, Eade, McConnell, Carlson. See if there's any carnage on the run to the first corner here, shall we? Proper banging anti-lag. Eade with a terrible start, McConnell with a great one, but Michalak inside as well. McConnell going to try and edge them down to turn 1, got to turn the nose across, just be brave and get it done. Carlson outside, Michalak's anchored up here. I think Michalak's going to go Joker, and that's cost Eade, who changed his mind. He was going to go Joker, and then when Michalak went, decided not to, but it's Fraser McConnell leading out front. Nothing
the spotter can do to help Eade in that scenario, and I think he made the right decision there, actually, Andrew, because Michalak doesn't have the race-winning pace. I don't think that's not unfair. He's not unlikely to be winning at the final later on this evening, but Eade does, and so to be stuck behind someone in the Joker lap would be a mistake. So I think he's done exactly the right thing. Look at him, he's already on the back of Carlson despite that little bit of time loss.
And I think, I was going to say, with the time loss, obviously, yes, it's half a second that he could have done without losing, but he's proving here he's got the pace. Now what the team has got to do is give him the strategy to get past Carlson without dumping him back in behind Michalak. I reckon he's got enough of a gap already. He could go Joker now if he wanted. Carlson's going to go. No, he'd have to do it twice.
I also, again, I think the right decision.
So do I, but to have it twice, that's frustrating, isn't it?
I had a feeling Carlson was going to go then, because his race this weekend is more with Michalak than with McConnell.
Cover him off.
So, and it's worked, and he's covered him off. But but I also like Eads. You know, he's got this. He's loving rallycross. It's been tough for him so far in the last few rounds, but he's made no secret of the fact that this is learning for the World Championship, and he's clearly learning by making those split-second decision changes to not Joker when he was that was his plan.
Fraser McConnell is P2 in the championship at the minute, 13 points behind Johan Kristoffersen. Remember, Johan had an issue with his car in the previous session, and that meant that he ended P12. He finished the run, but he was P12. So Fraser McConnell will be looking to take advantage of that. McConnell was P7, I think, at my brief look down. Yes, he was. Enzo Eade was actually quicker than McConnell in the last one. So Eade will be trying to close the gap down. Last lap coming up on this one, so they're both going to go now. Hal, I think Eade's got enough time to get out in front of Carlson.
So do I. I also think McConnell's on a bit of a mission here. He's done a best lap of 43.300, and Nicholas Gronholm's was a 43.112, so he's only just off the back of Gronholm's pace.
So can McConnell get this right? He's using plenty of road on the exit. Down towards the Joker now, needs to get the nose of the car in. Waits for it. Final lap, he hasn't jokered. Disaster. So Fraser McConnell hasn't jokered, and he's going to get a 30-second penalty, which is going to dump him to the back just when he was on a mission. They'll be really disappointed with that. I don't know whether it's a comms issue.
And on that lap, on that previous lap, he went quicker than Nicholas by over a tenth.
No, that's so gutting for him. So Fraser McConnell, who was, well, is second in the standings and was 7th after Q1, could probably have gone quickest here, and unfortunately has missed the Joker, and he's going to be livid when he crosses the line. Fraser is his own harshest critic, and he will be super disappointed with that. So I don't know what's gone wrong. We'll try and find out if there was some sort of communication issue between... Normally your spotter will tell you last lap.
Yeah, Andreas Eriksson, his spotter's massively experienced.
Yeah.
You know,
it's got to be a comms issue, Hal.
It has, but also you can't put any blame on Fraser. I've seen, you know, I see so many people say, "Oh, it's only 4 laps." Well, I've no idea what lap I'm on in the
absolutely
no
idea. As a general rule, the only lap you know that you're on is the first one. That was lap 1. After that, it is literally a blur of gravel, crossed hands, swearing. You know, like well, in our case, maybe. I think at the pro level, there's a little bit less going on in the car, but it really is all. It sucks you in, doesn't it, the experience of driving the car, just hanging on to it or pushing as hard as you can, and yeah, counting to 4 doesn't happen. So it's Eid with a 3:05.9. No Joker for Fraser. Few fans in the stands here, say in the north of Finland, which is where I think this is the furthest north I've ever been, anywhere. And
we still haven't established if we're further north than Reykjavik or not.
We need to do that, don't we? Somebody do that at home and tweet us. Go on.
I did ask Esme to do it, but she's obviously busy. Or not interested.
Hal's lovely and long-suffering other half. He's probably not interested, to be honest, mate. You know, fair enough. Yeah, that would be nice to know. If you can give us what is it, latitude or longitude that way? Okay, we don't have a result for that one because we probably can't generate one because Fraser didn't do a Joker lap. So we're confident it's ends OE with a 3:05.9 from the timing screens. German, Harpamaki, Turi and Kristoffersen. Kristoffersen on the outside of the grid again. That's not where he wants to be. There you can see a little bit of the change in angle across the grid. It's hard to see, but look at the white line in front of the car. It drops away towards Kristoffersen. Got to get a good start here. Harpamaki in the electric car got a great one. Kristoffersen 2, still 4 cars wide. Johan's got to make this work. Harpamaki's on a ride all the way down the straight. That was a moment that started just off the start line. It's only just ended now. Side by side goes Harpamaki with Turi, I think it is. Turi gets through. Harpamaki looking to the inside line. Can't get there. Flicks the car back the other way. I tell you what, he's not afraid of chucking the weight of that electric car around from start. Turi sideways on the exit. Harpamaki right there to pick up the pieces, but great start by Kristoffersen from P4. He's done what he needed to do, and Hal, he needs to get his head down because he said to us if he's not on the front rows, it's going to be very hard to win here.
Main rival Nicholas Gronheim didn't have the perfect run, did he? And
Harpamaki having a look up the inside here. Maybe it's found enough. Going to go super late on the brakes, not quite.
Oh, that was close, wasn't it? I thought he was going to... He's having a proper look. Harpamaki's really on top of this Fiesta now, wasn't he? He was a little bit caught. Julius was such a difficult week. It's so hard to learn these cars. Now he's gone Joker. So hard to learn these cars on a track like that, but a circuit like this is so much easier to learn. He's been here before. He finished second here in one of the one-off events in Finland last year in a conventional supercar, so he knows the track and he's on an absolute mission.
He is pushing really hard. They definitely made steps with that car, didn't they, last time out? Harpamaki was there, Andreas Backer was driving the other car, and I just think they dialed it in a little bit more. It's new. The new cars are hard to dial in.
Having Andreas Backer drive it for 2 full events will have gained them so much information that you can't get from testing because you're not in those scenarios. And with no disrespect to, Yannis Baimanis and Cyril Rimon drove in Project E, but that was against each other. Andreas was racing it against conventional supercars and actually delivered them loads of information.
Yeah, really, really good run. Kristoffersen well out in front. How far back was Turi last time round? He was
7.1.
Yeah, so he's easily got enough. Little Joker on the last lap, Johan, in classic world champion style. He was on good form when we saw him in between the sessions. Did a quick interview with him, which you might see later on, about what the issues were in Q1. Basically, a hose came off, loss of boost, but there were a couple of kids in the awning who wanted to sign a cap. He didn't have any caps here, so he said to their dad, "You give me your address, I'll get you some caps. Give me the kids' names." Really, really cool. Joker this time, of course, because it is the final lap. Look at that. You can see the amount of time. Big chuck in, left foot on the brake, going to flick it back the other way now.
Yes, he wants to set the fastest time, but I also think that was a bit of an exploratory mission for the Joker lap as well, because he'll have only done it, he did 4 laps of practice, and then he would have done the Joker once in the previous race.
Yeah.
So I think that's still a little bit of learning in the Joker, isn't it? That's maybe the 3rd time he's done it in total. So just for exploring for later, shall we say.
Interesting, when we were talking to him, he was referring to turn 1 as a pace note. He said it's a 3 right minus tightens or something, I think he said. And I said, Johan, I said, you're talking about corners in rally driver terms now. Of course, circuit racer originally, but now moving across to rally on top of his rally cross, and destroys the time 300.626. Yes. 300.626, and
3 tenths quicker than Nicholas went in the previous session.
That's what I was going to look at. Well said, Hal.
But critically, 4 seconds quicker than Nicholas went in this one as the previous race winner, as the first race winner.
FTD for Johan Kristoffersson, fastest time of the day, and that beats the time that Gronholm set to win Q1. So Kristoffersson very much bouncing back. P12 in Q1. P1 in Q2. I think that will still see Gronholm top of the table, who's got a P1 and a P2, but it's going to drag Johan way up. And of course, with a missed Joker for Fraser McConnell, Fraser was P7, and I think potentially will unfortunately it's probably going to be P12, depending on how much time was lost by Rutkanen. Is it 30 seconds for a missed Joker? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So I don't think Rutkanen lost 30, so I think Franz is going to get a P12 to go to P7. So the 2 championship front runners, opposite ends. Evgen was 4th, and I'm trying to see where Evgen was in this one. There or thereabouts, wasn't he, with Gronholm? So, yeah, so Evgen, advantage Evgen and Kristoffersson in this one. Right, I think that's it for this session, but I'm not quite sure what's going on. If we're going to go straight through to Junior Crosscar for Q3, I hope not, because we haven't got any grids. But we'll see. Okay, we are hearing that we're going to be back underway very shortly, so stay with us. We are looking at a number of minutes, and we'll be back with you, so hold tight.
Det vart ju soligt. röd i din nacke du.
Jag känner det. Och klaskar på den lite grann.
Det bränns det lite. Ja, fy fan.
Jag har så lite paus.
Ja, nu verkar de ska köra igen. Sista Q.
De börjar med Q3.
Va? Och när skulle ha börjat. 45 minuter. Nej. Så det här ska hålla på till 19:30, sen ska det vara en paus på 30 minuter. Sen ska semifinalen börja klockan 8. Så det blir väl... Då börjar det då. Det blir väl 8:45 då.
Homma jatkuu ihan tuossa pikaa. Mä toivon, että jos joku saisi tuotua mulle nuo paperit, niin mä olisin erittäin onnellinen. Eli se, jos sieltä saisin nämä kolmosen paperit tänne torniin. Mä en ehti niitä hakea, vaikka mulla oli kova yritys siinä, mutta kun autot tuli viivalle, niin piti juosta tänne torniin takaisin.
We are about ready for Q3. Excuse the confusion. It's been one of those days. We had a power cut earlier on, in case you missed it. Anderson, Yulalami, Uito, Nilsson and Persson in this one. Trying to get timing up and running in the commentary box, but unfortunately haven't got that for you right now. Hal Ridge has run off to try and grab us some grids. We've had to hammer straight through because they really need to make up some time. Juniors having drier track conditions than they normally do. thanks to the track not being watered in between the sessions, so we might find them going quicker than they went earlier on today. Ouluzone in the red and white through the right-hander. Suito leading at the moment over the start-finish line after lap 1. Perfect line through the first corner. These kids, and they are kids, age 11 to 15, you could start in your 11th year. You can hear them on the limits. They have a lower rev limit than the senior drivers have in Crosscar. Rasmus Persson, you could see coming off the Joker up there to the back of the pack. So that tactic hasn't worked out. This is about whether or not Uito can hold on. Ouluzone is in P2. Such great practice. And of course, most of these drivers will likely step up to Supercar, sorry, not to Supercar, to Crosscar Senior when they get the chance. Super close now, Lucas Anderson piling the pressure on. Pack all bunched back up together, still trying to get timing back up. Apologies, guys, at home. Uito leading from Nilsson, Anderson, Ouluzone and Persson. Joker merged, rear end of the car's getting kicked up high now. Anderson still chasing Nilsson really hard, but it is Uito who's going to take it. Confident win for Uito. 3:23, I reckon that, oh, 3:25.3, 3:25.3.
Joo, 3:25 ja jotain oli sitten aika. Alex Gustafsson, Tikkerämäki, Aleksi Tuono, Elias Kalliotus ja Lauri Halonen. Siinä seuraavat nähdään kuljettajat.
Sounds like the Wi-Fi access point died.
Right, now we have some grids. Okay, we're trying to fix the merge on the Joker.
I'm very hot.
Are you?
Not very fit, and that was quite a long run.
Where did you have to go?
To get the times and the grids. But I also, while waiting, saw Andreas Eriksson. And if there was a real-life version of the facepalm emoji, that was it. Didn't even want to speak to me.
Why? Why not?
Well, McConnell didn't joker, did he?
Oh,
And I was talking about Andreas's amazing experience and how he wouldn't have forgotten to call it.
And he forgot to call it.
He thought, I genuinely thought it was another lap. He said it wasn't even like a, oh no, he didn't actually say, oh no, but it wasn't like a, oh no, I haven't sent him in. When he saw the finish line, he was like, oh no. And in true Andreas fashion, he said, well, Fraser didn't see the final lap board either, but he was taking 90% of the responsibility. And I was so into it, and we were pushing so hard.
Yeah.
You know, and
Look,
mistakes happen, don't they? But it just shows how into it the spotters are, doesn't it? That, you know, Andreas is so invested in trying to make his drivers go as quickly as possible that sometimes it just doesn't work out. But yeah, all credit to him for accepting that happened. There was quite often I think people make mistakes in the joker strategy, and then you know they say, oh, I've radio malfunctioned, or you know something. Quite why they're doing so much work on the track now after the first junior race.
I was just about to say that.
Little bit.
While you were out the comms box, and I was frantically trying to restart the Wi-Fi, the timing, and figure out what the grid was, have any results in the previous session at all. It's just one of those days, folks. We saw the juniors, particularly Michael Uito, was getting launched by the bump just at the back of the straight. So, again, you know, we had a huge power cut on site earlier on. If you've missed what's been going on, so we're around an hour at least behind schedule. So I'm guessing they've missed a track reprep. And then at that point, obviously, we've now got a hole which is developed from the previous session on the brakes, and then
we said that in the lights, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
It was Linus Osland that was jumping up and down. And now you notice that so much less with supercars because they've got such ludicrous suspension travel. If I was we absolutely don't want another race to commentate on. But if I was one of the juniors that's been out in that session, I'd want to go again.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be saying, wouldn't you? I'm not loving it.
You are loving it now, then, mate, because I've brought you a present.
What have you got me? Oh, it's one of those amazing things. So
I don't know what they're called, but I know they're very
unhealthy. Robert, have a look at these. What are these? Are these from Sweden?
Yeah. I stole them.
Here, have a look. Here we go. We're in the contracts now. This thing. What are these?
Delicious is what they are.
They are. I think it's about 10,000 billion calories, but right now it is. That's what we're being told it is. Let's do the diet, no end of good. Feel free to watch. Do you want some?
No, thanks.
I can't eat live on air, can I? Mate, I tell you what there's nothing makes Hal crosser than if I call him while I'm eating. So he calls me some mornings, I'm like, I'm in a bit of a rush, mate, I'm just eating some toast. It makes him livid. It's brilliant. So if Hal Ridge ever calls you, if you need to get rid of him, the fastest way to do so is to start munching on the other end of the phone.
Stop it. It's so unnecessary. Andreas was just as bad in Julius, wasn't he? Good job I know him quite well.
Oh, yeah, he was, wasn't he? He had licorice. He was like, no, dude.
I told him off afterwards.
Well, you did. You probably told him off, didn't you, as well? Oh, standing on my own lead, wow.
Gosh, look how shiny I am. I'm very hot.
That's where, you see, Hal's been running. He ran to go and get these. Here we are, look, that's the grids. There we go. Paper. We actually love a bit of paper. Results after Q2, look. Happy now. We're all good. And timing on this screen, just here. So while we're living the dream here, watching a digger rake the standard lap. Yes, the standard lap on the back straight. We're just waiting to go ready for Q3 juniors again. What time do you reckon they're going to finish, Hal? What time were we supposed to
What time
finish?
is it?
I've
7 o'clock nearly.
Well, the thing is, because the sun is so bright outside, can we take a look at the track actually and show everyone? There we go. Oh, there are cars, that's why. Gustafsson, Perimäki, Suono, Kalliokoski and Hallinan. Brilliant start on the inside for Alex Gustafsson, who's destroyed them off the start. Going to try and keep the door shut on the inside, but we want to carry the speed through. People are getting a bit brave on the brakes. He gets a bit of contact. Might just about hold on here. Alex Gustafsson from the pole on the inside line. Won't want to get past at the end of the straight. It's Elias Kalliokoski who's having a good look, but he holds on.
That would have been very disappointing for Gustafsson if he'd given up the lead after such an amazingly good start. Kalliokoski came back at him in the first corner. Maybe just didn't quite have the commitment that Kalliokoski did, but it has worked out and he's up front.
Yeah, tidily done. And that's what we were saying earlier on about being able just to go super late on the brakes, and it doesn't matter if you compromise your line as long as you get past the other person. So he was clearly behind Kalliokoski off the start, but jump on the brakes and stick it up the inside, just run everyone wide, done.
Yep, nicely done as well, wasn't it? Look at the clean line on the loose section there. It won't be quite the same on the first loose section they're about to enter now, especially with that machine that's been doing lots of work up the far end. But When we get later in the lap, yeah, so it's quite loose here. Look, there's some big rocks in there as well, actually, and you can hear them rattling off the barrier now and again.
The bump's gone, though, isn't it, that was causing Uito to get fired up in the air?
Still a little bit of a bump. I obviously didn't see the Uito moment, but there's still you can see the potential for that to grow again because the cars are still hopping a little bit.
Absolutely. That's one of the things with rallycross tracks where, you know, we groom them to make sure that they're in roughly the same condition. But yeah, if you never did anything to them, they'd just be like a rally stage. They would slowly get dug out until you get down to the bedrock.
And this is what I'm talking about with a clean loose. Look how much it's a blue groove, as you would say, Andrew, in your ARX days, and I'm sure you use that terminology in Nitro Rallycross as well. Where,
100%.
Where it's an American thing, isn't it? From dirt off-road racing.
Oval, RC cars, all levels of motorsport on dirt, where the track rubbers in.
I mean, it's not something that had previously been used until Bucky Lasik started using it in ARX in the American stuff. But yeah, it is exactly that. See it in Loic and stuff, don't you? Where the loose really rubbers in, and these tyres are so soft, you know, they're basically just leaving half of themselves on the circuit all the time, aren't they?
Loiac's a weird one because I don't ever really feel like there's proper loose at Loiac. Loiac is more like planed tarmac and non-planed tarmac, but I think a really good example is actually Barcelona.
Yes.
Look at Barcelona is proper mud and dirt, but you see it by the end of the week, it's not even a blue groove, it's a black groove of Cooper tyre rubber down on the road. The track just rubbers in massively.
Surprised Kaliakowski didn't mix it up here because these guys are both, well, assuming they both remember and their spotters tell them the right thing to do, yep, they are both going to joker on the final lap. Kaliakowski's got good pace. Surprised he didn't joker on the previous tour just to give himself an option, but he also knows that Gustafsson has got good speed, but Hallinen's done the best job of all and jokered early and got out ahead anyway.
Well, we saw Hallinen, Lowry Hallinen and his dad down at OMSE in the break in the session. He was out handing out licorice again. I've got a pipe here, a licorice pipe. It's, you know, like an old man's pipe.
It was nice, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was. We had the sea salt flavour licorice, sea salt and caramel, I think there was, wasn't there? I had no idea there were so many licorices, but he's sponsored by them. He was out handing it out again. I think Lowry spends as much time handing out licorice as he does looking at data, but you bless him, he was really disappointed because he got caught in the dirt on the wet track and he hadn't got much vision, and Hallinen has turned that around and gone, how quick? 3:26.8. Great time, almost as fast as Uito. And most importantly, beaten 4 quick cars in his race. Hallinen 3:26.8. There it is. Gustafsson, Kaliakowski, Suonu and Perämäki, sorry.
I actually didn't do as quick a lap time as Gustafsson, but was just so consistent throughout. Hallinen got the job done.
Joachim Lunderlander, Isaac Hattenmar, Maiju Niemi, Pontus Oskarsson and Jonni Törpinen. Törpinen got turned around in the last race, I think in turn 1 if I remember correctly. Not a great start by Törpinen. Hattenmar with easily the fastest start. Oh dear, all sorts of carnage going on in turn 1. And he's fastest first, so somebody's still in the dust over on the left-hand side. How far off are they? There we go, finally appearing. All 4 wheels at least facing the right direction, but not suboptimal, definitely. Where's that bump at the end of the straight? There is a little bump onto the tarmac, but it was slightly before that. Hattenmar out front. It's Törpinen, isn't it, who's managed to have a big turnaround in form.
Yeah, so I've been a little bit quiet trying to work out who that is because it's a new Finnish driver for this event, and a brilliant move in the first corner. I really thought he shut the door far too firmly, but because there wasn't, you can't know if there's a lot of cars inside you or not. Slammed the door in turn 1, got away with it, and he's actually doing a pretty good job because Hattenmar's had good pace across the course of the year so far, hasn't he? So, yeah, a great job and great position to be in.
You can know there's one car inside you, but you can never know if there's more than one, and that's the problem, isn't it? When people go, oh, look, he squeezed him all the way across, there were 4 cars inside, you can't do that. It's like, but all you know is there's one car next to me. and you'll attempt to squeeze that, won't you? And then if there's another 3 inside, well, not my problem, mate. And so that's
especially with hands devices on.
Yes.
You can't even have a look. I was racing last weekend at Leighton Hill in the British Rallycross Championship, and someone came to talk to me in the door of the car while I was fully strapped in, just about to go out, and I couldn't see them. And it's someone who doesn't really understand, and they didn't understand. You can't turn your head very far.
They're like, are you being rude? Yeah. Or are you a bit deaf and you're turning one ear to hear them? It's like, no, you literally can't turn. Backing it in, gonna go Joker this time.
Bit wide but tidy all the same.
Wasn't Graham Rodemark then when he was leaning in through the door of your car?
No.
He was laughing at you, wasn't he?
He was laughing at me quite a lot, yeah. I'll be laughing at him sometime soon.
That's another story for another time. Tepainen, I think, almost got it at the merge there, but was just edged. Is it Lunderlander?
Lunderlander's just got ahead, I think, on the...
They're in a little bit of a battle,
yeah.
Look. Yeah.
Isaac Reyerson was talking to him. Oh, having a look
contact.
at the inside.
Twice contact, 3 times. Careful now. You get launched in a bucket if you have too much of that. Tepainen's clearly quicker than Lunderlander, but can't find a way through. Go on, have a look up the inside on the brakes. No, not enough, and that's the problem. Of course, you get offline, you pick up a bit more wheel spin, you can't get through. Tepainen will be a little bit frustrated at a loss of time, but got to get it done cleanly. Going to come into turn 1 and carry more speed again than Lunderlander.
I thought we were on the final lap, but I think the graphic was just a lap early, because we've obviously still got a lap to go. I was a bit confused there. I was trying to look at the timing screen to find out whether Lunderlander had joked or not, because a real drop-off in pace, wasn't there, to have Turpinen all over the back down the loose section. Hattemar's been completely untroubled up front.
Hattemar's got that style that we like as well.
It looks cool, that car, as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Good livery.
A bit of a kick of the clutch there just to get it rotated. Bogged a little bit mid-corner, but no real problems.
I just love the fact that... how old is Hattemar? Do you know how old Hattemar is? We'll look it up in a minute. But, clutch kick mid-corner with, a dab of opposite lock and about 9,000 RPM on. I just think that's very cool indeed. You are looking at Majuniemi coming through to the finish.
Hattemar's 11.
There you go, so 11, that's what I mean. 11, clutch kick mid-corner, Hal, just, to get that extra rotation, epic. Isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I'm still a bit mind-blown about that.
Yeah, me too. I do like it. Junior Crosscar. Hattemar with a 327.8, second slower than Hallinan went in the previous one. Open 2-wheel drive. Tuomas Venäläinen with another rotary engine. 2 rotary engines in this. Venäläinen and Tiger on the inside. Venäläinen was P6 in Q1, so Simon Tiger is still currently in the TQ spot, but that could change here. Now up to the limiters. Here we go. Venäläinen, look at the traction off. The line has absolutely destroyed him. Simon Tiger going to try and use the extra power. Venäläinen covers the inside line. Now we've got a race on our hands. Simon Tiger going to go Joker straight away. Janssen goes with him.
Great racecraft as well from Venäläinen. He moved once, didn't he, to cover the middle, then moved back to the inside to cover the inside of the first corner. Tiger left with no option but to go Joker, but now he's got clear track. We're going to see a massive pace comparison between the two.
We are indeed. I wonder if Venäläinen will respond and go straight away, but of course Tiger's got Janssen behind. If Matthias Janssen gives Tiger a bit of bother, look at the flames from the back of Venäläinen's car. They gave me a poster this morning, that team. I went over and saw them, and they gave me a poster to take away. I might put it on my wall, Hal. I'm so impressed with the flames and the sideways. Look at that!
He needs a poster with some flames on it, doesn't he?
Yeah, it does. I'll get it's kind of an artist's impression. I'll get the artist to add some flames. Not going to go Joker. No, perfectly confident they've got the pace. Going to carry on. So let's see if the gap grows or not. It was 4.8 seconds, so we'll see what it is at the end of the lap. Now, Hal, we think 5.5, don't we, for a Joker? So maybe Tiger's going to be close enough.
Massive lot of smoke on overrun, not just flames there. I hope there's no problem. There doesn't seem to be any sign of it there. Maybe just burning off a lot of fuel rather than just a little bit to be ignited. And Tivar is going with him as well, isn't he? Which is... Look
at the Smurf on the side of the car. I don't know why the Smurf is on there, but it's awesome. Blue car, very reminiscent of Baccarat blue, isn't it, that? sideways again. I'll tell you what, Hal, as well, tidy line through that last corner. Here we go, backs it into turn one on the gas early, get it onto the damp gravel. Using every inch of the track gives me the impression that Venäläinen's probably been here a few times before.
Yeah, he definitely has. This is a regular in the Finnish Championship. 4.3 the gap when they previously crossed the line onto this lap. We don't actually know what the two-wheel drive Joker Delta is. I'm going to say 5.8. But,
nice,
I don't know.
Well, Tiger's closed him down by half a second because it was 4.8 the previous lap. So at the minute, Tiger's going that little bit quicker. But everybody's enjoying watching Venäläinen.
This is nothing against Simon Tiger at all, is it? It would just be brilliant to see him have to really race for it.
We all want to see him race. Tiger's been unstoppable all year. He's been fantastic. I want to see him race. And he's really having to. You know, Simon Tiger's having to do what he's done all season, which is drive brilliantly, but now he's had to do it against Venäläinen, who goes Joker. Venäläinen is great on the way in. Going to chuck the car into the left-hander. I think Simon Tiger's got enough here, though. Hal said he reckoned 5.8. And definitely 4.3 wasn't enough, but Venäläinen going to come out close behind.
The gap had come down to 3.7 as they crossed the finish line onto the last lap, so Tiger's been consistently quicker. He's done his best laps being half a second faster than Venäläinen across the course of the race.
Someone just knocked one of the bollards down, didn't see whether it was Venäläinen or Janssen. Simon Tiger now laying down the rubber and smoking the rear end up and throwing down big time to Venäläinen behind. It's been a great drive by Tiger putting in those lap times. I would be interested to see what would happen if Venäläinen got the start again there won't be a semi, they'll go straight to finals. If Venäläinen got the start, you could in theory out-tactic, but he'd need the pole, and he's not going to get that because Tiger's just taken the TQ.
If you get a brilliant start from second, you can still lead. The critical thing would be if Tiger jokered early to try and undercut and then got held in traffic, because clearly he's got ultimate pace.
Yeah. So, but you know what I mean? I like the idea. Yeah, anyway, it's going to be good, basically, is what we're saying. So hang around. Venäläinen is going to give Tiger a race, but Simon Tiger takes another session win. So it's only been beaten twice this year in qualifying, I think. Was he beaten more? He might have been beaten more at Hollius when it was wet again. Either way, takes the top qualifier spot. Can't be denied by any of the drivers in the second race. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Simon was beaten twice on day 2 at Hollius by... 3 times, sorry, by Matthias Janssen. So that would have been in the wet conditions again, I think. Let's check the weather for tomorrow, Hal. Look at us preempting...
There's the bollard.
Oh, yeah.
No denying that.
Is that going to stay up, do you think? It's a good effort.
I'll get blown over. Getting a bit windier now, isn't it?
70% chance of rain tomorrow. Oh, and it's between 12 and 3, which is about right for semi-finals, I would say. Q3 through to semi-finals, probably. 70% chance at 2 p.m. That's tomorrow. So that would definitely make things interesting. We've seen the track when it's slightly wet, but only when they've wetted down the damp areas, really. This is Caltio, Norman and England. How we've got problems. We've got a limited number of Lick the Stamp and Send It medals and a lot of candidates. What are we going to do?
Not push too hard in the rental car and give you one of the stamps, so that's one freed up.
That's one done. There have been occasions in a rental car where I would have given myself the medal. Not recently, I have to say. Who's that?
46, Janssen.
Yeah, so that I thought
penalty.
It was either Janssen or Venäläinen. Maybe we'll save all the Lick the Stamp medals for day 2. Ready to race. Amazing noise off the line. Norman screaming the rotary engine down towards turn 1, but ends up P2. Going to go Joker or not? No, gets the undercut though, tidily done. That was a fantastic pass by Norman. Just got the car rotated straight up underneath Caltio, dropped down into P2, and England at the back in the Porsche.
Brilliant move. Absolutely. Look,
it was mint, wasn't it?
Absolutely textbook. Just covered the rear bumper enough, of the Escort just to slip into the inside.
That line, though, on the exit of turn 1 is the line that I can't... You know, when you look at it and thinking that looks like the optimum line to me, we almost see people run a bit too wide, a bit too early and end up on the loose gravel. And you saw there, Norman was straight and inside and tidy way earlier than anyone else and massively able to capitalise. Yes, one way along.
Well.
Oh, and behind as well. Cautio does the same.
We were saying earlier, I think this class has got such potential. I know, like I said in Q1 this morning or this afternoon or whenever it started, you know, that there's people across Europe looking at it, and I think we just need a few more. Doesn't need loads more. Half a dozen more cars, 6 more cars would make it a real fight, wouldn't it? And there's such a vast range of machinery that will fit into the category. I'm still excited by it. The noise, the visuals of the cars. I think
the engineering too. Like when you go and look at the cars up close, they're all homemade is the wrong way to put it, because then you're all just thinking they look rubbish, and they don't. We're not talking about that. It is individual engineering solutions, isn't it? It's not a factory team.
Which means they're not the same as anyone else's.
Exactly. They've not been churned out by a factory making 100 R5 cars. You know, it's someone at home going, you know what, I think I can strengthen this with this, but I'm going to drill that and make that lightweight, put a sequential in it, and you just go, yes. When you look at it, it's just cool.
I'm quite confident we might see some, well, the Irish Rallycross Championships watching this weekend. They're promoting it on their Facebook page, which was very kind of them. I think there might be some Irish drivers looking to come to Arvika for the season finale.
That's
I think
what we want to see.
Some Polish drivers looking at it as well, I think.
And hopefully by then travel, what we said this earlier actually if you're watching, but travel restrictions are meaning people are not crossing borders very much. And
well, there's no Norwegians, are there? There's hardly any Norwegians competing at all because it's so difficult to get in and out of Norway.
Yeah, so you can't, because you can't take with you 5 mechanics who, as a general, particularly in open two-wheel drive, would be volunteers, yeah, maybe friends of the family, mates.
Have to go to work on Monday.
Yeah, so they get back and they've got a quarantine for 10 days. It can't happen. You can do it if you're competing in a world championship. I'm loving Norman's aero on the rear, Hal.
Yeah, that's particularly special, isn't it? Missed the apex a little bit in the joke of that, but yeah.
But makes up for it with 10 gazillion revs.
Yeah, they let him off.
Oh, we're not going to hear it out the back. We're going to hear it from all the way over here. It just...
Very gentle on the throttle. Now.
It just sounds epic. Here we go again, round the long left. Let's listen in. Here we go. Couple of corners to go. I wonder how close he might be to the time. You know, he's got 10 seconds to get to the line. Listen in. Screaming it. Little inputs on the steering all the way down the straight. This isn't a bad time at all. Norman aiming for the quickest time in open two-wheel drive. Not quite going to be there, but not far off.
Close.
18.8.
Less than a second in it.
Yeah. We have a race on our hands later on, definitely. I think between Marcus Norman, Thomas Väinäläinen, Simon Tiger's going to have a bit of a race. Tiger is still the favourite, without a shadow of a doubt. Fastest driver out there has been all season. But could see a great race in the final later. I'm trying to figure out who's not going to make it. It's going to be Lars England who's not going to make it. There's only 6 cars will go through. So our 2 wild card Finns, if you want to call them that, Antti Vaara and Rami Cautio and Thomas Väinäläinen will all make it. Cross cars, we go into the final session for round 5. Remember, it's 3 qualifiers here for round 5. Same again tomorrow. Bowden's P2, Kaliamaki, Osterberg, Penton and Anderson, Reinis Nittish in 7th, Räikkönen, Rierson, Eganson, Hukka and Larpati are your top 12. And I say, remember, there will be only 2 semi-finals this time. So you've got to be in it to win it. Crosscar at the minute. Halberg, Kaliamaki, Anderson, Baldins and Penttinen. Baldins is in P7 in the championship. Halberg is in P2, just 4 points behind Isaac Rierson. Rierson is down in P8 or 9. Here we go. Penttinen with a good start on the outside, but Halberg with the best start on the inside line. Penttinen squeezes the door. 5 cars wide into one, threading the eye of the needle. Penttinen's come right the way across the grid. Opposite lock through turn 1. I think Halberg's gone straight to the Joker. Having lost the start, has decided Joker is the best option. Goes straight in there.
Brilliant tactics from Halberg. Made a great initial launch, didn't he? Whatever reason, didn't quite have the run into turn 1. Backed out of it, seen the squeeze coming from the outside. You can see to the left of you there because of the way the corner tightens. He could see the cars coming for. No thanks, back out of it, take the Joker. Perfect job.
Pentonen was committed, coming from slot 5 on the grid. Knew he'd got a good start, but squeezed the pack out, really. I'm not saying got lucky that they backed out of it, but was brave enough to say, I'm coming in and you will move for me. If they hadn't have done, would have been a big shunt. But
if Hellberg hadn't backed out to go to the Joker, you're completely right. So, yeah, you are reliant on someone mixing it up a little bit. Of course, when you do something over and over again, it's like Kevin Eriksson going around the outside. You know, that big famous one from Estering. Baldins goes in now.
And so does Anderson. So they're trying to cover off Hellberg and Kaliamaki behind, but they were super close, and they're now on the outside, faster line. They're going to get them. Here comes Hellberg. Watch for the bump at the end of the straight. Oh, so close at the merge, but they both get through. So Hellberg and Kaliamaki up into P2 and 3. Interesting, they dropped out so early to cover them off. They must have known they were going quickly, and now Pentonen, respond or not, I don't think Pentonen's going to have enough of a gap.
He hasn't got enough of the gap at the moment, so the only option now is to stay out, I think, because you don't want to end up in a fight. If you can pull out a few more, pull out a second or two, you never know what's going to happen to these guys. So I would absolutely stay out for another lap. Watch him, Joker.
Yeah. Now Hal Rich, famous for saying, I would do this, and he'll go, no, I'm not going to do that. Here we go. Where is Pentonen? I think Pentonen stayed out, Hal. Joker, in goes Pentonen. Hal Rich slams his hand down on the desk. He's wrong again. Pentonen's going to slot back out into where? P3, P4, just. Oh, we're going to look at the inside of Baldins. Holds on to the position. Nicely done, I think. Not Baldins, who is it?
It is Baldins, yeah.
It is Baldins, yes. Baldins running slightly different bodywork than he was last time. It doesn't look like the flat style that Nitish has on his car. Anyway, Hellberg leading. Look at this in the background. Chucking it in. Kaliamaki just trying to make the car rotate somehow and get on the inside line. Can't get there, though. Hellberg screams it over the line. Another lap to go.
Massive commitment through that final corner, isn't it? Hellberg just moves to the inside. Well,
Kaliamaki backed off. Kaliamaki thought it was the last lap, as did I for a second. Kaliamaki definitely, did you see, wound the throttle off and moved to the inside line.
Yeah, I thought he had a problem.
Yeah, the problem was lap counting, wasn't it, from the sounds of things, or from the looks of things. So Kaliamaki, Hellberg sent it into the last corner. Kaliamaki was trying everything to get all over the back and has now given up at least a second, if not a second and a half. I think 2 seconds potentially.
What a shame.
I want a cross car that handles like that, and then I want to drive to work in it. Well,
will you have a job?
Will you get a red good point here? I'll drive here in it from Bexhill in the UK. I would have a lot of fun, but I suspect a lot of fuel stops as well. I need a trailer with fuel in.
You'd be very livid after not very long at all.
Do you really? You think my temper wouldn't stand that? Hal spent some time in a car with me. Yeah, I love driving on a track. Traffic is somewhat frustrating, isn't it? Look at them having a lovely time in the sunshine. It'll be here till 11:56, I think it is today. The sun is up until. Actually, that freaks me out. Is it going to go down to tomorrow night? Is it going to go after midnight?
Well, it's not midsummer yet, is it?
No, but
Hellberg wins the first Crosscar race with a 3:09.026 from pole. Smashed it. Baldins and Nitish running different cross cars, aren't they? Nitish running the...
Of course, it's Mayat, isn't it, who was running the same car as Nitish. Yes. I was trying to...
Baldins in the speed car.
Yes. I was trying to... It was the tight battle, wasn't it, last time? Mayat and Nitish had a great fight, didn't they?
Yeah.
And
Reynolds ran with the French factory team, didn't he, during the earliest weekend.
There we go. Egonson, Osterberg, Räikkönen and Nitish. Nitish 4th in the standings, Osterberg 3rd at the moment. Another long old hold, super fast reaction times. Osterberg hooked that up brilliantly off the line. Surely going to shut the door on the inside. Rainis Nitish trying to come from P4 into P2, gives him just a little bit of room, going to go around the outside. Osterberg goes Joker from the whole shot. First time we've seen that done today. Nitish has gone outside line. So we're going to see which of those tactics plays out. The only thing that occurs to me is Osterberg there has... You've backed everyone up in turn 1. You know, is that not a bad idea in terms of the first lap? He might be able to cost them enough time then that he will be able to edge them, but it seems strange to Joker from the lead.
Johan Kristoffersson would know the answer to that immediately, as would Matthias Ekström and all of those people far cleverer than I. But Nitish was moving the car around a lot on the way into turn 1, wasn't he? Using all of his experience. So I was just wondering how many rallycross starts has he done? I could probably work that out. But he, you know, all of that awareness, spatial awareness of moving around, he jinked. Oh, he's right to the edge of the circuit. Yeah, jink right, jink left, just feeling his way, and perfectly got into the lead when
But risk management as well, Hal, in that not shutting the door to the point where if he's going to get contact, he thought he was going to get contact, so he backed out of it. And that's the experience thing, is it? He's going, this is going to cost me the race, or this is going to win me the race. And he did the right thing, definitely. He's got to get light up the timing screens now and see if he can gap Osterberg by enough. Osterberg, to me, looks to be closing him down. I have to say, Osterberg has gapped Eganson. Two drivers. Look at Nitish's style through the long hairpins. He's not got that sideways style that Osterberg has. And it obviously works for him, just completely different.
Yeah, very, very smooth and tidy, isn't it? But nothing too flamboyant.
This is the first track really that's been like this for Nitish this year. I'd say there were more tarmac corners in Neeson, you know, than in Hollius. That's just my feeling when you think about the first sector at Neeson, the left, right, left through. But this is really the middle of the track. It's pretty much a car track.
They're very slow, aren't they, in Neeson? It's more rallycross. It's so undulating as well. Do you remember last year when we walked around it? There's actually quite a big crest in the middle of those two, whereas this is very flat, circuit racing. Yeah. And Reynes has done his fair share of karting.
Did use the throttle just a bit there to rotate it on the way in.
Tell you what, it's a bit like Burns and McRae, isn't it? If that scenario we were discussing in Q2 earlier on. But if Reynes finishes in the top 4 or 5 of this championship, it would be an amazing result given him developing the car against some incredible machinery in this category.
He's been running it as well with his dad, hasn't he? Saying how much he's enjoying it too. Osterberg is going to get him here. It's going to be about whether he can hold on to P2 from Eganson. Eganson on the outside now. Nitish has blown up. I think something's happened. Nitish looks like he's done an engine or the cooling on the inside line. Smoke in the back of the car. Ah, disaster, what a shame. But maybe he had that issue for longer because he was almost as quick as Osterberg in the previous sessions, and this time Osterberg looked to me to edge him all the way round. But something has let go on Nitish's car, and he's pulled over to the side of the road, and that's probably going to mean... Will it mean he doesn't make it through? Maybe not, maybe not. How many cars are missing out? No, they're all going to go on. No, one car misses out. We've got 13 drivers, but Jarkko Aronen had a DNS, Hal, which is worse than a DNF, I think.
It is, yeah.
And Nitish beat him in the previous 2 sessions, so...
I guess it just depends what happens with Aronen now. If he smashes it and wins the session, it could be different, but he's coming up in the next race.
Yeah.
I do think Reynes may have had a problem there, because Jimmy Osterberg was taking about a second a lap out of him.
Yeah, and that's too much, isn't it? Looking at Osterberg was a 3:09.5 and Nitish a 3:10.7. Yeah, so he's 1.2 off Osterberg in Q1, and in Q2, Nitish was only 0.6 of a second off Osterberg. Yeah, so I think so. So has Reynes got an engine change on his hands? And if he has, I mean, it's not too bad in a cross car, but they're going to have to get a swerve on because semi-finals are not going to be hanging around for very long. I don't think there's going to be the break that we would normally have because of losing the hour and something minutes earlier on today with the power cut.
Osterberg was on an absolute flyer, though. He's gone 2.1 seconds quicker than Holberg to be fastest so far.
Is that FTD? 3:06, did you say?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, fastest time. Yeah, fastest time of the day.
Plays a bit hot and cold, doesn't he, Jimmy? Sometimes he's incredibly fast. Sometimes it's just for whatever reason he's not right up there. Because I think he's
Yeah, I mean, he's qualified 6th, 4th, 3rd and 1st. So he's gone the right way this year in terms of qualifying. Where was he? He was 4th in Neeson, 5th in Neeson, then 6th and then 2nd last time out in Hollier. So made the final every time.
Locked out a few times in the first corner, hasn't he, with some contact and some...
Had a chat with him after Hollius about traction, and he'd struggled to find the balance between start traction and race traction. So, yeah, he'd said he could either get a great start, but then didn't have the balance in the car, or he, you know, suck up a bad start and have the balance in the car. So just, you know, that's settings on the car, isn't it, for how it handles compared to how it launches. And if you can't find that, that's a pretty tough decision to make, I think.
Hard mentally as well, isn't it? I think that puts you on the back foot a little bit.
You don't want to give up the starts, do you? Like, if you give up the starts in rallycross and straight away, but then if you know you haven't got the lap time, it's all very well winning the start, but you've got to have both, and he couldn't get that.
You've got to have both when it's so competitive, but otherwise, you take one or the other, wouldn't you? But, you know, start is so critical. Being track position is... It's not everything, clearly, but it is very important.
He did get a P2, as we say, so he was on the podium, first podium of the year.
But he has flashes of absolute brilliance, doesn't he? And I think we don't see that all the time. But the potential's there, isn't there?
Yeah. So Rierson, championship leader, is in this next one. 4 points off. Sorry, Ryerson 4 points ahead of Hallberg. Hallberg won the first race, Osterberg won the second one. So at the minute, yeah, the 2 race winners are the P2 and P3 championship drivers, and Rierson's about to come into this one. And also Aronen, whose fate will decide. Well, trouble is actually, you see, Nitish could qualify, but there's 2 issues he's got here. Does he have the part, whatever he's broken, and if it's an engine, does he have the time to change it?
Peugeot Sport colours on the front of his cross car. I think it'll be tough for them.
To change the engine in time? Yes, so do I.
I also feel very responsible.
Why?
I was just saying how great it'd be if he finished near the top of the championship.
So, well, that's the job, mate. Now you're a commentator. Cursed him right up. Ryerson, Hukar, Aronen and Larpati. Ryerson with an absolute rocket from the inside line. Larpati moves across, tries to close the door. Hukar going to have to back out of that one. Oh, into the back of him. Hukar climbs. No, was it Hukar? No. Aronen. Larpati. So Larpati up the back, wasn't it, of Ryerson. Somehow Ryerson still held on, and actually they're going to have the advantage, aren't they? Hukar is in P2. But Larpati lost a ton of time with that contact in the first corner. That inside line of the grid, we've seen a lot of good starts from slot 1.
We have, yeah. One of the main advantages for me standing here while you do such an eloquent and excellent job of calling the first corners in every rallycross race we commentate together means that I'd sit there pondering things that take far more time than it would take me to say. Then I was thinking, what an amazing composed move for Ryerson to move out to the middle of the circuit from the pole. Like, you've got to have such great, we're talking about Nitty's having great awareness, runs a little bit wide on the exit of the final corner. But, you know, he'd done everything right. Moved out wide to open up the corner to get a better line and then gets clobbered in the rear. Hasn't cost him too much time. Could have been an absolute disaster.
Aronen's gone joker. This will cover off Larpati behind. I think going to easily cover off Larpati.
Lost a lot of time, didn't he, with that half spin?
Yeah.
Larpati.
Yeah, so good for Aronen. Might as well shut the door on him and just be one per... Yeah, particularly because, of course, Aronen is looking to get into the top 12. And it's Larpati that's in... Yes! And it's Larpati that's in P12 at the minute.
There is a big points gap there, 66 to 58.
But, of course, if you had a few cars in between you with the time, you know, in theory you could do it. The most important person to be in front of is the person who's one in front of you on the timesheet. So, but I actually think it's far more likely to come down to whether or not Nitish can repair that car in time. Into the joker goes Hukar. Nicely done on that gravel left-hander, then a bit wide on the exit, going to try and carry the speed through. Hukar trying to cover them off, just about.
Doing his bit to earn one of your stamps there, mate, isn't he?
Yeah.
As he has done for much of the year so far, but good job to get out ahead of these two.
Big old lead up front for Ryerson. Now, Ryerson not having the best day. Ryerson has had a P1, a P3 and a P1. Had that issue in the semi-final in Hollius and came... well, basically was last in that, retired in it. So Rierson's been on the pace all year, but somehow today has had a P6 and a P10. So Ryerson has not been on the normal form that we would expect, and will want to get back up to the front. I say, when you see the Hallberg and Osterberger, the 2 championship rivals for him, Ryerson comes out easily in front. Dives on the nose of the car. Just watch the nose of the car and you get an idea of the pedal dance that's going on in there. There are 10 points between the top 3 and then a further 30 points back to Reinis Nitish in 4th, who's just, we think, blown an engine or something similar. So it is going to be between Ryerson, Hallberg and Osterberg for the championship over the 3 rounds. 2 here in Finland and then 1 in Sweden at the end of the season. 3:04 is the target, sorry, 3:08 is the target time, or 6? 3:06. I think it's a 3:09, so that's a similar time to Hallberg. We'll probably move him up the table a little bit.
Yeah, 8 tenths though overall than Hallberg, but shows what a brilliant job Osterberg did.
Does, doesn't it? Osterberg's really killed it. 3:09.867. Intermediate standings for Supercar Lights. Isaac Sokvist at the top of the table. That would surely be the first ever TQ for Isaac. Looking at it, 3 points ahead of Kasper Janssen, who it would also be a first ever TQ for. So both those drivers on for an amazing result. Hauman, Anderson, Olofsson, Ostland, Olakainen, Enlander, Neklev and Jonsson. your top 10. At the minute, Lane Vakela and Mattis Janssen will just make it. Exberth, Foss and Oscarson need better results if they want to go through, but it is tight. Look, Vakela is on 64 points and those 3 drivers behind are within 5 points. So Casper Janssen, the winner of Q2 on the pole from Howman, the championship leader. Sokvist, the winner of Q1, and Linus Ostlund, who's right in the fight in P3 in the standings. Howman with an absolute blinder of a start. Sokvist going to try and go around the outside. Gone really wide. Ostlund diving in from the outside to the inside. Where's Howman going to go? And I tell you what, round the outside by Sokvist, that's an amazing move, but Howman side by side with him. Howman found the traction back, and that's what we were saying earlier, Hal. I'm still convinced the inner line, not running quite so wide, is quicker. We saw it in open two-wheel drive earlier on with Norman, and now we've seen it again with Howman. You've just got to be a bit patient.
It is interesting, isn't it, that there's so many variables, and until we see a full set of semis and finals play out, we're still going to be a little bit in the dark. It'd be interesting to look tomorrow once we've seen all of those races happen. But yeah, definitely there's definitely a case for staying tight and then holding your line, because it's a double right-hander, isn't it? Although there's a loose straight in the middle, the line is also from the inside is probably a little bit cleaner rather than running right out close to the barrier there. Yeah, great to mix it up like that. Look where the deep loose is on the outside, where you can get forced out to if you haven't made it all the way around the outside. That
straight is actually really, really loose, particularly offline. I think that's the other thing, is if you are outside, you're never going to be able to outbrake the guy who's inside. Tommy Howman, so impressive this season. Debut season in lights, every time on the podium, currently sitting in P3 here in the standings. Casper Janssen is in P10 in the standings overall, championship. Sokvist P11. So Howman doesn't really need to worry about them. Doesn't mean he won't want to beat them, but he's certainly not going to risk it for a biscuit when he's miles in front of them in terms of championship points.
He was so disappointed after the second Julius race, where he only finished third.
I'd love to finish third.
He was saying it's almost an odd feeling, because if someone had said to him before the season, you'll finish third at Julius, he'd be like, yeah, good, that'd be awesome. But actually having won a couple of times and been on the podium every time, he's already got past that mentality and wants to be winning every single race, especially when he has had such exquisite pace. This weekend, of course, is the first time he's had a teammate in Jon Arne Carlin here.
Yeah.
So they can actually share some data, whereas before he's been doing it all himself, and it's actually a real challenge to do that. No data to share, just talking to someone about how the car's working.
Look at the difference in the two gravel straights. This gravel straight out the back is completely rubbered in, proper blue groove on it. This gravel straight you're about to see, though, I guess Howman's going to go. Joker, he has to, is really loose. In goes Sokvist as well. This for the top qualifier spot. Sokvist versus Janssen versus Howman.
Ostlund's a long way back, 7.9 as they cross the line, so absolutely.
Howman's 9 qualifying points back as well from Sokvist at the minute. So actually, if Sokvist can hold on to the back of Howman as close as possible, Isaac Sokvist might take his first TQ.
Something happened to Ostlund on that previous lap, because although on the graphic it says he's third, I'm pretty convinced he's dropped to fourth. So he's lost ground there on the penultimate lap, and isn't third anymore.
Over the line, Howman takes it from Sokvist and Janssen. There he is, Hal.
There he is. Oh, he has got a problem.
Fourth.
Not third anymore.
It's like that football song, isn't it? You're not singing anymore. You're not third anymore, unfortunately, for Ostlund. OK, so Howman versus Sokvist. We'll see. The difference between them is 2.3 seconds, but the difference in the table was in the favour of Sokvist with... I say he was 9 points clear, so it's about how many people slot in between Howman and Sokvist. 2.2 between them. What was Howman's time, Hal?
3:10.236.
There we go. You can tell we're writing stuff down, can't you? And that's 3:10.236. We did ask timing to give us another sheet on the screen. We'll get there in the end. Great start by Ouluzone on the inside line. Enland and Anetlev really close. Michaela should back out of that now. Anetlev's done it instead. Anetlev's going to go Joker from there for sure. Michaela goes with. Fair play. I think good decisions by both drivers.
Exactly the same as Anetlev did in Q2, wasn't it? Started third, ducked out early, cut to the inside and straight into the Joker. Kevin Eriksson, master tactician on the radio. Job done. Now, Ouluzone, who hasn't had a clean run so far, has been fast but had been involved in tough races or traffic, he can get his hammer down, can't he?
Yeah, Ouluzone looked really good in free practice this morning, really good. One mistake, but just had it dialed, particularly through that right-hander where you were sitting there, Hal, just in the little grandstand. Just looked really comfortable in the car, similar to how he looked at Neeson when he was so dominant at the start of the season.
I really thought he turned a corner in Neeson. Lane Bacala's all over the back of Nicholas Anetlev. I wonder if Aneklev's got something going on. Oh, has a little look into the first corner. Aneklev's, I wonder if he's broken the rear suspension or something. The car's sitting very low.
Yeah, Michaela gets on the inside. No, not at all. Yeah, he's getting a problem with the car, maybe. Look at the bump at the end of the straight as well.
Left rear, I think. Something's, maybe the damper's collapsed. Car's basically crabbing on the ground, isn't it? Oh, is it puncture? Oh, yeah, it is puncture.
Where, rear left?
I think so. This small monitor's quite a long way away. I have my glasses on now, though, so it is a little bit easier to see. No, maybe it's left rear damper collapsed. I don't know, something's wrong with it. He's not going as quickly as he was earlier.
There we go. Hal getting his 2 races in a row now. I've got a friend called Russ who explains things. But I enjoy a good explain. It's got to be done, hasn't it? Don't you think? Hal's brain just melted right in front of me. Hal Ridge has left the building. Don't worry, only another 3 hours to go, mate. It's fine. At least the sun will still be up when we finish, unlike normally. Normally, we'd need floodlights. You're not going to need floodlights here. I'm not going to lie. If it's a dark final for Supercar, I'd be over the moon, but I don't think it gets dark here at the minute at all.
Well, I know for a fact it doesn't. That's why I was up when it should be dark last night.
Yeah, we made it through a fair bit of the evening but before seeing the sun go down. Literally, the sun went down about 5 to midnight, I think, or goes down about 5 to midnight. It's epic. If you've never been this far north, I have to recommend it. It doesn't really matter which side of the Atlantic you're on. You've got to go far enough north to experience the weirdness of super long days. Go on, Hal, what have you seen?
Well, nothing really. Ouluzone's got such a big lead. This isn't going to be even close. 8.3 seconds, the gap he has into the last lap.
Is he challenging lap times-wise, though, do we think, or not really?
He's a couple of tenths off Howman's, but he's there or thereabouts. Yeah, his best's a 44.7. Howman's best was a 44.504, so he's there or thereabouts.
Ouluzone was in P5 prior to this session. I've also lost the numbers off the side of my timing sheet.
I've written mine on now. Look.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Manual, get the pen out. Ouluzone gonna go quickest or not? No, just 4 tenths. 4 tenths. Good run. That's not what Sökqvist wants, though, because every time somebody slots in between him and Hellman, makes it more likely that Hellman's going to get the TQ. 3:10.649. Nils Andersson, Jon Ollikainen, Martin Jonsson and Mattis Jansson. Jonsson and Jansson, Martin and Mattis. What could possibly go wrong?
I think it's Jonsson. I think it's a typo on the...
Both Jonsson. Perfect. Much easier. Andersson with a good start. Jonsson on the outside of Ollikainen. Ollikainen getting into the door of Andersson on the run to the first corner. Andersson, though, has done beautifully there and has swept the whole pack across the road. Ollikainen goes straight to the Joker while our two Jonssons are at the back of the standard lap. Yeah, really, Nils Andersson made space really nicely. See the bump coming onto the tarmac as well, building up again.
Yes, Ollikainen was in the door, but I don't think he had any option because Nils had a really good start, hadn't he, and just moved across a little bit to give himself more room into the first corner. Great shout for Ollikainen to Joker on lap 1 and get out of the traffic. Alexei Koskinen of World RX fame from GRX and Set and EKS when he was there with Toppy Hyperden and all the other teams he's collected t-shirts from. Spotting for him this weekend, and all that experience will help massively when with that sort of like early Joker call and stuff, especially when you're making your debut in a new class and so much is new to you.
Through that long-term one. I wonder how much the tyres are going to be playing out now. So temperature is still 20 odd degrees here, Celsius. And everybody had said how hard it was. So some of the teams earlier scratching their heads a little bit, saying for the first 2 laps it's fine, and then the tyres get too hot and the car just starts to get a bit lazy or not do what you want it to do, and it's hard to know what to do with it, basically.
Yeah, do you big sideways for Jonsson in the foreground or background?
Jonsson or Jonsson?
The far away bit.
Jonsson.
Making his debut this weekend with the brilliant all-white livery, testing livery. I do like a testing livery.
But Jonsson or Jonsson?
Jonsson.
There are 2 Jonssons if you're wondering at home. Well, there's a Jonsson and a Janssen.
Janssen.
You think it's Janssen?
You're just trying to confuse me now, mate.
I'm confused.
I've been up a long time. But anyway, he's in the Joker and he's making his debut this weekend, and I think he's doing a great job considering he hasn't really done any motorsport at all ever. To get in one of these cars, yes, we're saying Oulazone's doing a great job, but he has done full seasons of RX Academy. He's raced here in his C2R2, you know, proper competition cars. So to make your motorsport debut in a Supercar Lights, I think is actually very, very impressive to be doing
good.
To be doing what he's doing.
Anderson chasing down the top times, 3:10.2, pretty wild through the last corner. Got a Joker on this lap, so Nils Anderson trying to climb up from P4. That's fine, isn't it? Front row's good enough, but he'll want to nick a couple of championship points as well as he can, because Nils is 13-14 off Tommy Howman.
Ouluzone was 6.1 behind as they crossed the finish line, so that Joker strategy just didn't quite work out for him. He didn't have the pace. Clearly, his best lap was a 45.2 and Anderson's was a 45 dead, so he's been there or thereabouts. He's on the back of Anderson now, but just not quite enough. Still, he'll be pleased with that performance, I'm sure.
Nils Anderson going to take this, barring any last corner disasters. We have seen them. Disappointed with Q1 not to have won it. Backed off just a little bit too early. 3:11.6 isn't quite as quick as they've gone in the previous ones. He's taking a lot of influence from Johan Kristoffersson, whose team are running the car with him, for him. They bought the car last year. It was the car they rented last year from a different team, bought it, rebuilt it. And I think Neil's enjoying the extra input from the team in both prep and, prep and prep, basically. Car prep and prep of the driver, just looking at things the way Johan looks at it.
I wonder how much he enjoys that when he's got to be at the workshop for 7 o'clock in the morning before going to college. But it's definitely
it's a big
worth
commitment.
It.
I was going to say I would have loved an opportunity like that. I think if you're either committed to it or you're not.
Yeah, but when you're groggy-eyed in the morning, you might be thinking,
oh, of course. But
the highs are so high that it's all worth it, isn't it?
How many nights in a pub or wedding things did you miss lying under a rallycross car or a rally car? Same for me. You know, those are the sacrifices you make, aren't they, to go and do something awesome. Expert, Foss, Oskarsson, Tornholt. Ida Tornholt with a great start on the outside, but Foss is going to get to turn 1 before. Martin Expert has a nose up the inside. Expert goes late on the brakes. Perfect tactics. Foss waits. See, Foss, I think, could maybe have gone standard lap there and got back up the inside of Expert.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I do agree. And also, Tornholt, I think she was thinking about going Joker, but she was already on the outside of one car, then bailed out and went on the standard lap. I think, you know, not to disrespect anybody in this field, but I think what we're seeing here is the lesser experienced guys, and with that you see a bit of uncertainty about what they might do in the first corner. When you watch in this fastest first scenario, when you watch the first race, bang, people make a decision and then they stick with it. Or you mix it up and you've got the experience to know how to mix it up, like Ida was doing in Supercar last time out. When you haven't done as many starts and you haven't done as many moves into the Joker, sometimes there's a little bit of apprehension about where you might go or not. But Tornholt made the right decision there to run wide and stick on the standard lap. And I think Foss did the right, ultimately got track position, so you can't say it wasn't the right thing to do either.
No, I'm just keen to see, someone like Johan won't have missed the fact that 2 people now have pulled off a pass on the exit of turn 1 on the inside, having lost the start. You know, it looked like was it Experth who was, you know, who'd gone around the outside and looked like they got it, but no, yeah, Hellman's I'm just going to tuck underneath you. Not Experth, sorry, Sockfist. Had got underneath and just found the traction. So, and they say Norman did it in open two-wheel drive as well. Keep your eyes peeled for that exit move. Where else is it that you see it? Oh, Canada sometimes used to see that.
There's a lot of synergies with the Canadian round of World RX here, aren't there? Nice downtown feeling in the town. Okay, the town's a bit further away from the circuit, but not so dissimilar from Kota either in Austin. You know, that lovely weather, really nice feeling in the paddock here as well, isn't it? I don't know. I think it's like the away event, isn't it, to come to Finland as opposed to being in Sweden or Denmark's away as well. But it is definitely a nice vibe. I'm enjoying it a lot. Yeah,
me too. I'm enjoying the series a lot, actually.
Yeah, I really am. I think the level is high, isn't it? It's actually very high, and across the board, you know, these guys aren't in the fastest race, but they're still doing fundamentally a brilliant job. I think the level hasn't been as high across the board in some of these classes as it is this year for quite some time.
Somehow it seems a bit more intense here, which is ridiculous, but I suppose that's because we're not watching 3 or 4 races of people who are, with respect, not going to take the top qualifier spot. Instead, we're watching only races with people who might take the top qualifier spot. You know, this is the biggest category, and probably this race is the one which is, you know, where they're not quite on it, as you said. They're less experienced. But every other race we're watching in every category has got somebody in it who can go P1.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's still enough cars for a decent weekend's racing.
Yeah, for sure. I think Foss could also spring a surprise if he can get his head around this circuit, because this circuit is very similar to some of the French tracks. He's going to win this race. The time's not a million miles away, is it?
3:11.6 was Niels Anderson. That was a 3:14.1.
Sounded very much like that stone just broke the window of the OB truck, didn't it? All that tinkling.
I'm sure Robert and Co in there, Robert and Vesser, be enjoying themselves. Ricky on sound. Vesser on EVS. EVS, that's the replays. There you go. French flag for Gregory Foss. Winner of that one, Q3 Heat 4. Experth, Oscarson, Tornholt. We will have a top qualifier for you very shortly, but not just yet. Let's have a look at where the supercars are before we go racing with them. Gronholm, top of the table, ahead of Jari Kalliokoski. Do you know what? Kalliokoski has quietly been getting it done. Kristoffersson with a P12 and a P1 moves up to 3rd place. Then Enzo Eid is in 4th. It's Evgen 5th, 6th for Carlson, 7th for Michalak, 8th for Rutkanen. Rutkanen got spun round in the last one. German was 9th. He's 9th, sorry, 10th for Harper-Mackie in the electric rallycross car built by Stard. Fraser McConnell dropped to 11th, having missed the Joker lap. And Jari Turi is in P12. So McConnell versus Kristoffersson in the championship fight versus Evgen. Evgen is currently on row 2, Kristoffersson is on row 1, and McConnell is on row 3. So McConnell needs a really good result here. Was on for a fast one last time out. Can't do anything about these guys. Kristoffersson, Gronholm, Kalliokoski and Eid. Brilliant start by Gronholm, but also by Kristoffersson on the inside line. Kalliokoski with a bit of contact with Eid on the outside. Eid going to try the round the outside, puts a squeeze on, gets into the back and gets turned around. Enzo Eid facing the wrong way, turn 1, spins the gravel up 600 horsepower and 4-wheel drive. He'll get out of there. Not what he needed. Kristoffersson in the big bump at the end of the straight. He leads from Gronholm.
2 examples of experience, I think, there, wasn't it? Kristoffersson and Gronholm gave each other just enough room in the first corner. Neither of them are here to try and win the event in Q3 and know the importance of getting a good time. Little miscalculation from Enzo just to clip the rear of Gronholm. Fortunately, the bodywork hasn't been pushed onto the back of the tyre, I don't think, and he's unlikely to be suffering from puncture potential, but crucially, Kristoffersson's out front.
Talking of puncture potential, that bump that's at the end of the straight now is at the point where I'm thinking if you rotate the car too much before you hit it, you could push the tyre off the rim. Let's have a look at it this time around. Watch for the bumpers there on the brakes, just on the rear left. There, it's building up, isn't it? Maybe not quite there yet.
I think it's also, you know, it's a bit... You don't see it quite as much as you would in other classes. Gronholm is all over the back of Kristoffersson, isn't he, in this fastest first race of Q3 here in Oulu. But yeah, we don't see it as much in Supercar as much as we would do in maybe open two-wheel drive or Junior Crosscar. I think Kristoffersson's got a problem.
Again, see the turbo hose come off in Q1. I don't know. Maybe he's just showing Gronholm that you can't pass here, and if I get you at the start, you won't be able to come through. Drops a wheel off. Gronholm looks inside line, goes deep on the brakes. Niklas Gronholm trying an outright pass. Was that a nudge on Kristoffersson? They both go Joker together. I think Gronholm was always going to go Joker there, but just caught the back of Johan, and maybe the rotation. Kristoffersson went, you know what, I'll go as well.
That's exactly what we were talking about with the Joker lap being on the inside of the first corner. So Niklas has had a look, had a bit of contact with Johan. He's rotated Johan around the front of him, so he's going Joker. That left Niklas with no option but to follow him in, because you can't drive through the car that's sideways in front of you.
He's looking his nose up the inside of Johan again, so maybe Johan does have a little issue with the car, or maybe it's just that Gronholm's Hyundai's got better outright pace. Either way, he's got to get past. Kaliakowski's there as well. I think you're right. I think there's just something slightly hampering the Polo.
It'd be unusual to see a pace loss mid-corner.
What mistake? He runs wide. Gronholm has a look up the inside. Going to try and shut the door. Gronholm's halfway up the inside. Johan goes late on the brakes. Gronholm can't find a way through. Definitely there was an issue there into the last corner.
You know, one of the guys in the TV truck was saying what a gentleman Kristoffersson was in the previous session for running wide and letting Philip German go when he had a problem, but now he's fighting Niklas Gronholm for the event win here, isn't he? Niklas has dropped back. So
a problem for Gronholm. Gronholm then's had a problem, missed something, missed gear, some issue there. Got hit by Kaliakowski, wasn't expecting him to be going slowly. So smoke pouring from the rear right. Has he got a puncture, or is it just for it? No, that's probably where Kaliakowski's hitting. Gronholm can't get the car turned in. He used the handbrake there. Gronholm's got massive issues with turning. So Niklas Gronholm with problems. Kaliakowski gets through. Kristoffersson takes it despite a couple of slightly slower laps and a mistake on the last corner. Kaliakowski gets P2, Gronholm P3, and Enzo Eid not far off the back in the end, having turned around in turn 1. So what happened to Gronholm's car? Because it just suddenly stalled up. Kaliakowski then collected him, which is totally understandable. That was mad. Kristoffersson 302.6, which is not on the pace of the previous sessions. They were both one with 300s. Kaliakowski's going to get P2 here. I'm trying to see where Kristoffersson's going to get compared to Gronholm. But Kaliakowski's just had a second place to Kristoffersson, so he's ahead of Niklas. I think Kaliakowski might get second in qualifying. Depends on Johan and Niklas's results at the end of the session, where everyone else slots in. Carlson, Evgen, German, Michalak. Evgen in the championship fight really needs a good one here. Gets a good start, but maybe not going to be quite clear enough to shut the door on Carlson. Yes, Carlson backs out. German on the bar, well early doors there into turn 1. It's Michalak who goes Joker. German slings the car back onto the track. Carlson chasing Evgen, and that bump at the back of the straight getting quite significant now.
It is. I really don't know why Carlson didn't Joker then, because had the inside line and didn't have the whole shot either, so could easily have checked up on the brakes and gone 90 right and or whatever the angle of the corner is and get into the Joker lap. German, I don't know if he grabbed the handbrake or just locked it up on the nose, because all the momentum's going forward, isn't it? The weight transfer's gone to the nose of the car, so he'll be picking up the rear wheels and just dancing around there to getting it a little bit sideways. He's not far off the back of Carlson House, isn't he? So he's not lost too much time. Evgen, though, is where he needs to be. He needs a clean run, doesn't he?
Yeah, Evgen is currently in 5th and would love to be in 4th. And Enzo Eid, of course, has just had a not ideal run. And they're on equal points. They're both on 78 points in qualifying. So those are just the points they're given for each session for where they finish. And that puts them in their order. So Evgen really needs to beat Eid, and then he can move up onto row 1. Sliding the Audi through.
Also critical for the intermediate classification. Carlson's jokered and got out ahead of Michalak. They were on equal points as well, so that will afford him that position.
They're P6 and 7
compared to each other, but Rutten presumably will go quicker too. So there's a lot to play out, isn't there, in this final qualifying session?
Rutkinen and McConnell both need really quick runs as well in the last qualifying race of the day if they're to move further up the order. Look at the dust in the background. Is that dust and smoke from German? I wasn't sure for a second. It was hard to tell.
It is.
Yes,
smoke.
It is. I thought so. So German, something in that car is amiss.
Well, some flames underneath, weren't there? I don't know if that was just from the exhaust or whether there's something going on more. Now it's shedding.
Something's dropped off the rear right. Is it just bodywork maybe that's rubbing on the car? Or is it... certainly still leaning on it hard, maybe not mechanical.
My remote diagnostic's not really telling me anything.
No, there was some smoke and dirt, so that was what
And
we
now
knew.
there isn't.
Yeah, now there isn't, he's okay. A bit fell off. Evgen goes Joker. Final lap, Sondre Evgen trying to beat the time of Enzo Eid, and in doing so will get himself up a couple of positions, but misses the apex in the Joker. Where is German and Carlson? Not close enough.
Evan really relies on the nose of that car, doesn't he? He really depends on it turning in. You see it quite often when he gets the understeer. I think it's because he's just using... He's not getting much rotation done on the entry, is he? So he's really leaning on the front axle. And when there's, you know, like we saw the gravel in turn 1 in Q1, when the gravel, or was it Q2 when Ricktonen spun? So when the gravel's all spread over there, because he's relying so much on the nose, then when it gives up, he's got nowhere to go.
Down to the last corner. Evgen going to cross the line for a 3:04.9, and that will be enough, I'm pretty confident. I didn't note down Enzo Eid's time, but seeing as Johan won with a 3:026, 2.3, Eid was more than 2.3 back, wasn't he, from Johan?
Yeah.
So Evgen will nick P4 in the standings at the end of qualifying. We're not sure on Gronholm, Kallio, Koski and Kristoffersen, because Gronholm dropped back behind both of them. I think Gronholm will get the TQ. It's about who's in P2 between Johan and Jeri. I think Jeri's going to get it. I think it's going to be Johan, and then Sondre Evgen will be the top 4. But a couple of drivers here who could be very quick indeed. So Harpamäki in the electric Ford Fiesta on the inside. Jari Turri currently P12, but outside Juha Rutkanen in the black and red car, as Hal's already said. That's the car Nitish won the European Championship in, and the Jamaican flag-coloured car on the outside, that's Fraser McConnell, if you're wondering. Big up Jamaica. 2 hours ahead in Finland here. What time will it be in Jamaica? They'll be up
no
about
idea.
there. Well, we're going to be going late, so they'll be fine. It'll be nice.
It'll be light here and there, I know that much.
Yeah, well, yeah, which is weird, isn't it? That's just mad. I looked the other day at my phone at the weather section where it shows you whether it's daylight or not, and every single place in my weather was dark. America, Europe, except Oulu. We're still daylight. McConnell and Rutkanen with not such a good start. Turri gets the best start. Harpamäki, though, lengthens out the RPM on the electric car. Comes around. There's nowhere here for Fraser to go. Going to have to follow Harpamäki to wheel out in the dirt. So Turri's gone Joker, and that's going to help these out. With respect, Turri isn't as quick as the other drivers. Fraser's got to nail the laps now and got to get an alternative strategy to both. Rutkanen's got a problem. So Rutkanen's got a problem. Maybe a front left puncture. Couldn't get it turned into there at all. Now Fraser McConnell's all over the back of Harpamäki. Can't find a way through Harpamäki in the slightly heavier electric Fiesta. And Fraser McConnell's got it. Up the inside, they've both got punctures up there. So McConnell manages to get through. Waiting on the throttle on the exit. So was that potentially that bump at the end of the straight?
Left,
Both of them came through.
left rear puncture.
Harpamäki, you think? I'm not even sure it is.
Right rear puncture, sorry. It's right rear puncture, so that can't be... Well, maybe it is off that bump, but not necessarily. Perfect for Fraser McConnell.
Watch the bump, Hal. Sorry to interrupt here. It's deep now.
It is deep, and it is on that side on the electric Fiesta as well.
Turri looking to get past Rutkanen. As Rutkanen, what did we reckon? Front right for Rutkanen, or something was wrong? Front left? Is it a puncture?
Front left, I think. Yeah,
it is. It's off the rim, yeah. So Rutkanen with a puncture, Harpamäki with a puncture. Turri jokered early, and that just leaves Fraser McConnell. So Turri should get through here, I reckon.
I really think in this scenario, Rutkanen will be almost better just to let him go. Just like that, good job. Because you're fighting, trying to defend, when all you need to do really is focus on getting the best time out of the car you can. When you have to worry about wrestling the car with the puncture and defend the position, it's not what you need at all. McConnell, meanwhile, is doing what he did in the last run by leading the race. Big bump over there on the last bit of loose section, but it's critical, Andreas, that you call him into the Joker on the next lap.
Please do. He won't miss this one, will he? So Fraser McConnell has got 69 qualifying points. Rutkanen has 75. Harpamäki is equal to McConnell. So McConnell should move up at least a couple of places here. How was German's time? Did German have an issue as well?
I don't have German's time here now.
Sideways in the first corner, I thought German was. Maybe I'm wrong.
He was, yeah, very sideways.
Yes, so lost time. So McConnell here could move up to row 2, but I think... Well, no, he's not going to get up to row 1. That's... into the Joker this time round. McConnell, wild on the exit of the left-hander, but we saw that from Elshin earlier. It's a bit bumpy there, needs some track reprep, might get a little bit done before we go to semi-final time. Through the long right, the Jamaican holding on. You can hear the broken rims out there rattling round. Now through the long left. Okay, McConnell aiming for the 3.02, but I don't think that's going to happen from there.
He's going quicker than Evian currently, though, so he's going to be there or thereabouts, isn't he? Remember, the first race was they all had issues.
Yeah, they're true. So this has worked out okay for Fraser, but not as well as if he joked it in Q2. Drops one wheel off, 3.06.4.
Crikey. I mean, he lost a lot on the first lap, but I didn't think it was 4 seconds worth.
No, but I think it depends what happened with German. Well, Rutkanen was P8. He needs Rutkanen's P8, basically. Rutkanen coming round now. It's going to be about how far down Rutkanen is. So Rutkanen's done the right thing to drag through. But the reason that's important is P1 to 4 will be on the front rows, P5 to 8 will be on the second rows, and P9 to 12 will be at the back.
Look at the scratch that the rims left going all the way down the straight. I probably would have driven it off the track from at that stage, Juha. There's no tyre left on that wheel at all, is there?
No. Whoever makes that wheel, well done. I always think that, you know, when someone gets a puncture and they finish the race and the rim's intact, I always think, yes, I'd buy those wheels. Do you?
What, buy the one that they just did the race on?
Clearly not that one itself, but I think to myself, that's a good rim.
Yeah. Couldn't maintain the tyre on the wheel, but still going.
Noisier than normal for an electric car. Fraser McConnell takes it 3.06.4. Turi Rutkanen Harpamaki. Right. Qualifying done and dusted. Here we're waiting to see who the top qualifiers are. We'll get those graphics ready for you and you'll be able to have a look and see who they are in about 12 minutes. That's how long the break is between Q3, the semi-finals, and then the semi-finals are going to go straight through to the final. So we're literally going to try to get grids, water, and get ourselves back here. 12 minutes, roughly, to be here. And we'll tell you who's TQ. See you in a bit. got no...
If you like rallycross, if you like the sideways action and all the madness, RallyX TV on YouTube is the place to watch it. So like, subscribe, and you know where to find us.
Hello from Finland. We are here for rounds 5 and 6 of RallyX Nordic. That is a nice zoom in from space on the beautiful town of Oulu, where we were last night. I have to say, restrictions have been lifted. Ah, yes. I'm familiar with that bar and that view. We did pop down there yesterday and have a couple of beers. The whole town is in party mode. This is a big tech centre. That's Nokia. That is an excavator without an operator. So the computer does all the digging work for itself. So lots of tech, beautiful scenery, sunshine, things getting back to normal. We are very pleased indeed to be here for RallyX Nordic. So we've left Oulu, absolutely stunning town, about 30 kilometres that way through the Finnish forest, and we have arrived at Ouluzone. Ouluzone has several tracks. The one we're after, of course, is the Rallycross track. It's the first time that RallyX Nordic has been here. It's round 5 and 6 of the 2021 season. We're going to have a look around the track. My name's Andrew Coley. Your track guide will be Hal Ridge.
So this is the brilliant Oulu circuit, and we're with Fraser McCullough on his first laps of the weekend in free practice 1. Quite a deceptive right-hander to start off the lap on tarmac, onto loose, down a straight. You'll see later on that this loose section's cutting up quite badly through the course of the day, which makes it very interesting, and into the first quite tight and very long right-hander. Shadow of the drone just following Fraser's OMSC Ford Fiesta. We're riding on board with Vigo's amazing drone footage. Long left-hander in the middle of the lap to bring into another tight but long, very long right-hander on tarmac. Hard on the tyres this place. Another loose straight and into the most committed corner on the circuit. Fast right-hander. Don't drop a wheel on the outside as you cross the finish line. Fraser's about to go into turn 1 for the second time of asking, and he's going to go hard right into the Joker lap. Get the nose in, don't get too early on the throttle. Into this loose section with a barrier on the inside. Beautifully done for his first ever time through that Joker. What a circuit.
What a circuit indeed. We hope you've enjoyed RallyX Nordic. If you've been watching all day through the qualifying sessions, if you've just joined us, qualifying is done and we're getting ourselves ready for semi-finals and finals. But we are, of course, on rounds 5 and 6 of this fantastic championship. Where did we go? Denmark, then we went to Sweden. Now we're in Finland. We're going to head back to Sweden to finish the season off. But last time out at Hollius, we had a double header, and this is what happened. Way here, Nils slots into the lead. Austin going to jump on the brakes and go standard lap with them. Jonsson nearly collects them behind, but anchors up somehow. Brilliant job. Tommy Howman goes Joker. Enland has gone in behind, and Casper Janssen takes the first of 2 Jokers with it. Nils Andersson into the Joker lap. Watch for Tommy Howman on the standard lap on the inside line. Andersson's going to get it straight on the exit. Howman's going to have more exit speed though. Oh, it's so close, and Nils Andersson just loses out. Howman maybe edging him not just on that last lap by 1/10 of a second, but it's Howman, who was P3 at the first round and took his first win in Lights at Nice in the second round, who's stamping a bit of authority on this one, looking like a championship contender. Tommy Howman takes his second win of the year.
Yeah, he delivered a great drive, didn't he? Meanwhile, Nils Andersson's made a great start at the start of the final. Yet again, Tommy Howman didn't have the best start. He's got Mats Oskarsson buried in the back of his Supercar Lights machine.
Jansson's going to go. Casper Janssen goes. So in goes Janssen. This is to try to cover anybody he can. Osland, Jonsson behind. Might cover Jonsson if he's lucky. I think Jonsson's going to get there first, though. Kasper Janssen has to slot in, not before letting Jonsson know that he's there. And on the standard lap now, Anderson going to come out as close to the barrier as he can, hooks the curb on the inside line, shuts the door, and that's a brilliant job by Nils Anderson. Came so close this time, though. Top step of the podium. It's a win for Nils Anderson. P2 goes to Linus Ossen at home. Lag, fully lit, green light, good start Saab on road 2, but Evgen's got a great start on the inside line. Markham's going to have to take the wide line. Evgen runs everybody deep. Gronholm goes up the inside. Got to go Joker, surely does. Niklas Gronholm goes straight to the Joker. German's gone with Evgen and Gronholm. Oh, and Evgen runs deep, drops a wheel off into the dirt. Has to take the Joker lap. He didn't plan that. Nobody Jokers in the lead on lap 2. He's dropped it. Gronholm's going to come through now and get the space. Surely he does. That's a mistake in turn 1. Just run a little bit too deep. They enter World RX. Niklas Gronholm through the long left-hander, takes the checker flag, wins at round 3 of RallyX Nordic. Sondre Evgen crosses the line P2, but with a 3-second penalty will drop down. Kristoffersen gets away okay, but it's a better start by Gronholm. Fraser McCollum trying to come around the outside of Kristoffersen. He'll try and nail that onto the apex. Will Kristoffersen go Joker straight away? Yes, he does. Oh, I wasn't sure if McConnell was going to try and change his mind in behind. It's It's very capable of a lap time, but oh, Kristoffersen up the outside into the corner before the velodrome. That's an unbelievable move. Watch for Niklas Gronholm. Comes through turn 1. Oh, he might get this done. Into the Joker lap now. The Hyundai goes sideways. Kristoffersen's on the apex of turn 2. Gronholm lights it up, pops the curb on the left hand and comes out just in front of Kristoffersen. He's done it. And Gronholm, though, is going to take the double win here at Hollius. Kristoffersen's had to fight for it with the issues. We've seen him on the limit. He's made some brilliant passes, but it's Gronholm who wins round 4 of RallyX Nordic. Here he is, Niklas Gronholm, the man who won both rounds last time out at Hollius. Well done for that. And now we're in Finland, racing kind of at home.
Yeah, a bit far from home, to be honest. I live down south, but yeah, nice to be in Finland. Yeah, long time since I've been in Oulu driving. I did the national championship a few years ago, but yeah.
Is it the same as it was when you were here for the national championship? There are long tarmac corners here. What's the tactics going to be like? It's so hot today as well.
Yeah, I mean the tarmac sections are the same as they used to be. Now there's some more gravel, and there used to be a jump before the last corner. That's now removed, but otherwise, yeah, it's quite the same. And yeah, the weather will be interesting. I think it's all down to the tire strategy and trying to preserve those tires you have, and yeah, let's see.
We're having a little battle with a wasp here, but
yeah.
had a battle last time out with Johan, of course, and the other regulars. This championship's actually high level, isn't it? 2 wins at Hollius, but coming here, you're expecting another big fight?
Yeah, for sure. No, I think we have a few quick guys with us this weekend that weren't in Hollius, Rytkönen and Kalliokoski, so they will have their word to say, I think. And yeah, for sure, Johan is always quick, so it's going to be a battle, and I'm looking forward to it for sure. And yeah, nice to get racing.
Fantastic. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
So we come across now to Johan Kristoffersen, who of course had that P2 at Hollius last time out and then a puncture which denied you a spot in the final. That's frustrating.
Yeah, especially the puncture in the semi-final, because that was on Thursday and we was on a really good run. I mean, I managed to keep the Hyundais on the outside, and I managed to beat Niklas down to the first corner in the semi-final, which was crucial. So yeah, everything was more or less done by then, but then unfortunately the puncture, but yeah, that's how it is.
Well, let's talk about tyres this weekend. I've just been watching you in free practice and I noticed you only did 1 lap, but I've seen these tactics before from yourself and the likes of Matthias Ekström. This looks like a very hard track on tyres.
Yeah, I think so as well. The grip was very, very high, both in the start and on the track, so yeah. But yeah, so tyre tactics will be important. But actually we had some other small issues during the free practice, but yeah, let's see. Hopefully we get 4 laps in free practice too.
I know, I'll take it you're looking forward to the battle. I know we weren't sure whether or not Niklas was going to come up here, but I know you love a good fight.
Yeah, Niklas texted me actually after Hollius and asked if I would go here, and I said, yeah, I will go here, and then he said, okay, then I come as well.
Brilliant, so you both just want a good punch up out on track.
Yeah, so I mean, both of us really want to be up against the toughest competition, and I mean, outside me and Niklas, there is also some other very, very high competitive drivers here. So I reckon it's going to be very, very tough, and the track is going to be so tight on the timesheets. I'm a bit afraid maybe Niklas will be tiny bit ahead, but we'll do our best to try to beat him.
All right, looking forward to it. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Well, these are the championship standings as we left Hollius. Johan Kristoffersson leading the series on 100 points, 13 points clear of Jamaican Fraser McConnell. Then Sondre Evjen is in P3 on 83, so he's just 4 points back. Gronholm Look, who missed the first couple of rounds on 57 points, Enzo Eid on the same. Then Sabo, Carlson, Mitchell, Markland and Linneman. But really, this is going to come down to a battle between Kristoffersson, McConnell and Evjen. Supercar Lights, Tommy Howman leads Nils Andersson and Linus Ostlund. They're equal on points. Then it's Simon Olofsson, Martin Jonsson, Martin Enlund, Niklas Aneklev, Mats Oskarsson, Gregory Foss and Kasper Janssen. Lots of quick drivers in there as well. So that was how we stood coming here to Hollius. Of course, we've had 3 rounds of qualifying today. This is a single-day event, so 3 qualifiers, semis and finals are coming up for you. But this is what happened earlier on today. So Nils Andersson looked like he was going to be able to take Q1. Great drive back in Hollius. And unfortunately, crossed the line. Brilliant time. They even backed off. They were absolutely sure they'd got it, but they hadn't bet on the performance of Sockfist later on in the orange and white coloured car here. Sockfist has been a player this year, but not the sort of player who'd expect to be winning qualifying sessions. And Sockfist with a whole shot and an absolutely brilliant drive. This is a circuit probably, Hal, that suits him a little bit more.
Yeah, driver with a karting background. It's a circuit that suits a karting style, a circuit racing style, and that paid dividends in Q1.
Certainly did. Seen a few people drop a wheel off there on the dirt. So this is Q2. On the inside line is Kasper Janssen. Now, Kasper Janssen is another driver in the green and black coloured car who is from a karting background. So tight on the inside line here. But going out to the standard lap, running everybody else wide. And then, to be honest, Janssen doing what he's done most of this season and really impressing us with a brilliant drive again, Hal.
Yeah, especially against Tommy Holman, the championship leader and one of the stars of the season so far. A brilliant performance.
Yeah, really tidily done. Q3. By now, proceedings of the day had been a little bit delayed here on site. There'd been a few issues, and that meant that they were literally running back to back to back in the qualifying sessions. And it was Tommy Howman's turn this time to get the job done. Lost the start to Sockfist, and then had a look up the inside. Just brilliant. Held on inside line, and just got the car through for the whole shot into turn 2. And that meant that Tommy Howman would take the intermediate standings, top of the table. Howman, having won Q3, look, took it by 1 point from Sockfist. So Sockfist had gone just a little bit quicker, might have managed to hold on to P2. Then it's Janssen, Olofsson, Andersson, Olakainen, Enlund, Ostlund, Jonsson, Janssen, Foss and Aneklev are through to the semis. On to Supercar. Some brilliant starts down towards turn 1. 4 cars wide, just doesn't fit, of course. And Fraser McConnell on this one just got pushed a little bit wide. Compromised me, lost a bit of time. This was Johan Kristoffersson, who had a turbo pipe come off in Q1. That cost him some time. He was actually a real gent and moved over for German to let him through. You can see there goes offline on purpose. Allows German to take the position. Johan knew there was nothing to do. He's P12 at the end of that session, while Niklas Gronholm came through to take the win by some margin. Dust in the background. The track was watered during the course of the day. On to Q2. Now this time round, drone footage. Look at this, absolutely brilliant. Away from the line, you're above everyone. You can see Gronholm on the inside line gets just a little bit of contact. I think we saw some sparks fly actually there. That's Rutkanen who ends up completely wide. Massive cloud of dust. There is Rutkanen. Luckily the drone allows us to see what's happening. Various drivers taking various tactics to get themselves out of that mess with jokers and so on. But Gronholm with a great drive. Kristoffersson on the outside of the grid again and needing a better time this time round than he had before. There was contact for Harpermäki. How he held on to that, I'm not quite sure. It went from about 50 metres off the start all the way into turn 1. But hold on to it, he did. Kristoffersson was absolutely back on the pace, right at the top of the timesheets, and that would see him fly up the leaderboard. On to the final qualifying session of the day. Kristoffersson and Gronholm, the winners of the 2 previous sessions on the inside line. Contact behind them. little bit of a nudge. It's Koski who went joker. Enzo Eid who ended up in the gravel trap on the outside, and that would cost Eid. We think that's moved him down into P5 in the standings. We'll find out in just a moment. Going to bring those standings to you. Gronholm then had some sort of an issue, just the car bogged for a second, and Koski ran into the back of him. See, the problem didn't seem to last long. Bit of tyre smoke from the rear of the car. That was folded bodywork. But another good job by Johan Kristoffersson. Koski getting up the inside of Gronholm too. It's been a competitive day, and this is how they stand at the end of Q3. Niklas Gronholm with the TQ from Johan Kristoffersson. So Kristoffersson does get P2. Koski into P3, and Evjen comes up to P4. Enzo Eid has actually dropped, look to P6. Carlson 5th. Michalak. Fraser McConnell gets up to 8th, so he gets a second row start. That was what he was after. 1 point clear of Philip Gurman. Then Rutkanen, Jardi Turi, and Henry Hapamaki. Now you are looking at pictures live from Oulu in Finland. All that stuff happened early on today. It's pretty hard to tell the time of day here because the sun won't set until 11:56 p.m. and it'll be up again at 2:46, I think it was. So it's going down for less than 3 hours, which means it will be even less dark than it was last night. And it wasn't very dark, Hal.
It wasn't, no. But the sunset isn't really sunset, is it? No. It's just not quite as bright as it is.
It just dips down a little bit. Yeah, it's amazing. Uito, Hallonen, Persson, Anderson, Hattenmar and Olander. Uito and Hallonen both booked a little bit on the start line there. Rasmus Persson in the background trying to go through on the inside line. Hallonen shuts that off. Lucas Anderson out wide, going to go deep on the brakes. Anderson trying to pass Hallonen around the outside line. Hallonen goes joker immediately and Persson goes with him. So that's a surprise to me from P2, but maybe not a bad tactic, Cal.
Massively played into Lucas Anderson's hands, that, hasn't it? The fact that the track opened up, they've both gone joker in front of him, and he's now running P2. Had a problem in Q1 early this morning, then it's like the fastest laps in Q2, but has locked into track position. And although taking the joker on lap 1 it can be a good tactic too, track position is really important if he can set some good lap times now.
Certainly is. Sun is slightly lowering the sky, but you know that we're talking in very small margins here. 6 laps, remember, for semi-finals.
The shadows are longer, aren't they? They're definitely longer than they were earlier.
Certainly are. You can hear them all backing it in down in turn 1.
That's better. I was wondering why I couldn't recognise the cars, didn't have my glasses on.
Hal Ridge has just ducked off to the side and grabbed his binoculars, and he's good to go.
Uito's been impressive today, hasn't he? You were talking earlier about the moment he had in at the end of the first loose section over the bump. They've then graded the circuit straight afterwards. So he overcame that, took the top qualified position with a fastest time in that session regardless.
Yeah, two fastest qualifiers. I'm trying to see if Uito has won any earlier on in the year. Let me just find the Crosscar Junior page.
Oh, big send from Hallonen in the running 5th at the moment, leader of the 2 that have jokered. But you lose so much momentum in these slightly lesser powered junior crosscar machines when you do that. Into the jokers, Olander. Where's that going to put Hallonen? I think Hallenen's already gone through. Yes, he has. So clearly ahead.
So yeah, Uito got a P2 at Hollius last time out. Had qualified in 2nd place but didn't win any of the sessions, and then today Uito has won 2 sessions, so this is another big step up in pace. But of course, racing this weekend, Uito racing at home in Finland, and maybe this is a circuit he's a little bit more familiar with. How?
Yeah, I think well, I know it's a circuit that's used relatively frequently in the National Championship, so a lot of people have been here. It was used, they had an initiative last year in Finland when so many championships didn't run for obvious reasons to do with the pandemic, that they had some standalone events, and a lot of the Finnish guys came all the way up here. We're a long way north, aren't we? They came all the way up here to do a standalone event just because they could get some driving in, and Uito will have that knowledge. Even watching at a circuit gives you something for your armoury, doesn't it? And I think a little bit of local knowledge definitely helping him this weekend.
Always nice to race at home as well, not to be dealing with super long journeys. This is a big country, and as Niklas said, he was a long way up. Fraser McConnell, I think, did 1,000 kilometres or something in a truck. It's a day and a half. He said he was nearly going mad.
Well, they've got to go up to go round, haven't they? All the way from southern Sweden around the wet bit.
The wet bit being the sea.
Yeah.
Yes. The sea, which actually comes right the way in to beautiful Oulu here. It's an absolutely stunning town. Final lap for Uito. Great job here. If you're going to take the TQ with 2 qualifying session wins, this is how you want to take your semi-final win. Look, it's an absolutely massive lead.
What a margin that is. I mean, watching the timing screen, watching it creep up lap by lap, but that even looks visually huge as well, doesn't it? I think Anderson lost a bit of ground when he jokered and Hattemar didn't, but still,
yeah,
whatever, it's a
margin.
massive gap.
Look at it, you can see it's absolutely huge. He's going to be almost the length of this back straight ahead of the rest of the teams. So great job by Michael Uito. Going to take semi-final number 1 in the background. Looks to me like it's going to be Anderson and Hallinan who are going to go through. Coming down now to cross the line. It is indeed Lucas Anderson and Lauri Hallinan. So 2 Finns and a Swede through. Anderson doing the best there to come from row 2 to go up into a P2. Another look at the start from up high. Still can't quite figure out how Vigo gets the footage back into the truck so quickly. You know, it's not live, so it's a card on the thing. I reckon he must fly the drone into the truck, Hal. What do you reckon? He could. I've seen him fly through smaller gaps.
I reckon if the card was just poking out of the bottom, he could probably fly it into the card reader.
He is unbelievable. If you saw the start of the show when he slid the drone down the road to me, just brilliant. Go on, Hal, what did you spot it there? Did you spot something tactical?
Not specifically, just brilliant job. So Uito takes the race win, but Lucas Anderson, there's a time penalty for number 10, okay, for Orlando, who hasn't made it anyway. Brilliant recovery job from championship leader Lucas Anderson. Qualified only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th, I think, without any positions on my results list. Great job to get himself back in contention. That's the drive of a champion, isn't it? Someone who's able to recover a bad situation like that.
Second semi-final for Junior Crosscar. Jonathan Julalami, Erik Nilsson, Elias Kalliokoski, Alex Gustafsson, Alexi Suono and Tinka Perliamäki. Apologies to any Finns for the slight mispronunciation, doing our best. Topi Heikkinen was going to come and join us, wasn't he, and tell us off for bad pronunciation. He never made it up here, but that was fair go because we had a power cut for an hour and a bit.
Sent me lots of excuses.
Right, did he? Yeah, typical. Julalami versus Nilsson on that front row, but watch for Kalliokoski on row 2, been quick all day. They aborted the start. No, don't stand there, mate. I would not have my back to a bunch of 11-year-olds in cross cars, Hal, on the start line, would you? Especially not when, okay, they said 6 okay.
Looks like he's trying to tune the television.
Is that quite okay? Or just okay?
Quite okay.
Quite okay. So we don't know if 6... Normally, if you get a jump start, you get a big red flashing light and then the car number, and this time we just had 6 and okay.
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 I'm struggling to think of any cons with being Finnish.
I haven't seen any this weekend. Amazing weather. So much
Very
space up here as
excitable,
well.
these lads, aren't they?
Yeah, I love it. I love it when the marshal gives them the thumbs up, and that's it. It's instant limiter, isn't it? That's 25 seconds until the start. That's absolutely fine. I'm just going to dump the clutch. They're making decisions about jump starts, I'm guessing. We'll keep our eyes on our timing screen.
Tää johtuu vaan siitä, että mulla on eri laskut tässä. Voiko olla totta, että me saadaan tänne kuppasin kahvia? Tää oli aivan upea juttu.
Well, sure will be underway shortly. Long old chat with the juniors there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a problem with the start lights or We've got power at the moment still, haven't we? Well, we've
got
still...
lights on here and still see pictures. Oh, that someone's got a big generator, which we did suggest.
Oh, I think we're off.
Here we go. Semi-final 2 for the juniors about to start. There we go, there's that limiter again. Ouluzone, Nilsson, Kalliokoski, the top 3. Watch for Alex Gustafsson on the outside of row 2. Good start by Nilsson, shutting the door on Ouluzone. Alex Gustafsson trying to go around the outside in the white and blue with the yellow on the side. Side by side, maybe 3 wide on the gravel straight. Not quite. Ouluzone in behind. And then Alex Gustafsson going around the outside, taking a position. Nilsson leads though, so yeah, good move there by Gustafsson on Ouluzone.
What a move. I actually thought he hadn't got that done because we saw Tommy Hallman in the Q3 of the Lights races hold that inside line down the straight and wasn't able to, whoever was outside him, Casper Janssen wasn't able to get around the outside, was he? But Alex Gustafsson managed to carry the momentum all the way down the straight, hang it around the outside. Started on the outside of the second row. I think the outside of the second row is not such a bad place to be on the grid in the staggered grid format of the latter stage of the event here. You can see the sun's definitely lower, can't you? Big shadows being created by these very little machines. But Gustafsson's going with Nilsson.
It is 9:15 at night. I suppose we would expect the sun to be a bit lower. The fact is it's still about as high as it is at 3 in the afternoon in the UK. So yeah, amazing. Gustafsson all over the back of Nilsson, trying to find a way through. Gustafsson can pass Nilsson for position on track. That would be quite the drive, it really would. Gustafsson at the minute is second in the standings, 12 points back from Lucas Andersson. Lucas Andersson went through in the previous semi-final, so needs to go through this time.
Meanwhile, Ouluzone got himself out of this fight for the lead, has jokered on the start of this lap. So really, Gustafsson's spotter needs to be keeping an eye on what Ouluzone's doing as well, lap times-wise, because you can lose, like he was all over the back of Nilsson half a lap ago, and now Nilsson's managing to gap him again.
You can see he rotated the car a little bit too much in the last corner, came through sideways, and you were saying earlier how without the momentum you can scrub a lot of speed in these cars and lose a lot of time. It's not a bad way to learn, is it, if you're looking to move up to the likes of a Lights car, which is a very similar driving style, but the chances are they're probably going to drive a Crosscar next, which is more like a supercar.
But I think efficient driving will never be a hindrance, will it? If you can be efficient in any car, it's transferable. If you're wild in a car, if you're wild in a car that'll take it, it's very difficult to change that and be efficient in a car that needs it. The Lights cars, you need to be efficient. Who's the most efficient supercar driver? Probably Johan Kristoffersson. You never see him get wild either, or you do sometimes, but generally he's very, very calm, and I think this really precise, clinical style in the Junior Crosscars is a brilliant learning ground.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you learn up to the limit car control in this, then you go Crosscar, learn over the limit car control, then back to RX2 under the limit car control, and up to Supercar where everything comes together, hopefully.
But still in Crosscar, I think is that Gustafsson that's gone into the Joker? No, it's Nilsson. So Nilsson's in the Joker now, trying to cover off Ouluzone. And the sun is low and it's hard to see, isn't it? I think that's Ouluzone behind, so really I think he's done the job there. Out behind Kalliokoski, who I think is yet to Jokers, and now Gustafsson's got a chance. Gustafsson needs to get the hammer down, hoping that these two get held up behind Kalliokoski. Very efficient, not only efficient driving, but efficient windscreen wipers as well. Gustafsson's got a really clear view of the road ahead, despite the mud on the windscreen, or the mud that isn't on the windscreen, but on the rest of the buggy, so the wipers working brilliantly. Kalliokoski not really holding Nilsson up. I wonder if Gustafsson's going to joke, and now he does. Yeah,
so watch for Gustafsson. This is for a place in the final. Remember, only the top 3 from each semi-final going through. It's going to be tight with that merge and the back 2 coming through here. I'm not sure Gustafsson's got quite enough. Yes, he has. Nicely done, holds on to second place, going to go through in P2, just where Lucas Andersson did, so the 2 championship front runners. Ouluzone might miss out here, and Ouluzone was in P3, while Nilsson might go through.
I don't think Kalliokoski's jokered, but may have done.
You mean a missed joker indicator again?
No, I think he had. Well, the timing, I didn't think he had, but the timing screen's saying he has, so I'll believe it. Yeah, we're hearing that everybody's jokered, so I'm wrong.
So Kalliokoski, Kalliokoski going to take it then. So Kalliokoski gets in front of Gustafsson and Nilsson. And Ouluzone, who was P3 in the standings, isn't going to make it through to the final. Has Nilsson gone through? Yes. So Eric Nielsen's gone through ahead of Yilulami, and that's actually, I think, going to move Nielsen up to P3 in the standings. But great drive by Kaliakoski to take P1.
Much slower race time than the previous semi, some 3 seconds slower. But
yeah, but Uito's looking like favourite then by quite some margin. Kaliakoski takes it the 4:17.156. Gustafsson, Nielsen, Yilulami, Suonu and Perämäki.
I wasn't sure that that Kaliakoski had joked. It certainly wasn't on my screen, and then it did update. Let's look at the first corner. What a brilliant start from Nielsen to get to the inside and take track position. The trouble is, once you're on the inside, you have to brake that much harder, don't you? So it's a real... there's a lot of options in the first corner. Look at Gustafsson. So he's the one on the outside now, has run wide. We didn't quite see the end of that shot, but he managed to hang it around the outside to climb up to second. There was a lot of great drives in there. Kaliakoski ran under the radar, but really poor for Yilulami to not make the final, having qualified on pole. He must have been, second in the intermediate classification. Disappointing to miss out.
Junior Crosscar done. Just the final to come for them. Let's have a look at the standings for Crosscar. Patrick Hallberg, the top qualifier, 1 Q2. P2, Jimmy Osterberg, 1 Q3. P3, look, is Ronald Baldin, 1 Q1. So 3 session winners taking those top spots. Then Kalimäki, Riasen, Pentinen, Eagleton, Anderson, Räkkölainen, Nitish, Hukka and Laapati. In terms of Crosscar standings, in terms of the championship, Riasen, Hallberg and Osterberg all up there in the mix. That is the Sun at, what is it, 8:48 local time, PM, obviously.
I have to say, massive kudos to the RallyX Nordic event organisers, the operation side of this, and the local team here in Oulu for getting back on time. We lost an hour and a half with the electricity problem. Yes, it's been frantic, but...
chased it down.
James Nixon was pretty confident that we'd finish on time, and I think he's about right. I think we're heading in that direction. So they've done the track team have done a brilliant job.
Good job as well, I think, getting everyone into the country, because Finland have done brilliantly with COVID-19, it has to be said, and so to come into the country there were a lot of hoops to jump through with regard to the sports ministry and so on to get special permission to cross borders. And big thanks to the likes of Motorsport UK as well, who are doing a great job of making sure that those of us who have to travel for work are able to. Yeah, I just think it's a lot of people have done a lot of work in the backgrounds that you guys probably won't realise. And I'll tell you what, it's not the exciting stuff. It's form filling and negotiating, and there are no risks taken. You know, everyone's been tested to the nth degree to get this done. But I just think well done for making it happen. Yeah, everybody needs something to keep a bit of a smile on their face, particularly this last year. Wow, if we hadn't had sport, I think we'd have been even sorrier than we are.
And it's people, you know, Andreas Eriksson does a brilliant job with this championship and takes a lot of the credit, but people like James Nixon, who works so hard behind the scenes to make it happen. Like you say, there's a lot of people hard at work.
Hallberg, Baldins, Riasen, Eganson, Räkkölainen, Hukka. That Marshall is brave with his back to them. Great start by Hallberg and Baldins. Oh, Baldins has lost out to Riasen. Riasen come from row 2 through the middle. No way. Isaac Riasen with an absolutely epic start. Hukka sends it big time around the outside. That's what we saw back in Denmark. Loses out though. Straight into the Joker lap. Definitely went Räkkölainen. Oh, sideways contact again. That's Riasen and Baldins. Baldins jumps onto the nose of the car with the brakes and gets it turned in. But Riasen's start was epic.
What a bonkers couple of corners. I really thought Riasen had done everything right there and was about to take the lead. Baldins just came back at him. Riasen's had such an up and down time through qualifying, but made an epic launch then. I don't think Hallberg spun completely. He's still in it with a shout now. He's just behind Hukka in 4th place. He's been generally quicker than Hukka, so he'll be keen to get ahead.
Yeah, that was certainly an interesting start, to say the least.
who was it that ran wide in turn 1? Was
Hookar.
it? It was
was the one who
Hookar,
was
so he's
really
done a
wide.
brilliant save as well.
Yeah, Hookar was properly out in the dirt, into the Joker. Who was that?
Hallberg. I think he's, or was that was Räikkönen just going through the shot, so he's already dropped to the back, so terrible for Hallberg. He's dropped out of this. He's out of contention unless something happens to the guys ahead.
And Hallberg is second in the standings, so not ideal would be what he's thinking. I'm impressed with Bowdens, I really am. Bowdens is screaming that car.
Came into this championship under the radar a little bit. Reinius Nitish took the Latvian headlines, was reasonably quick, but on a par with Reinius, I would say, in Denmark in the first couple of rounds. But in Hulli has really stepped up his game and delivered a brilliant performance. Again, going very quickly here.
Yeah, it just looks right on top of his car as well.
Not super flamboyant like Reierson is
No.
he? But he's, like, we were talking about efficiency in the juniors, and he's very efficient.
He is, but for me, he's still got the ability to rotate it. It's that kind of middle ground. You see, so like Reinius is probably tidier than Bowdens, I would say, in terms of driving, so he's even more efficient. But they all make it work.
But Reierson, for example, often says to me, I need to rein it in a bit. It's too much fun. It's not necessarily the quickest way to be throwing the car around like that, so there's a definite compromise.
Don't rein it in, Reierson. That's what we like to see.
Not if you want a Coley stamp.
Yeah, no, you want to lick the stamp medals. Might have to send one of those his way just for that start. It was absolutely epic.
Hookar into the Joker from third. Now we're going to see where that pops out with Eganson and Räikkönen. So he's out ahead of both of them. Big rotation into the long left-hander, right-hander, sorry. But critically, that means Hallberg's still at the back of this pack.
Räikkönen's got a problem. I think Räikkönen's going backwards massively here. If it's not a full-time problem, it's maybe an intermittent one, but Hallberg's going to be gutted. No coming back from here, is there?
No, you need Disaster to strike further up. Bowdens is going to Joker now. Nice and tidy on the entry. Sorry, Andrew.
No, yeah. And P2 Reierson going to go in.
Not quite as tidy, was he? Got the nose round wide. I think this is going to be close for Reierson.
So watching for Reierson, whether it's going to be P2 or P3. It's going to be P3. Amazing start. I'd love to see that start again. Just somehow, it's one of those beautiful starts where it just hooks up, the car just rockets forward. Fantastic.
Feels like Isaac's done a lot of work here to finish in the same place he started.
Yeah, it was like, yes, no, yes, no. Like, just through the whole race, emotional roller coaster. Bowdens, though, really as well, want to see the move between Bowdens and Reierson on the first lap again. Try and figure out exactly what happened towards the Joker merge point. They were both on the standard lap, but he got back past him at that point.
Yeah, hopefully the truck can show us all of that first half a lap. Because a lot went on, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Wrist start, wow.
That feeling when you get a start like that hooked up is just brilliant. Not too much wheel spin, doesn't bog down. You just, and the moment you, sometimes you just know, the moment you drop the clutch, you know.
Yeah, and then you pull gears and you look left and right, you're like, yes. So you just like, either you're going past cars or no one's alongside you, and it's just like, I've got it. And then you don't have it sometimes. Bowdens has absolutely destroyed them. 4.1 seconds up the road. 3:55.0. Eganson gets P2. Reierson gets P3. That dude just chilling. He's got a plate of food, he's having a little scroll, sitting in the sun, nice little drink next to him.
So here's the start.
Reierson through that gap somehow. So where's
Hookar? Look at Hookar on the outside.
No, it's insane.
Full send drops it into the gravel, but he came from the back row to be level with the front two.
So yeah, it's everyone's gone right. So yeah, Bowdens and Reierson. Wow.
How forceful was that? I mean, that's not totally intentional because that lip at the end of the loop just kicks the car up and forced him wide a little bit into Reierson.
I love the commitment of that at the end of the straight from both of them. To be fair, it was like we're both coming. You know, although that bump is big at the end, they've both just basically gone through there and just said, I'm gonna lick the stamp. Basically, that's what they've done, and they both sent it in there. Fantastic.
More than twice Reierson's age, Bowdens at 40.
So hope for me, yeah, it's Bowdens 40.
Yeah. You're 45 though, 44 or something.
44. Leave it at, sunshine. I'm going to be all right.
Leave it at.
Leave it at. Solberg was older than me, wasn't he, when he was competing? No, probably retired by now, hadn't he? That's fine. You wait. Osterberg, Kaliamaki, Penttinen, Anderson, Nittish and Larpati. Nittish managing to get the car. That Marshall's freaking me out. Every time he stands up there with his thumbs up, I'm waiting for someone to launch into him. Osterberg from the pole with an epic start. Kaliamaki maybe going to go backwards towards Penttinen here. Penttinen's got the inside line. Kaliamaki goes out really wide, going to try and carry the pace around the outside of Osterberg. Osterberg holds on. Penttinen does get through, or Kaliamaki slides back across the road, almost a bit of contact behind. Perfect for Osterberg, though. Great start and holds on to P1 up into turn 3.
And while all the kids are showing how brave they are by hanging it around the outside, Rainis Nittish just cuts into the Joker, nice and quietly on the inside. Thank you very much. And they're still fighting. Who's that that's gone sideways? It's a Kaliamaki.
So, yeah, problems there. Nittish is going to be back onto the back of Kaliamaki. How? Once they come over the line, have a look and see what the gap is between Nittish and P1.
I think it might have been, sorry, I think it might have been Penttinen, was it, that spun?
The half spin on the tire, doesn't matter. Have a look at this gap now between Osterberg and Nittish, because I reckon Nittish is already within reach of most of this pack. Let's have a look and see as they cross over the line. Just like Hal said, so under the radar.
5.2.
Nobody's... OK, now 2 cars going defence. Way too late. Way too late. Got ya. So that... Nittish is up to 4th. What was the problem with the car? You went and saw him.
Yeah, they were working hard.
No.
He was...
Yeah, he did stop in Q3.
He was fully involved. I think Oscars, who's normally driving the video camera, making amazing content for Rainis, was also involved. So they were busy.
So the social media team were working on the engine. Fantastic.
And it's going to pay off. I was rather hoping we'd get him in the studio for the Crosscar final if he didn't make it. But of course, we'd rather see him on track.
Yeah, let's hope he makes it instead. That would be more fun, wouldn't it? Would be
massive. Fun. We just missed it on the top of the shot, but massive send from Rainis into the final corner. Eric Anderson goes on full send mode into the first corner as well. So he's getting scruffy. That's only going to play into Rainis Nittish's hands.
See the flames there on the lift off at the end of the straight.
Rainis 5.8 now when they crossed the finish line last time around to Jimmy Osterberg. I reckon it's about 5.8 on the Joker merge, so this could be very, very close when they complete the race. If the gap stays static at that, Osterberg's got another couple of laps to go. The track's a little bit drier than it was, and that means they can push just that little bit harder. Is he going to go now to cover off Rainis Nittish, or is he going to think he has the pace to go one more lap? Going one more.
I think Nittish is going to get... Well, how many of them do you think he'll get?
Well, barring disaster, he's in the final, isn't he? Because he's already onto the back of Anderson. I don't think he's close enough to Anderson for it to be a problem yet. It might be in the next couple of corners. He really could do with Anderson getting onto it. Look how calm Rainis looks at the wheel. Lovely, smooth inputs.
Yeah, such a good decision to go Joker when he did. Awesome. So Rainis Nittish from sitting on the side of the car, being dragged in on a rope, running the familiar number 15. Goes Joker straight away, and this is what we were saying earlier. Actually, in Crosscar, I think there were only 13 cars, or maybe only 12. Was it? What? No, one was going to miss out. Yeah, because we thought Rainis might. But they're all quick. Everybody here's quick. You can Joker early. You're not going to catch everyone up straight away.
He did Joker early. Top 3 are in the Joker now. Where's it going to play out? I think Osterberg's got him. He has, but Rainis is up to P2.
And he's right there as well. So Rainis Nittish with brilliant tactics in semi-final 2. Bit of side-by-side going on in the background as well, but that's not going to be for a place in the final. Keen to see what the time is here. It was a 3:55.0 for Baldins.
Another good drive from Osterberg.
Smoking the tyres up again. Yeah, we've seen some impressive. So look at that as well, just moving the car around just that little bit. Rainis 2. Osterberg takes semi-final number 2. Rainis Nittish goes through after jokering on lap 1. P3 is Penttinen.
Kaliamaki be disappointed on his return to Crosscar at this level, not to make it. Had that little spin, smoking as well as he heads back towards the paddock. But brilliant drive from Osterberg and Nittish, and Penttinen too.
Osterberg takes it with a 3:54.3, so he's 0.7 of a second quicker than Baldins was. What's that say? We're going to message
Kaliamaki 3-second penalty, so it doesn't.
That's fine.
Affect anything.
No, Kaliamaki with a penalty when he's already in P4. He'd be delighted with that, I'm sure. drone shots off the start.
So watch Reynes. He's the car on the inside at the back. He's already decided what he's doing, hasn't he? Checked up on the brakes.
He needed something to happen in front of him for him. I actually think probably from where he was, he might have ended up in P4, Hal, if he'd gone standard lap, because it's a bit of a bundle. But why bother?
I always think P4 is game over unless you can unless you can pull off a small miracle. P4 in a semi is shocking because you haven't jokered.
Yeah.
So you haven't got that advantage, and you're stuck on the back of the train. Like P4 is almost the worst place to be on that one. So jokering earlier is much better.
It's genius. Genius, Reynes Nitish. On to Supercar Lights. On the pole, the TQ man, Tommy Hallman, championship leader. Kasper Janssen, P2, then Nils Andersen, Martin Enlund, Martin Jonsson, and Gregory Foss. With a great start on the inside line. Janssen from P2 going to move across and try and squeeze Nils Andersen. Andersen, though, is fully alongside. Andersen surely going to go joker from there on the inside. Does. Great decision. So Nils Andersen has done a Nitish in this one and gone early joker. Hallman out front. There's a bit of a scrap going on behind him between Enlund and Janssen. Janssen drops down into third place.
That was almost the move of the day from Enlund, wasn't it, to hang it around the outside, much like Rierson's in Crosscar, to hang it around the outside of Tommy Hallman. But Hallman's wily, despite his lack of experience in the lights cars relative to people like Martin Enlund, held the position, and this is where Tommy wants to be. Championship leader. We've got so used to seeing him up front this year, haven't we? That first corner actually worked really well for Nils Andersen as well, didn't it? He managed to stick his nose up the inside of Kasper Janssen, and they both jokered. Oh, sorry.
On off. Enlund goes off, almost takes out the tower at the side of the track. Dropped it on the brakes in the gravel. Janssen gets through up the inside line. Foss now all over the back as well.
It wasn't Janssen, obviously, the joker on that one. It was Jonsson. But with Enlund running wide and Janssen clearing him, I mean, they're teammates. They're not going to want to get too involved too soon. But this is all working beautifully for Nils Andersen, isn't it? He's picked off Foss, and he's already almost on the back. That's Jonsson with a... No, sorry, Jonsson had already joked, hasn't he? But look at Nils Andersen. He's closing on Janssen and Enlund ahead.
Bigger gaps in this semi-final now.
Beautiful light, isn't it? Really lovely.
Photographer's dream, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's the golden hour up here. It's golden about 6 hours.
Tom Banks will be livid at home watching this light.
Drew Gibson, all sorts of photographers that we know love this hour. Can be tricky for the drivers when the sun is this low in the sky, but it's not. I mean, it's not. It's actually at that quite frustrating height, isn't it? You have a big sun visor on the car, the big decal that comes down the screen to help you when you're sitting that low.
But so little of the lap, I think, is directly into the sun. Foss has stopped. Actually, that's in a really good place because that's not. Although there'll be yellow flags, they won't mean anything because you'll never ever end up there unless you're having quite a big accident.
Okay. We nearly saw Harper-Mackie end up there off the start line, but that's the closest anyone would have come to getting there, and there's no one on the start, luckily. Hallman is out front by a mile.
I think this is the only part, sorry, Andrew, I think this is the only part of the track where the slow sun will affect you. You can just see into the car, but I think it's still high enough at the moment, but you can just see in the eyes. Beautiful shot, that, isn't it? Looking into Martin Jonsson, who I think might have a bit of an issue on the loose there. Certainly the car moving around a lot. I think out of shot, yeah, Hallman's in the joker.
So Enlund hasn't jokered, and Hallman is going to come out in front of Enlund anyway. Good move. So now when Enlund goes joker, Nils Andersen's going to go through, and it's how far. I guess this is actually going to come down to the battle. Look at the battle for 4th and 5th at the minute, because that's going to be, I think, the battle for the last place in the final. So Enlund in the yellow car is going to joker, and he's going to drop back behind. Is it Jonsson and Janssen?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so Kasper Janssen needs to make a move here.
Tactically great move that from Hallman to joker. He'd obviously pulled out such a margin to be able to do and retain the lead. But critically, Enlund had been involved in a fight, and when Janssen went, it meant that even if Hallman didn't quite make it...
Sorry, Hal, Janssen have a look on the inside. Got a brilliant run on the brakes on the run down to this next corner. Doesn't quite pull it off. Super rotation on the way in, but you saw just managed to get that little bit of momentum. Having another look now at the end of the straight, but I think he's going to be too far back. And Enlund's dropped way back now, done the joker and fallen in. So at the moment, Jonsson, unless Janssen can make a pass with Andersen and Hallman. Look at the gap Hallman's got. This is another impressive performance from him. Tommy Hallman has won semi-final in Hollius and won a semi-final in Nice and wins another semi-final at Oulu. Anderson goes through P2 and it's Jonsson in P3.
Look at Anderson's screen, really dirty, but there's Jonsson's screen, which is very, very clean. But Anderson's screen was really dirty, and sometimes you can just live with that dirt on the screen rather than using the wipers and risking smearing it everywhere. You almost make life worse for yourself by trying to clean it. If you can get away with not cleaning it and seeing through the dirt, then often it's a better situation.
Left-hand side of the grid went through there. Howman, Anderson and Jonsson. Foss retired from qualified 6th and ended up 6th at the side of the road. There's confirmation, look. Hellman, Anderson, Jonsson going through. Kasper Janssen, who was 2nd on the grid, ends up down in 4th. Enlund 5th and Foss that DNF.
Jonsson's been quietly impressive this year. I think he's been in the final at almost every round. Flying under the radar a little bit, never... Or, you know, not consistently up there with Holman and Anderson specifically as the title contenders. It is turning into a battle between those two and Linus Ostlund.
Frustration for Foss. Another event tomorrow, but of course if he's pulled over at the side of the road, how that could be a big job. And it's what time is it? It's 9 PM now, and I think they're back on track. Basically they've got about 12 hours to turn that around. Bottom of your screen, if you haven't subscribed to RallyX Nordic, why on earth not? What a brilliant series with wonderful commentary and television. Applause from the television truck there. RallyX TV. You're watching it now. Clickety-click. Drone footage. Kasper Janssen from the front row lost out to Anderson. Went deep on the brakes. Tell you what, Enlund nearly pulled that off.
Nils Anderson nearly had Martin Jonsson buried in the back of his car as well, didn't he, into the first corner?
I missed that. He will have missed it too, thankfully. It's the sort of thing you look back at afterwards and go, oh, wow, I nearly got collected there, didn't I? You know what I mean, don't you? It's a miss is as good as a mile, and that was a miss as well. I thought he was going to get up and take out the gantry, but actually the gantry's on top of the bank, thankfully.
Was it Enlund that had the massive one in the gravel earlier on? I think it was.
Whereabouts?
Q1.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I think he's been in there a few times today.
Well, there you go.
It's like into the beach.
Exploring the limits. We're exploring the limits of human endurance today. That's it, lads. Come on.
It's a
put it on a
straight toe.
rope. It's getting late. Just drag it off. It's fine. Whatever.
Good parking from the Betokmek team. Free advertising.
Nicely done. That's Rutkanen's team, isn't it?
Yeah.
I did notice they were up there on the tarmac.
Be interesting to see what else he does this year in that car. I think he's had quite a turbulent day, hasn't he, Rukkanen? But we know how good he is, and we also know how good that car is. He could still be a threat yet today.
Right, take a look at some of these fantastic slow motion pictures and we'll be back with you very soon.
kuluttajalaji. Kaikki täällä päässeet todistamaan. Ja kaikki alkaa olla vaaleita sitten. Otteen autoon.
Semi-final 2 for Supercar Lights. Schockvist on the front row with Ouluzone. Ouluzone, the form man at the start of the season. Schockvist has just suddenly come into form here. It was P2, having won one of the sessions this morning. Morning, afternoon, whenever it was. Ouluzone, Osland, Jansson and Aneklev. Great start for the front three, not quite so much for the two at the rear, so we were missing somebody off the start line anyway. Couldn't see that. Schockvist up the inside of Ouluzone. Great move, runs Ouluzone a little bit wide. Ouluzone looks to the inside line. 3 cars go Joker straight away. Ouluzone has gone to the Joker, and for me, that's a great move by Ouluzone because it pretty much guarantees a place in the final.
Yeah, it's really lucky for him, or fortunate for him, that he can't have foreseen, he and Aleski Koskinen can't have foreseen that those cars would follow him in. That's a decision made by Martin Enland and Matthias Jonsson to follow in as well. It probably wouldn't be the spotters' call. I definitely wouldn't follow in onto the Joker on lap 1, but that's personal preference, isn't it? It limits your options.
Yeah, when there's only 5 cars in and your P3 man goes in, I'd be thinking, I'll fancy my chances.
Critically, Andrew, Linus Osland is a driver missing from this race. Linus is currently tied for 2nd in the points, I think, with...
with Anderson.
With Niels Anderson, yeah. So that's a massive turnaround for the championship, because not only is he not going to make the final, he's not going to score any points from the semis either.
Yeah, so Niels Anderson is potentially going to go 10 points clear of him here, and this might mean also where if Ouluzone goes through. And what about Martin Jonsson? Martin Jonsson's gone through as well. So Martin Jonsson was on 73 points. He's only 14 behind Osland.
Linus was only 8th overall in the intermediate stage as well. In the race up front, though, Ouluzone is all over the back of Hookvist. And if anything, this might be playing into the hands of Jon Ouluzone. 4.8 was the gap last time around. I reckon the Joker takes about 5.5.
I think Ouluzonen's closer than that already. We'll see when he crosses the line in just a moment. Mr. Ridge is zooming in on those numbers.
4.1.
Yeah. So Ouluzone closing the gap down. Ouluzone knows. Ouluzone going to try and cover him. Ouluzone on this straight down the right-hand side. Thank you very much, P2. And actually, when you think how close Ouluzone was, Ouluzone loses out. It's an Aneklev, is it?
It is an Aneklev,
yeah. Neklev's come around the outside, so Aneklev has managed to get past as well as Aneklev jokered.
He has,
yes,
he followed Ouluzone in. So where I said that, you know, silly to joker on lap 1 and follow someone in, at least by following Ouluzone, who was fastest in free practice this morning. He's fast anyway, so it doesn't you're not going to lose out too much. And when you can set the lap times, as Aneklev clearly has done, he's able to leapfrog the cars in front. So great drive. Aneklev blows a little bit hot and cold sometimes, doesn't he?
Yeah.
This is a really good performance.
So Ouluzone currently in P2. What was the gap on the last lap to the leader? Hookvist now is...
it's come down again. It's 3.5 now. So
what's the gap then back to Aneklev and Ouluzone? Because it may be a very tight merge.
5.3, Ouluzone's 5.7. This is going to be tight.
That's where you need to be. So then, Schockvist out front really, really needs a couple of brilliant laps here. Can't go right now. Well, could go right now, but he's likely to merge. 1 lap to go, sorry. So going to have to go this lap then. So Schockvist is going to have to go this lap now, and he's potentially going to come out right between Aneklev and Ouluzone. So check out the merge here. Ouluzone going to come around the last corner. Here we go. What's the gap now, Hal? Good or bad?
5.2 to Aneklev.
Okay, 5.2 to Aneklev, who is in P3 at the moment. So Ouluzone goes through. Watching on the inside line now. Schockvist coming out, going to go between the two or lose both places. Ouluzone trying to go round the outside. Schockvist going to hold on. Ouluzone will know that this is for a place in the final. Just about holds on.
I actually think Ouluzone didn't commit as much as he could have done then. He could have turned in hard. There's little to lose. You might get a penalty, but you haven't made it anyway.
No, so just do it. There are points where you just got to go me, and just have a crack at it. He didn't do that. Ouluzone with an absolutely brilliant drive going to come through. It's going to be 2 set drivers who win the semi-finals. Ouluzone dropping down into P4 and missing out. Ouluzone in the championship is, where is he? P4, was P4. So lots of championship stories happening here. Schockvist doing well to hold on to that 3rd place. And Aneklev, to be fair, after we thought it wasn't too bright to go on the Joker when he did, has actually made that work. So Ouluzone wins it 3:59. I didn't catch the time of Howman. Did you note it down?
3:59.209.
Okay, so there's absolutely nothing between them.
Make an interesting final, couldn't it?
It will.
Makes so much difference when there's one less car, two less cars. When Matthias Johnson didn't make a brilliant start. I think Aniklev's committed to the Joker. They're not really knowing what Ouluzone was going to do, because Ouluzone was in the brakes for a while, and I think Aniklev, well, we know now he definitely made the right decision, but he made the right decision in that he didn't try and uncommit. Once you're in, you're all in, aren't you? And I think you'd have lost a lot more time by trying to get back out of it, and clearly it paid off, didn't it? So absolutely the right decision.
If you'd have changed his mind there and gone the other way and lost half a second, that would have been losing your place in the semi-final. It's as simple as that. It was that close. Great stuff from Supercar Lights. We have our 6 finalists lined up, and we've just got 6 finalists to find for Supercar. Let's take a look at the standings ahead of the semi-finals. Niklas Gronholm, Kristoffersen, Kaliakowski, Evjen, Carlson, Eid, Michalak, McConnell, Gurman, Rutkanen, Turi and Haapamäki are your top 12. Gronholm with the TQ. So Gronholm versus Kaliakowski, all the thins, and then it's Kristoffersen versus Evjen. Supercar semi-final 1, round 5, RallyX Nordic. Gronholm, Kaliakowski, Carlson, Michalak, Gurman, Turi at the back. It's Gronholm versus Kaliakowski, really, isn't it, this? Famous last words. Carlson right there, but it's Kaliakowski who gets the better start. Niklas Gronholm going to take that inside line, will surely hold it and go deep on the brakes. He does, and goes standard lap. It's Michalak who's gone straight into the Joker lap, down that back straight. Fantastic pictures through there. That big bump at the end. Carlson in P2, Kaliakowski's ended up 3rd.
Great move from Carlson up the inside of Kaliakowski. Kaliakowski left, but I thought he was going to have another look at him as he moved to the right behind into the next right-hander, but didn't quite. I think Kaliakowski's got a little, well, he at least has more.
Oh, looks at the inside. Kaliakowski takes the position back. Nobody's passed there all day.
We said, didn't we? We said earlier in the day that someone will try those moves come the semi-finals, and Kaliakowski knows how important it is to make those moves to give yourself the best chance.
Kaliakowski with understeer 3/4 away through there, and then using 600 horses to flick it to oversteer and drop a wheel off onto the dirt. Carlson drops 3 wheels off onto the dirt. Might lose out there to Gurman. Where is Turi? Michalak has joked and he's passing Turi potentially on the back straight. We didn't see where they are. Yeah, Michalak I think has got past Turi in the background.
Turi yet to Joker, so that was a critical move for him, but at the moment he's not in the fight to make the final. I think really this fight's going to be between Gurman and Carlson, isn't it? Because Kaliakowski, who I was trying to say on lap 1, has had more ultimate pace than Carlson across the course of the day, so a critical overtake he made. Gurman's not far behind Carlson, so it's going to be a battle of the Swedes for 3rd, unless something dramatic happens to the leading 2 Finns.
There is Gurman. Doesn't Joker this time either, so...
Can he, because Turi hasn't been in, so now he does in the background, so that frees up any of these guys to Joker as well.
Good shout, Hal. Turi goes Joker. Carlson might as well hold on, really. You know, wait and see what the others do. Doesn't look like they're able to pressurise him. So in theory, yeah, it's Gronholm, Kaliakowski and Carlson going through. Couple of laps to go as they cross the start-finish line this time. There is Kaliakowski, there's Carlson.
Tell you what, then Michalak's doing a really good job behind. Just see him pop into the screen. Carlson's throwing the clear all over the shop.
And doesn't actually see, yeah, Michalak's going to be close. Michalak's going to nick it, isn't he?
He is, he's dropped he's closed a little bit. He's closed by another 2 attempts on that previous lap, so he's on a big mission. Keep it tidy, Anders, because you're closing on the 2 ahead.
Michalak in P8 in the standings at the minute. Has had a best finish of 6th at round 1. Hasn't made it out of the semi-finals since then. So it would be nice for Michalak to get that done here. How far back is he in terms... Yeah, look, I mean, visibly, he's in P3, isn't he? Once the Jokers play out, once Carlson and Gurman go, Michalak's going to get them.
It's a critical move that he did on Jari Turi to get ahead of him after that first lap Joker. I thought maybe they'd played their cards wrong, because you can't afford to get stuck behind. just like Kaliakowski passed Carlson for track position.
He's actually driving really nicely, Michalak, I think. Bit sideways in that last corner, but looks tightly through the rest of the lap. From the Joker comes Gronholm and Kaliakowski on the outside line. Anders Michalak, who has ditched the rear quarter somewhere, no worries. Only a bit of body work, it's just a flesh wound. And he's going to come round and take P3 from the looks of things. Great drive.
Perhaps he wrestled his way past Turi to get into their track position, but regardless, it's worked, hasn't it? Remember, the Hedstrom's team only running 1 car instead of 4 this weekend. Bit more focus for them. Great job.
Yeah, nicely done. Gronholm going to take semi-final number 1. Is that going to line him up for victory number 3? Goes through to the front row of the final. Kaliakowski goes through with him to row 2. And Michalak to row 3. Looking forward to the final. I want to get the quick guys back together. But we have penalties just popped up. How?
Turi.
Oh well. That'll go back on, won't it? Couple of big rivets, tie wraps, bit of tape. Good as new. Only problem with it is when it's on the left-hand side of the car, you have to take the driver's door shut. It's always a bit of a bind, isn't it? Getting like the Dukes of Hazzard. Well, you can't, because you can't open the windows either. They'll just tape it into the door shut, I'm sure. Gronholm, Kaliakowski and Michalak.
So look at this start and look at Carlson in the clear on the inside. Gets a bit of contact there with Michalak, actually, doesn't he? Runs deep. Michalak's already decided he's going Joker, hasn't he? Checked up early. Carlson sunk it up the inside of Kaliakowski. Kaliakowski ducks right to try and look up the inside into this right-hander. Look at the sparks coming off Nicholas Gronholm's car over that bump. Really bottoming out now, aren't they?
Yeah, this was the move, wasn't it? Kaliakowski's move.
So lucky to miss that Pollard as well.
Yeah.
That'd have been a 3-second penalty straight away.
Yeah, although 3 seconds probably was... Did he have enough for a 3-second penalty?
You did, yeah.
Yes, he did. So that's why I'm looking forward to just that little bit more depth in terms of speed once we get into the final. Just a message coming from Jamaica. Hello, Richard. Be a lot of people in Jamaica are eagerly waiting for semi-final number 2. There we go. Just we're replacing Vigo with a hot air balloon. Don't think it's going to be. It's not quite so dynamic at catching the action of a hot air balloon, is it? I've never quite understood how you steer it. Did you get blown somewhere and that's it?
Yeah. I reckon he could land in the basket of that.
You've been in a hot air balloon?
I have, yeah. It was amazing, actually.
Was it?
Yeah.
I'll be a bit scared, I think.
Took about 3 attempts because it was the wrong type of weather.
That's what I mean.
Every day, so to keep going back.
Big balloon full of hot air.
I hate heights, but I really don't mind helicopters or hot air balloons. It's very strange.
Did you have some sort of? Do you have like a? Do you stand in it, or is there like
stand there? Yeah.
You don't have a strap holding you in or anything?
It's so graceful. Yeah, I know. I thought I would hate it, but
did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
The landing bit's not very comfortable, I must admit. Landing in a helicopter is much more pleasant. you fall over in the basket.
That's
like
what
you
I mean.
bounce on the ground, bump,
don't you?
And you fall,
where do you get to land? Like, what if you land on a dual carriageway?
Well, you've got a little bit of control. You just have to keep going up, don't you, until you find somewhere to go down.
Land. Yeah, it could take a long time. You find over London, you might end up over in Essex or something. I mean,
don't want to go there.
Right. Very, very English references. Hello, Essex. And my brother and sister-in-law who live in Essex. Right. We joke, of course. Semi-final number 2. Kristoffersen, Evshanid, McConnell, Rutkin, and this one's much tougher, I think. Harper-Mackie on the outside. Great start, McConnell from row 2, gets straight up to 3rd, but Rutkin looking to the inside line. Going to shut the door, gets up the inside of McConnell. Harper-Mackie going to go all the way around the outside. Johan Kristoffersen leads. Rutkinen's gone into the Joker, but McConnell's gone with him. McConnell's in P2 in the Jokers. That's not where he would have wanted to be. Good job by Johan Kristoffersen taking the whole shot.
What a start from Rictonen to move up a couple of rows and get into the Joker first. That wasn't ideal for Fraser McConnell, was it? And depending on their pace, although Ida is caught up a little bit behind Harper-Mackie, who doesn't quite have the ultimate pace, but has been very quick this weekend, much quicker than he was in Julius. Fraser's not on the back of Rictonen at the moment, is he? Fraser's in danger of not making the final here. Meanwhile, Kristoffersen's leading up front. He didn't have a problem in Q3. I went to talk to him about it afterwards. He was a bit coy about what it had been, then admitted that the wheel rim was full of dirt and he could barely see. He said it was so impossible to see the corners because the rims are filled up with gravel from this section of the circuit. And it's a little bit like driving on... You just can't see because it's vibrating so much. Ida's joking. He's popped out behind McConnell, but I don't think that's going to help Fraser enough.
I think the problem is that Rukkonen is ahead of Fraser, and that he really needed to joke on his own, didn't he? Fraser McConnell we're talking about because he's P2 in the championship, 13 points behind Kristoffersson and 4 points ahead of Evshen. At the minute, Evshen's going to go through to the final with Kristoffersson, so McConnell's got to get the hammer down with Rukkonen and hope that they can overlap a couple of these drivers.
He'd already committed, hadn't he? And we were saying it's it's suicidal to bail out at that point, so he had no option really but to follow Rukkonen. Rukkonen's got brilliant pace, so it doesn't matter that he's behind him on the praise front. It's just track position.
Yeah, got to get up into P3. How is the gap looking? Harpermaki's doing a good job up there.
Yeah, so I think they're both going to clear Harpermaki comfortably, but I think it's Evian that's going to be the problem for Fraser. Even if Rukkonen managed to clear...
Fraser McConnell, he's right on the back of Rukkonen now. McConnell's piling the pressure on for that P3. Obviously, at the minute, they're 4th and 5th, but it's about when the jokers go.
He wasn't, was he? So Fraser's coming right back at Juha.
Maybe Juha, everyone had said, hadn't they, earlier?
So is Ida.
The tyres pretty quickly, so maybe there's a problem then for Rukkonen. Ida right with them. McConnell having a look to the inside line. Rukkonen maybe got a problem here. Fraser McConnell trying to find a way past. Wasn't enough room there. Maybe wait for this back straight. Rukkonen into the right hand. It looks slow on corner entry to me. Fraser McConnell trying to out-drag him. Can he look round the outside? He can't. He does a look to the inside. McConnell backs it in from a long way back and look up the inside into the tarmac hairpin. Great move by McConnell. Nudges 2 of the barriers. That'll be a 3-second penalty. That's a disaster. But it was a great move up the inside.
It was a great move, and I really don't think that justifies a penalty like that. Rukkonen's coming back at him, not quite close enough. It was quite Rukkonen's having a bit of a look. I don't think there was anything untoward to Fraser, but it was a robust move, wasn't it? Rukkonen won't like that. He'll want to go back at him.
If the bollards weren't there, that would have been an ace move, and instead you've got 2 nudge bollards and potentially a penalty for a great pass. But let's see. On to the final lap, looking out front to see where they are. So Harpermaki has gone in, so's Evshen and Kristoffersson. Where's Fraser McConnell going to come out? Is he going to come out in front of Evshen? He is! What, Evshen's dropped right back. Evshen goes in behind now. So now Fraser's got to hope that if they all get into each other, he can get 3 seconds clear and still hold on to his place if they give him a penalty. So Kristoffersson leads from Fraser McConnell, who's done an amazing job in this. There's still a bit of contact going on in the background. Enzo Eid onto the back of his teammate Evshen. I thought there was going to be another bit of contact there, but not quite. Eid almost into the back of him again. They're so close. If McConnell gets a penalty, he's out. If he doesn't, he's in. Kristoffersson crosses the line. McConnell's right there with him. Rukkonen goes through.
Regardless of what happens with penalties, that was a brilliant drive from McConnell.
100%. I thought he was gone.
Yeah, so did I. I said it on the first lap. He's out of this.
Yeah.
He's got himself massively back into it.
No. McConnell's getting a 3-second penalty. We're hearing from race control. I'm disappointed. I get it. Unfortunately, they've set a precedent today with what they've done with it, and a bollard went down. He nudged one, but then a bollard went down. That's right up there's the studio, the red and white truck.
Up on the timing screen now, 3-second penalty for car 35. Look at Rukkonen start there. Absolute slingshot off the line.
But it was the move to the inside, Hal, that made the difference because it forces everyone else to either follow you in the Joker or go round you round the outside.
Fraser was going Joker, wasn't he? And he saw Rukkonen and ducked away from it a little bit. Rukkonen had some sort of a problem because he had a good gap to Fraser, didn't he? And then lost that. That's to take nothing away from Fraser. This is the move.
It's robust, but it's
Well, I mean, by the left of the law, it's a 6-second penalty, isn't it? Because he took two of the bollards. Not saying whether that's right or wrong, but he did hit 2 of them. Great move on the brakes to get the nose in. A little bit of a nudge in the rear quarter, just to force Rukkonen wide, but didn't fire him off.
See what the problem here is? Looking at it, the problem here is the lack of undulation. So in most tracks, somewhere like Hollis, if you were to cut a corner by that much, you're about 8 feet up a grass bank, meaning it's just not worth it, or you're hooked over the back of a big curb. Here, where it's more like a go-kart track, you could cut massively. These cars would drive over anything, Hal. If it wasn't for the bollards, track limits would be impossible. But I want to see banks on the inside of the corners then, so you can't do it.
But
and
I do think
the bollards out.
But I do think that first bollard clip was much like Timizianov in Julius, where he clipped with a bumper. The second one he monstered. But if there was a big curb in a rallycross car, you'd still monster the curb. It would upset the chassis, but you'd still be through.
But at least then we'd see some racing. It's a tough one, and we're not having a pop at the stewards here at all. They've got a job. They've set the parameters here, and to be fair to them,
they've been very consistent.
They've stuck to it all day. And as a driver, you can't really complain if they're consistent. Then you've got to suck it in. So that is a shame for Fraser McConnell, because that was an epic drive. It was a ballsy, bolshy, forceful pass, but it was a good pass. But unfortunately, the 3-second penalty means that the man who is second in the championship standings is out here at round 5. Kristoffersen has gone through with a win, along with Rutkanen and Evjen. And Evjen, of course, was 4 points behind Fraser. I'm trying to think where they qualified. I don't know. Can't remember.
So with
Evjen was front row and McConnell wasn't. Evjen was PA. So yeah, Evjen's already equal to McConnell on points, I think. Go on, Hal.
Well, just wondering how hard.
Let's have another look at that pass by Fraser McConnell, and then we'll get back to what you were looking at on the stats with me. So this is McConnell, sorry, on Rutkanen. So Rutkanen's a little bit wide. McConnell set that up. Did you see? I don't know if we can see it from any earlier, but he backed it in at the end of the straight, and that's where the pass started. It was brilliant. I don't know if we'll be able to see that. It was the camera low down at the end of the straight. He backed it in so early to set that pass up. And I just think that's a good measure of how much he's thinking, Hal.
Yeah, definitely. And
someone's got to move that Portaloo overnight. I've noticed it so many times. It's got to go. Get that tractor out there. Robert can drive the tractor. The director. Robert, are you going to get in that tractor, mate? And move that Portaloo for us. He's laughing, but he says yes. I bet you any money it's gone tomorrow. He's also, our director's also a pilot, by the way. He was a pilot. When we left Hollius, he was in one of the biggest earth-moving machines I've ever seen. I was actually a bit scared, but he knew exactly what to do with it, didn't he? He's a man of many talents, Hal.
Yep, unlike me.
Here's another angle, right.
This will be interesting, because we've got no idea what angle it's from. Ah, great.
End of the straight. Right, watch how early this starts. Hal, talk us through it.
Rutkanen's obviously carrying some sort of problem. Look at the bumps and the undulations, but look at the rocks. Fraser's already on the brakes and just getting the rotation done beautifully. Look at the bumps. Yeah, that last big bump has just pushed Rutkanen a little bit wide. I don't think he's really seen Fraser coming there, has he? He's turned in on his normal line. Look how close that... So he hasn't got a penalty for that first one. They've given
the second one.
They've given... Well, it doesn't really... Well, to be fair, it would have put him behind Halfmack to have a 6-second penalty, so at least it's got him in challenge point for not having that, but it's monstering the second one. But if there was a big curb there, he'd have still been through without that.
Yeah, it would have been a great pass. So, do you know what? This isn't a thing about Fraser McConnell's driving, and it's not a thing about the steward's choices. What this is a thing about is how you lay out the inside of rallycross track corners, which we spoke about earlier on today, Hal. You've got to make it so you can't cut it.
Portugal is a great example.
Yeah, the huge curve.
Well, then again, they still have the bollards.
But then they still have the bollards, and then it's awful. It's annoying. The problem is how good the suspension. Maybe we should make the suspension not quite as good, put really big curbs in, then people won't do it.
Massive advocate of controlling suspension in rallycross at the highest level, because I do believe that's where a lot of the development money is fundamentally wasted.
Dampers. We haven't given out any full send medals. Should we do it tomorrow?
Depends if anyone gets very sendy in the finals, doesn't it?
We've seen quite a lot of send today. Enough, though? We haven't had any guests.
Well, yeah. Letdown Heikkinen.
Toppy letdown.
Letdown Nitish for making the final.
Oh,
thanks, mate. Although I am very pleased for you.
You're selfish.
I did ask a few other people, but the trouble is the schedule's been so truncated that I asked various personalities from the paddock, but they're all a little bit busy today. I think tomorrow will be a bit easier on a more normal schedule.
So we're just looking now at who's gone through. Waiting on grids, actually. Not sure if we've got some. We do have some grids. Marvellous. There is a look at it. I'm just seeing if we've got a Crosscar Junior one here or not. We have. Uito, Kalliokoski, Anderson. And it's Gustafsson, Hallen and Nilsson. Right, organised paperwork one more time. I thought we'd be seeing Open Tool Driver be next, won't it? Because we didn't have a final for them. So Crosscar Junior is up first.
Great insight into your mental process.
Well, just actually speaking what my brain says.
Not a lot.
There is very little of interest going on in here, I promise.
What, in your head or in the room?
I think the room's quite fun. I think coming into a studio, most people coming to the studio, I think, realise just what's going on. Like, this is a great job, and I love it very much. It's nowhere near as easy as it looks, I promise. I think, Hal, you've probably learnt that, haven't you, as much as anyone. Hal Ridge has spent more time in the commentary box with me than any other commentator, because he was always in the commentary box for the first, 5-6 years of me working on the World Championship before we started working together as commentators on the support categories in World, RX Academy and now RallyX Nordic. So he spent a lot of time watching me throw paperwork around and get super stressed. But this is my favourite bit. Kaliakowski off the line with a brilliant start, going to try and shut the door on Uito on the inside line. Uito, though, has got a reasonable start. If he runs deep on the brakes on the dirty section of track, might get through, almost a little bit of contact around the outside. I think it was with Gustafsson, 2 cars go Joker, still they're side by side down the back straight. Hallinan has gone standard lap, recognised the car from the bodywork. Uito was clearly the fastest driver in the semi-finals, but it hasn't gone his way at the start, and that is... Gustafsson who's gone with them.
I'd say that was his first real mistake of the day, wasn't it? And that's being harsh as well, because it wasn't really anything to write home about mistake-wise, but just wasn't as committed as he could have been into the first corner. Backed out of it a little bit, could have dipped into the Joker, but chose not to. Running second, so he's not exactly lost out at all. Hallinan all over the back of Alex Gustafsson for third. One of these guys is going to have to Joker soon, because Eric Nilsson behind has been in, as has championship leader Lucas Andersson.
So Anderson and Nilsson going early, probably a good move from the looks of things. None of them want to, Hal, and I guess that's because they all know, or certainly the ones at the back know they're within range, and the ones at the front are still trying to play out their own tactics.
Yet again, it's Hallinan who's in the danger zone, isn't it? He's fourth.
Yeah.
And but you know, Anderson, who's leading the two that have jokered, is only like 3.1 or something seconds behind. 2.8 actually now behind Hallinan. So yeah, Hallinan's gone. Unfortunately for him.
Kaliakowski and Uito leading from Gustafsson and Hallinan. I would have thought somebody would have split, in a final, I would have thought somebody would have split the tactics and gone. So Uito for me now is looking quick again, but Uito was at his absolute quickest when he was in clear air. Just go Joker now, you might as well.
Yeah, you've got the gap.
Just go Joker.
And even if you don't...
Hallinan goes now.
Yeah, so he's out of it. Runs really, really wide into the gravel on the outside.
Go on, Lowry.
Gets it straightened up. I was hoping he was going to be put his effort in for full send award, but was far too neat and tidy for your liking, Andrew.
Yeah, got to be on the lock stops and just barely clinging on to survival to get one of the Lick the Stamp medals.
So Lucas Anderson, who's the leader of those that have jokered, is 5.9 behind Kaliakowski, so that's going to be quite close. I can't stop looking at that sky in the background. It looks absolutely amazing, doesn't it?
I didn't think it would, but it's not quite as dark as it looks, being honest. The cameras make it look darker, but for you guys at home, it's going to be pretty epic, I think, when we get supercars popping and banging and flames. Open two-wheel drive, and our man with the flames pouring from the exhaust. Yes, please, hang around for that. That'll be up next. Come on, Uito. Surely, if you don't go now, you've got no chance. So Michael Uito goes now, but do you know what, Hal? Someone's hooked a wheel over the inside of the apex and pulled a load of dirt out into the entry to the Joker, and nobody's getting the entry right.
I think that was in Supercar in the semi-finals, wasn't it? But
Gustafsson comes out in front of, who is it, Nilsson?
So I'm surprised by that. I'm surprised they've both managed to gap Nilsson enough to get out. Where's Anderson? So Anderson's the car running at the front of that little pack. So now this is a battle between Kaliakowski and, let me just check in the background, yes, it's Anderson. So Kaliakowski and Anderson for the win. Big send from Kaliakowski.
Anderson is currently the championship leader with 2 wins and a third place, was fourth last time out at Hollius.
5.8 the gap.
So probably not going to be quite enough, but it does depend on how tidy Kaliakowski's Joker was. Kaliakowski's looking a bit scruffy. Oh, it's going to be really close at the merge round the outside, side by side. Kaliakowski just gets out in front of Lucas Anderson. Anderson really aware of just where Kaliakowski was. This is a brilliant drive by Kaliakowski.
Uito's still nibbling away at the back of Lucas Anderson. I actually think that was a very, very sensible move from Lucas Anderson not to take that fight to Kaliakowski. He's not in the championship battle.
Exactly. Kaliakowski here for a bit of a crack at Junior Crosscar and has made an amazing effort. Kaliakowski wins at home in Finland, but P2 goes to championship leader Lucas Anderson, and P3 goes to Uito, who will move up the standings. Second last time out in Hollis. Uito missed the events in Denmark. Kaliakowski going for the donuts. Yes, Junior donuts served up. That's what we like to see.
Stamp.
Yeah, actually, yes. Kaliakowski, come to the commentary box and pick up your lick the stamp and send it medal. That was, yes.
Delighted.
Brilliant. Have we seen Junior donuts so far? I don't think we have we? Rev limit of 9,300. Yep, I'll give you some donuts. Go on.
I fancy a donut.
I do actually as well. We saw somebody eating donuts.
Lovely ones in VIP.
Yeah, they looked like the sort that Homer Simpson would eat. They looked great. We did a nice piece of cake.
Hallinan made a really slow start, didn't he? I think that's what's unravelled his chances. Where was he on the grid? 5th on the grid.
And then changed his mind, to be fair, probably did the right
decision, yeah,
because 2 had already gone in, but by then you've lost even more time. It's hard. From P6, I think you're almost guaranteed someone's going to go in, but with 2 going in, but then if they don't and you end up at the back of the train, you look at what Nitish did from going in from P6. It works if you get it right, but this time it didn't work out. Kaliakowski on epic form, taking the win, but championship leader Lucas Anderson was right there behind. Uito continuing to show class. Just missed the semis last time out. Gets another podium this time. P2 at round 4, P3 here. Lucas Anderson, another podium spot. That's actually Lucas's first second place. So he's had 2 wins, a third, a second to go with it. That's the podium complete. Nice one, tick. Elias Kaliakowski joining the championship here and taking the win. Look at that, puts Kaliakowski straight up into P10 in the standings. But Lucas Anderson now on 127. To Alex Gustafsson's 112.
Mad that there's only 2 rounds to go after today, isn't it?
It's all gone by so quickly. I think that's the thing, really. I've loved it, but it's the fact that it's been
too fast.
Yeah, because it's all been so close.
It's like going to a party you don't want to finish.
Yeah, like drinking in the square at Oulu last night. Just didn't want to go home, but we did. I've tried doing this hungover. It doesn't work. Do you know what? Nobody has changed position in this. Just the points. Elias, well done. That was an absolutely fantastic drive, and we loved your donuts. Well done.
I
wonder if it. Go on.
Good race.
That's good enough for me, mate. That is good enough for me. Congratulations, Elias. Well done. They're asking him about the race down there.
Yeah.
That would be my reaction if I'd won. Go on, Elias. He did great donuts. That's fine by me. All good. Yeah, I don't know if he couldn't hear us or if potentially doesn't speak that much English yet. I think that's fair enough, seeing as I don't speak any Finnish. There is... well, I do, but none of it's suitable for broadcast. There is...
cheers, Toppy.
Yeah, thanks, Toppy Heikkinen, the most mentioned Finn today, not even racing. Yeah, great stuff. Elias Kaliakowski. Yeah, it's all gone by a bit quick, hasn't it? We're not done yet, mate. Another event tomorrow, and then we've got another one from Arvika. I've never been to Arvika. I've never been to Arvika. I'm looking forward to it. You've been, haven't you? Mm-hmm. We didn't get to go last year, though.
That's a good track.
Yeah.
This is going to be a good race.
Simon Tiger, Tuomas Venäläinen on the front row. Venäläinen got the whole shot last time, but watch out for Marcus Norman, who's bang on the pace of Matthias Janssen. No! No, no, no! Don't deny us our race.
Simon Tiger, you crafty Swede.
Yeah. Oh, man, no!
I think you can afford to... I think you can... That absolutely, like, you could see his thought process going, oh, someone spun the wheels, I'm going to go as well, spin the wheels.
Look, they bought us merchandise into the commentary box and everything, Venäläinen. Look, you can use that tomorrow for the midges. Oh, how disappointing.
No favouritism, just that could have been a great final.
Look, this is how it works, okay? Hallinan brings licorice. We hand that out to the licorice fans. We've got I've got a poster here of Venäläinen and some sort of neck scarf thing, which would the midges are unbelievable in the forest. Luckily, we did have one here earlier. We were trying to swat. Did you catch it, Hal?
I did, yeah.
Did you? I think it was quite Karate Kid of you. You didn't catch it with chopsticks. Just caught it with his bare hand. Speed of a puma. Eyes of a hawk. Only when he's wearing his glasses. Otherwise, what is it? Eyes of a...
bat. There'll be no bats here, it's not dark enough.
Eyes of a bat. Just uses the sound of his own voice.
Tiger's had a warning.
Oh, Tiger's had a warning. What for?
I think that's for spinning the tyres. Like you could claim when the lights change and you spin the wheels that you were just reacting to the lights. When it's been 30 seconds and you think, oh, I'm going to warm my tyres again.
Yeah, it's a bit naughty. Right, come on, Venäläinen. We're going to see loads of flames anyway. So don't worry, just don't jump the start again and deny us the flames. I'll be gutted. Simon Tiger away from the line, but Venäläinen's got another amazing start. Tries to shut the door on Tiger. Tiger, though, speeds away down towards the end of the straight. That BMW's got so much grunt when it gets going. Oh, Marcus Norman, I thought was going to go round to the joke lap there, and I think that was what our friend Rami Cautio thought as well. Dived out from the outside and then almost buried himself at the barriers on the outside. Launched the car into turn one, but in the end, Norman went standard lap.
I'm not quite sure how Venäläinen made it into the Joker there from having such a brilliant start on the outside of championship leader Simon Tiger.
Is this going to be the fight back, the best fight back ever, Hal? Because for me...
Petrosovic semi-final meta style.
Yeah, if Venäläinen should go Joker again right now, because
depends if anyone goes in front of him.
Yeah, but well, hopefully one of the two. He will be hoping that Cautio or Avare goes, because with respect, he's faster than both. If they don't, he might as well Joker again and then see.
Yeah, but if they do, don't Joker, I don't think.
Oh yeah, definitely. If one of them goes, is either of them going to go? No, so he couldn't go. Yes, okay, that's ideal.
Look at us, brilliant tacticians at work. We'd never make spotters.
Well, we'd have had a conversation. By the time we'd have decided, got the radio finished too late, wouldn't it? Yeah, it'd be like, well, I missed it. You didn't come to me.
Ericsson style.
Yeah, Cautio.
Sorry, Andreas. We're not going to let you live that one down.
You're fired, Hal. You're going to use your eyes of a bat somewhere else. Cautio goes through into P5. Absolutely. So P5 with his.
He's almost pulling a wheelie. It's not just lifting the front inside wheel.
Smoke and dust and flames. Okay, I'm calling it, Robert. Don't take the cameras off. Off Venäläinen. We just want to see fire. Think of the emojis this man would generate with Smurfs on his car and flames coming from the rear and wheels up in the air. Yes, look at that. It's absolutely ludicrous.
Matthias Janssen's Joker ahead, so Venäläinen hasn't gone in again. He's on a massive push now. Unfortunately, the timing screen's frozen with the warning sign, so I can't see the gaps.
It's irrelevant. There's flames coming out of an exhaust pipe.
But he's on a mission.
Give it a refresh and see if we can find out what's going on with the timing screens. Yeah, we've still got the warning up for Simon Tiger on the screen, so we'll just have to use the gaps that we get at the start-finish line. Hal's logging back in. Come on. There is Simon Tiger. Can't take it away from Simon. He's just been absolutely epic. His start, again, Venäläinen's got a mega start off the line, but it's as it goes up the gears, it just pulls away from anything.
And it was so easy for Tiger to back out of that situation. I think all championship points, there you go, but he's straight back in there. Big commitment. Oh, Norman's run wide, locked up on the brakes on the way into the first corner. Then there's a problem. It's a really strange place to get on the brakes. The car's squirming all over the place.
And that's Antivarla who's gone into the Joker lap, and that's released Venäläinen again. So Venäläinen now has one more Joker lap to do, and only two cars in front. So Janssen, I think probably the Joker's going to drop him back, but he's made up a fair chunk of time, Hal. Okay, Hal's got the timing screen back up. Now we can see if Venäläinen, can he get a podium with a jump start and a double Joker?
I think he can get a podium, yeah, but he needs to stay on it. Simon Tiger's got this in the bag, really. Norman's on a quite a wild ride, isn't he? But also spitting flames. So
right, so I think we found another full send medal.
I was literally just thinking that. He's given you some stuff, so you've got to return the favour. He's made you smile all day long.
Yeah, Venäläinen's getting a full send. The Liechtenstein sending medal goes into the Joker lap behind Norman. 2 rotary engine cars, 3 rotary engine cars together. Now we get the merge. Where's Venäläinen going to be? Is he going to get the podium or not? Doesn't look like it. He's got ultra sideways in the Joker and lost time. Come on, give us some more flames. There we go. Oh, what a shame. A little bit too sideways in there. Still going to get the full send medal, I'm afraid, just for being awesome.
This is such a good class, isn't it? I can't wait for it to have more cars. Hopefully in Arvika we'll have a few more really competitive machines, because the racing today has been absolutely fantastic.
It has indeed. It's been fun too, and you know it really has.
That's what it's supposed to be. The class is supposed to be fun.
Simon Tiger takes another win, sideways over the line, big drift. That's 5 from 5 for Simon Tiger. Norman comes over the line for P2. It is Matthias Janssen P3, and our man Tuomas Venäläinen ends up unfortunately at the back of the pack, but with 2 Jokers that would potentially have been P2 Hal without the jump start. So tomorrow maybe we'll see Venäläinen on the podium
today.
Yeah, gotta chill. That'll be the difference in the start lights. Look at the gap for Simon Tiger though, who put on a big drift show over the finish line. Simon Tiger getting P1 from Norman and Janssen.
I have to say that was a brilliant drive from Norman. We saw him understeer off into the gravel, didn't we, midway through the race. Great start from Norman, as well as Venäläinen up front. Tiger so committed on the brakes. Whoa. The escort there of Cueto just locked up, almost took out the entire pack. I missed that first time around. Matthias Janssen's very consistent, isn't he? Look at that light. Flames and sunset. Here you go, Andrew. Looks absolutely brilliant fun to drive. All of these cars look like good fun to drive.
Yep, they do indeed. Tiger takes it. 5 wins from 5. So we're waiting for an interview with Simon Tiger. I've actually got Laura Winter on the line from. She's at an event called F1. We've never heard of it here at Rallycross, but Laura's dialed in, ready for the interview. I think she thought we'd be done by now. Bye, Laura. Have a lovely evening. So yeah, we've had an hour's delay here with a power cut, and Laura knew we were finishing late. We're finishing even later than that. So you guys enjoy your wine, and here we go. So this is 5 wins from 5. Simon Tiger, absolutely mega job. 5 from 5, mate. You've got to get the whole season now, haven't you?
Yeah, I hope so.
How was today? Bit closer?
Yeah, I had some troubles with in the heats with the pace, I think, but now I got it dialed.
And what about Venäläinen? He's got flames coming from his exhaust, and he was trying really hard, but he couldn't quite get you in the final with the jump start.
No, I think I just stepped up the pace now, and yeah.
Okay, mate, we want to see you win them all now. Don't let us down.
Yeah, of course.
All right, thanks, mate. There we go. Simon Tiger with a 5th win from 5 events here in Oulu. Great job.
So calm, isn't he?
Yeah,
so composed.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
He's not bothered.
No, he's not at all bothered. He's like, yeah, fine. Nice one. 5 from 5. Yeah,
we need to celebrate. Damn it.
Yeah. Maybe celebrate tomorrow.
Look at the sunset, though. Tom Banks will be absolutely devastated not to get the winner's pick there. There's our car in the background. Look, couldn't be parked any closer to the studio if we tried.
Yeah, we arrived this morning and the security guard said, do you speak Finnish? And we said, no, we don't. So he let us in and we just went and parked right by the TV truck. No accreditation, that's the way you do it. Smile and wave, people, that's the way to get through security. Simon Tiger puts the wheel back on the BMW and he's going to head off and go and get himself ready to make it 6 from 6 tomorrow. Crosscar final coming up for you next. Jamie Osterberg on the front row with Ronald Bowdins, Isaac Eganson, Reini Snittish, Isak Grierson and Pasi Penttinen. Good start by Osterberg and Bowdins on row 1. On row 2 going backwards. Eganson's gone straight to the back of the pack. Problem for him on the inside line. Coming in, Isak Grierson coming in hot. Round the outside though, Penttinen trying to move. Sticks it in the gravel on the outside. Can't quite make that work. And it is Osterberg who leads at the end of the straight from Bowdins.
Not a great start from Isaac Eganson. I think Rainis Nittis had that plan all along to go to the Joker again, just like he did in the semi-final. Unfortunately for him, he's followed. No, maybe it's Ryerson he's followed down. We're very far away now. I can't see who's going on. Critically, Osterberg's leading up front. Balding's doing another great job ahead of Penttinen. Once the timing screen updates, or we see in the background who's leading. I think it might be Ryerson who was the leader of those into the Joker lap. Can't quite see yet again. I'm sure it'll be Ryerson. Rainis Nittis knew all along. Penttinen runs wide on the exit of the final corner on the first lap. It is Ryerson in the leader of those three that Joker. Penttinen Jokers now. Ryerson's going to clear him. Ryerson's going to be on an absolute mission to get on the podium.
Fantastic start. Just so super busy. Osterberg did really well to get out in front. The move around the outside, I think, was a good try. And looking up the inside, bit of contact there for Nittis. Does well to avoid those markers. Kind of pushed into them there. I don't know that you would have been able to give him the same penalty you give McConnell for that.
No, he's well up the inside, wasn't he? Whereas Fraser did have a good old lean on the back of Juha Ruktonen's Fiesta. Rainis was well up the inside. That hasn't worked out for Rainis at all, has it? Because he was already moving to the inside to try and Joker on lap one on his own. Baldings is stopping. That's a disaster.
Oh, Baldings is out. That is a real shame from P2. Baldings pulls over to the side of the road. So Osterberg leads from Ryerson and Penttinen. Sideways, a bit too sideways. Ryerson losing some time. Watch for Penttinen. Making a move at the end of the straight. Can't quite get there, surely. Ryerson holding on. These three cars in a train so close together. Now looks to the inside line. Rainis Nittis looks to the outside.
From all the problems he had in Q3 earlier on today, Rainis is so desperately close to being on the podium here, isn't he? He's all over the back of local driver Penttinen.
Absolutely beautiful light here up at Oulu as we come to the closing stages. Just Supercar Lights and Supercar to go. 3 laps to go, and Osterberg out front has 2 laps now, has a commanding lead. What's the gap like?
He's already jokered, so it's largely irrelevant, isn't it? It's got 3.2, he's 3.2 seconds up the road.
Plenty of time. Oh, and having another look. Pentinen's having another look onside. This time does get alongside Ryerson, but can't quite get through. Going to drop back. Watch here for Nittis. Having a look. Nittis goes outside. Surely can't go all the way around the outside. Might look to the inside and the exit. Nittis got great exit speed there. Looks to the inside again now. So Penttinen with that mistake, well, not even a mistake, with the attempt on Ryerson, compromises his own pace and puts him right into the jaws of Rainis Nittis, but Nittis can't quite find a way through. The Latvian sort of smoothly fighting with the car in the background, and Ryerson's got just a little bit of breathing space now.
It's now or never for Rainis to get on the podium. He hasn't been on the podium yet this year. I'm sure he's not been on the podium yet this year. In this year of development in his crosscar machine, he's just dropped a little bit off the back of Penttinen now.
There are just 10 points in it between Ryerson and Osterberg in terms of championship standings, and Osterberg is going to take, what, a couple of points, another 3 off. Did Osterberg out-qualify him? I'm trying to remember where he was in qualifying. Could close up the gap, basically, so...
Especially with Holberg out of it.
Yeah, so Osterberg could definitely move up into P2, so... Jimmy Osterberg coming down that gravel straight now. Absolutely epic start for him into the final corner. Takes his first win of the year. So Osterberg was P2 last time out of Hollius. This time it's a win that will see him close the gap in the championship to the man who finished second, Isaac Ryerson. And P3 goes to Pasi Penttinen.
Brilliant final and a great drive from all of the top 4. I think had Rainis not been boxed in on the opening lap and not able to lead into the Joker, maybe he would have been on for a podium. But brilliant drive from the top 3.
That's a few spotters and a bit of a crowd as well. Osterberg takes it from Ryerson and Penttinen. Hallie's laughing at my notes because my handwriting's terrible, and yeah, they work though, don't they, mate? You knew what I meant.
I did know, yeah. So let's look back at the start. Osterberg got a fly. Look at Rainis straight over on Ryerson. Rainis is trying to go to the inside. Arguably, he's had too good a start. I don't know if Ryerson knows where he's up to. Ryerson's done exactly the right thing. Do not run 4th on lap 1. That's what I keep saying. I don't know if anyone's listening, but Ryerson definitely ducked out into the Joker to get away from that 4th position, and it paid off in the end, didn't it? Second at the finish, but this man was just on a brilliant mission. He's been so smooth all day, not been as wildly sideways as sometimes we see him. The track's very, very rubbered in now, isn't it? A brilliant win for Jimmy Osterberg.
Let's go down and have a word with our winner.
Hello, hello.
Jimmy, congratulations, mate. Well done. So that's a first win of the season, but your form seems to be coming in as you get further into the year. That was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it feels so good. It's 10 o'clock in the evening and we win the final here, so it feels pretty good.
Oh, amazing. Now, we spoke, mate, after Hollius that you'd been struggling with the car to get it exactly how you wanted it, the compromise between the start and the lap. This track is so different to Hollius, but you've got the car dialed in?
Yeah, we did some testing after Hollius, and I struggled a bit in the practice and Q1, and not have the good feeling in Q2 either. So, but after Q3 and semi-final now, so it feels really good. Good starts and good rhythm on the track.
Championship-wise, you'll have closed the gap down a little bit on Isaac Riasson, and obviously Patrick Hallberg's had his problems today, so you're going to move up, I think, to P2 in the standings. 2 rounds to go. This championship fight's alive, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
How are you feeling about tomorrow? All fired up?
Yeah, we'll do some service and hopefully a good sleep. So.
Yeah, no time for celebrating, mate. You're back on track in about 8.5 hours.
Thank you.
Well done. Speak to you later. So Jimmy Osterberg with the win here in Oulu, and he literally will be back out. Oh, it's 2 points in it. I knew it was going to be close. I didn't know it would be quite that close, so I'm going to have to make a note of that for myself. So 117 for Riasson, and Osterberg is on 115, Hallberg 111. So it couldn't be closer between those guys. There's nobody else who's in the mix for the championship, as you can see. Renis Nitish is in P4, which is a good effort. But that is a super close championship fight between Riasson and Osterberg, 2 of the most spectacular cross-car drivers out there. Awesome. Look at that. All smiles, drives off.
Infectious smile, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. I love it when people are just so full-on stoke, aren't they? It's like, yes, it's 10:30 and I've won a final. Absolutely amazing. We've got 2 races to go. Is it really 10:30? No, it's 10 o'clock. He was excited. OK, Supercar Lights. Tommy Howman, championship leader, up front with Jonna Ollikainen. Fantastic for Ollikainen to be up there as well. Anderson and Aneklev. Anderson is P2 in the series. Aneklev down in P7, and then Schockqvist and Martin Jonsson. Jonsson P5. So Howman versus Ollikainen. Howman with a super smooth start. You saw the nose of Ollikainen's car come up, but he's not going to beat Nils Anderson to the inside line. Nils Anderson coming down, and Aneklev coming in hot behind. Where's Anderson going to go? Goes Joker on lap 1, so Nils Anderson has immediately gone Joker, and that's left Howman and Ollikainen out in the lead with Aneklev in behind.
Great composure from Aneklev. He went to the inside just as he did quite a few times in qualifying earlier today. But with Nils Anderson going in, he decided not to take the Joker and go wide and stay on the standard lap. This is critical because Nils Anderson's in the title hunt, isn't he? He's right up there with Tommy Holman. He's running in clear air. Holman's got his teammate Jonna Ollikainen behind. The best scenario now for Tommy Holman to win it for him is for Holman to win this race and Ollikainen to take points off Nils Anderson, and that's what they'll be looking to do.
Yeah, bit of tactical business going on. Howman's start was great. The difference between him and Ollikainen, the nose rose immediately, but it didn't seem to go forward as quickly as Howman.
I wonder if he's struggling a bit for tyres, Ollikainen, and he shouldn't be because he'd have had more new tyres than the other drivers today.
And tomorrow that's going to be even for everyone, isn't it? Because anyone who's taken part today will have to use some of their tyres from today tomorrow, so 4 used and 4 new. So any tyre games tomorrow will be all square.
The rear just looks a little bit loose on the back of Ollikainen's car, sorry, compared to teammate Holman. First time Holman's had anyone to compare any data with this year. First time he's had the set team around with him. He's done most of it on his own. There were some guys there with him, Julius just keeping an eye, but really this is a family effort. To have his friend and colleague Ollikainen here, he gets so much value in another pair of hands, another set of eyes, just to see what you're doing and help you move along.
Yeah, certainly is.
This is a great performance from Niklas Aneklev as well. I think he's really stepped up this weekend.
You said about blowing hot and cold. Howland this weekend certainly blowing hot, doing a really, really good job. So Howman leading from Ollikainen. Come from such similar backgrounds, don't they? You know, the esports, the RX Academy.
They didn't know each other really because they come from different initial backgrounds. Ollikainen's from karting, Holmans from Folk Race and Rallies. They didn't know each other until they did RX Academy with Jussi Pinamäki and Sami Puumalainen. Became great friends there, and they're working brilliantly together. They work together in esports constantly.
Yeah.
Must be so fun to drive at this level with someone you're really close to.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that one person on the grid who you can trust, isn't it? Doesn't mean they won't try to beat you, but it probably means they won't take you out in turn one.
Jonas said to me this morning, since they did Academy, they've been dreaming of competing together at a high level, and they talk about it a lot. It's like the Rosberg and Hamilton things. Don't let it go that way, lads. But it's just that that dream of doing something with a friend is wonderful.
Howman leads from Ollikainen. They've got just this one lap to go. Howell's looking at the
gap to
gaps
Anderson
now.
stabilised. It's been 6.8 for a couple of laps, or around that for a couple of laps.
So Anderson then, if it's 6.8 back, potentially will get, he should get a Netclev, shouldn't he? But unlikely.
Definitely get a Netclev. I think he might get Ollikainen as well.
We're going to find out. Howman, Ollikainen and the Netclev all joker now. Watch for Anderson on the outside. It's a perfect line through turn one. Nils Anderson, who is second in the standings at the moment, will want to get every point he can. Gets around the outside of Ollikainen. Holds his line on the brakes. Well done, Nils Anderson. Howman's still there, and it's Howman, of course, we really desperately needed to beat. Howman is 14 points clear, was 14 points clear, and has done another brilliant job here all day long. Coming through the long left and the right. He's just got one corner to go. So Tommy Howman has been on the podium at every event this year. Third at round one, first at round 2 and 3, third at round 4, and he takes his third win of the season here at Oulu. P2 goes to Nils Anderson, who's second in the standings, and Ollikainen getting P3.
Look how clean the cars are. It's such a dry, warm event, isn't it? And I think a brilliant display of pace. Not carnage or action, but just Nils Anderson absolutely getting the hammer down.
Howman and Ollikainen there just having a chat with each other. I wonder why Howman's pulled over. He's getting out of the car. Has he got an issue, maybe? Has Howman got, or is he just going to go and stand on the roof? He's just like, yes, I'm over the moon.
He came into this year not, expecting to hopefully get a podium at some point. He's smashing it.
We're podium at every point so far.
And to win at home must just be the most. It's not. We're a long way north, aren't we?
But it's your own country.
It's irrelevant.
Isn't it?
They speak your language. It's just.
Mate, it doesn't matter where you live in the UK, does it? If you win at Silverstone or you win at Lydden Hill in an international series, you're like, I've won at home. And he's won at home. Tommy Howman's won at home. It's his third win of the season. It's his fifth podium in a row. He leads the standings and extends his lead, but Nils Anderson is still there. And the fight is still on. There are 2 rounds to go. Howman and Ollikainen off the line. Look, Anderson is inside Ollikainen already. Ollikainen could have shut the door there and left Anderson with a little bit more of a job to do, but I think he was maybe hoping he was going to get round the outside of Howman.
I also think he's not that tall a guy, and wouldn't have any contact unnecessarily. In reality, I don't think anything changed because Anderson jokered on his own up front, and Ollikainen was on the back of Holman. So I don't think that time he lost at the start actually proved to be, any reflection of the result in the end. Annaclev finished 5th in the end, which isn't what he would have wanted, but no. I still think to run with these guys, because the pace is so high at the top of Lights, I think is actually a really accomplished performance.
Yeah, nicely done.
And Hookfest in 4th. We haven't mentioned him at all across the course of the finals. Holman crosses the line there in the replay.
But ended up kind of in no man's land in the race, but actually
still a P4.
Fantastic. Yeah, and also how it's the session win today for me is what's even more impressive.
Just the general pace. Ollie Eriksson spotting for him has been really pleased with his progress.
Yeah. So yeah, Hookfest has done a great job. But Howman leads the standings now. He is on 131 points. You can see behind 109, so what's the gap now? 22, is it? It isn't it? 109, 96 for Osland. So the gaps have all opened up just that little bit. Right, we're going to have a chat with Tommy Howman in just a moment. Here he is. Tommy, third win of the year, your 5th podium in a row, but this is a win at home in Finland. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. To be honest, Finland and home race, home win, I'm speechless.
Oh, mate, you look really emotional. I saw you get out of the car. I wish there was a massive crowd here for you because this is an epic performance by you. You're leading the championship now by 22 points from Nils Anderson. I know that won't be on your mind. It will just be the next race, but you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the championship is looking really good now, to be honest. I was quite stressed coming here, you know. It's not good to make a mistake in a championship standing like this, so now it's looking much more comfortable. So just a new race tomorrow and let's keep the momentum on.
Yeah, okay, a little bit of breathing space for you just with that points advantage. Congratulations, mate. Your consistency and speed have been brilliant, and we're looking forward to seeing if you can take another finish win at home.
Thanks a lot.
Well done. Tommy Howman, great stuff. Interesting, just saying there that he was coming here and just obviously feeling the pressure a little bit, and to perform under that pressure, Hal, is really impressive. Yeah,
I was going to say before we wrapped up in the highlights there, racing at home, there's so much pressure. I used to actually really hate racing at home because there was a lot of pressure from just having lots of people around, more friends and family, more people to talk to in the paddock. It's actually very different racing at home as opposed to racing abroad where you don't know anyone, where you can really focus. So I think it's often a release, isn't it, to succeed at home as well.
One race left to go. Round 5 of RallyX Nordic 2021. Oulu in Finland. On the front row, Niklas Gronholm. Won both races in Holius. Alongside him, he's got Johan Kristoffersson, the 3-time world champion and championship leader. Behind, Kalliokoski and Rutkanen looking for home glory against the big guns. And then Sondre Evjen and Anders Michalak. Oh, it's a great start by Johan Kristoffersson. Going to try and put the squeeze on Gronholm. Gronholm goes the other way. Johan goes out really wide. Going to chuck the car in around the outside. Maybe a little nip on the handbrake. On the limiter, Kristoffersson looking, but Gronholm's got the inside line now. Gronholm finds more traction, gets back past Johan. They pitch it in at the end of the straight, up and over the bumps. The Polo pops up high, looks to the inside line again, dives on the brakes, locks the front right wheel. Kalliokoski's in P3. Johan is hunting now Niklas Gronholm. I think he thought he had one shot there at the start, Hal. Brilliant move, but Gronholm had the traction on the inside line.
Brilliantly covered off by Niklas Gronholm. It would have been very easy for him to check up too early. Look at the amazing sunset in the background. Would have been too easy for him to check up early and let Kristoffersson go around the outside. Fought back, took back track position, and he's in the pound seat now, isn't he? Now Kristoffersson isn't able to joker early because of the traffic behind. This is going to be really interesting.
I think Rutkanen's gone joker, but I wonder if Rutkanen's maybe got a bit of an issue from how far back he is. It's hard to tell from here.
Look how loose it is now.
Yeah, at the end of the straight, so bumpy and loose. Kristoffersson smooth over that. Gronholm drops a wheel on the dirt on the outside. He's having to try hard. Front left puncture. Oh, Gronholm's gone. And as I said, Johan's line was different off that bump at the end of the straight. That awareness was there. So Gronholm's got a puncture. He's going to drop back. Johan Kristoffersson's in the lead. Watch now for Kalliokoski, going to make a move on Gronholm. Gronholm won't be able to hold him off. He might not even try. He doesn't. Niklas Gronholm, from a brilliant start, has picked up a puncture at the end of the straight on those big bumps, just as me and Hal were both saying how bumpy it was. He drops to the back of the pack. It's Kalliokoski in P2.
I'm actually really gutted because that's robbed us of a great battle. I think that was going to be a brilliant display of joker tactics. They've got pretty similar pace. Johan Kristoffersson is so good at just avoiding the little dramas. I'm not saying Niklas did anything wrong.
He was unlucky.
Johan just consumes all of that knowledge, doesn't he? Niklas so unlucky to get that puncture, but it's so rough out there now.
I think that's if you just looked at the attitude of the cars as they came over the bump at the end of the straight on that one lap, and we can see there is
Kalliokoski's got a problem as well. Evjen's just sunk it up the inside of Kalliokoski into the long left-hander. I wonder if he's got a problem. He has. He's dropping back.
So Kristoffersson now leading from Evjen. Evjen is in P3 in the standings, up to P2 now with the lack of Fraser McConnell in this final. 2 laps to go for Kristoffersson. He crosses over the line. Evjen, how far back, and who's jokered? Only Rutkanen's jokered.
Only Rutkanen so far. Evjen's not going either. Evjen's on the back of his former KMS teammate. 2.7 back, so he's not a million miles away.
So Kristoffersson up at the far end of the circuit. Evjen there too. I'm trying to see who's in P3. Is it Kalliokoski or... No, it's Michalak, is it?
It's still Kalliokoski currently. He's under pressure from Rutkanen. This is such a far camera angle, isn't it? Rutkanen's gone up the inside of Kalliokoski now.
So Kalliokoski... I
think Rutkanen does have an issue as well, because really he should have eaten up Kalliokoski.
I'm trying to see where... Oh, Kalliokoski locks the wheel. Where is Michalak? Is Kalliokoski on a puncture or a problem? Have a look now.
Yeah,
front right. Front right's down on Kalliokoski, so that's punctures for 2 of the 3 Finns in the final. Not ideal. Johan Kristoffersson goes into the joker lap now. Flames pop from the back of the Polo. Dirt flies up as he comes through the left. Tyre bales have been moved and the joker lap merge. Evjen comes through around the outside. Rutkanen trying for P2. Evjen going to hold on or not in the background. Rutkanen's got him around the outside. No way! Rutkanen on the dirt takes out one of
3-second penalty there. No.
Come on! You've got to let them race sometimes. So Rutkanen versus Evgen. Evgen will maybe have a look back. Maybe we'll see the bollards going to think, you know what, you don't need to. But Rutkanen...
He's pulled that out of the bag, hasn't he? Because he was miles away.
Absolutely epic. Johan Kristoffersson coming down to the finish line. Now Kristoffersson wins his second win of the year in P2. He's Rutkanen with a questionable bollard move. And Evgen takes P3. We just cut away from Rutkanen, didn't we, as he went for the move around the outside. And I want to see it. We might have it from another angle. We might have it
from that angle again. A bit slowed down would be good. Another brilliant win for Kristoffersson, but I think really the puncture for Niklas Groningen robbed us of a great final. Fortunately, we get to do it all again tomorrow.
Fantastic. I think the two
again
punctures.
We're robbed. You know, Johan had a puncture in the semi-final in Julius on the first day.
Just do what today, to be fair, the organisers, everybody's been up against it. If you've been watching all day, thanks for staying with us. We had a power cut earlier for an hour and a half. And I think probably the track hasn't been groomed as much as it would have been if we hadn't had that power cut. So maybe that's the reason why. Gronomer DNF probably did the right thing. He's not in the championship. Just protect the car. They've only got 8 hours before they're back out. Kaliakoski with a puncture was right up there. Michalak gets P4. Great result. Evgen P3. Rutkanen is in P2, but maybe we'll get a penalty. And Johan Kristoffersson, the championship leader, takes another win.
Rutkanen had a great start, as did Kristoffersson. Kristoffersson's fully sent it there. He's just got a bit too sideways on the exit. Rutkanen's got very, very sideways on the entry to the Joker. Great traction from the Hyundai to get back up the inside of the Polo, and that'll give the GRX team some good confidence about their plans for this year.
I want to see at the end of the straight how it's the next lap when they come through, when the angle of the cars is just different. Is this after the puncture or before?
This is after,
no,
so we need to see before
just before.
that.
We'll see. We might have it on our replays, but it's as they come off the straight, isn't it, on lap 2? It was just that big impact. Gutted. Yeah. But also, great day.
Has been a great day. I can't believe Rutkanen's... Okay, so there's...
Well, I'll tell you what, that was some send, wasn't it? My goodness.
Tell you what, I think... No penalty.
No
penalty.
Evgen hit him. You can't give him a penalty for that. Evgen fired him off.
I don't think you can also give a penalty to Evgen because they're side by side having a race.
Yeah, and the drone's there as well. Did you see? The drone was there.
Drone's here now. Vigo's just come into the studio. Can't wait to see that footage. Full send from Rutkanen over the finish line. I think he should keep that second place, absolutely.
Okay, championship standings then. Johan Kristoffersson has 121 points. So he was 13 points clear of Fraser McConnell. But Fraser now has dropped down to P3 on 98 points, and it's Evgen who's on 100, so not a lot in it. Johan Kristoffersson wins again. Extreme E last weekend, Johan, and now on to winning again in RallyX Nordic. What was the move in the first corner? It looked like you were trying for a round the outside. Didn't quite come off, but we liked it.
Yeah, it wasn't far off, actually. I mean, halfway through, I actually thought I had him. But then he had just a brilliant pace going exit of T1, so maybe a couple of kilometers too fast into there, but I had to try. I knew that was my only, or not only, but it was definitely my best chance to beat Niklas today. And I had a plan and I executed it, but Niklas did a great job as well. So, but after that, I really didn't give up as well, because you never know. So I tried to apply pressure, not to let him drive too safely, because both of us felt the massive hit we got in T2 on the first lap. But I wanted to give Niklas to be uncomfortable enough to drive fast enough over that bump, and unfortunately for him, he picked up a puncture, but I managed to don't pick up a puncture. So, and from there on, it was just about to control the gap back to Rutkanen without taking any risks in T2. So, but big thanks to the team. I mean, we had some technical issues this morning, and to be able to fight back with the 29 points today was very, very well done to them. And I have to say that the car, we've tried. I've tried every trick in the book for a circuit racing car on this car as well. So we are keep improving all the time, small bits and tricks everywhere. But and it definitely paid off. The car is better than ever.
Oh, fantastic. Good to hear. Looking forward to tomorrow. Obviously, tyre game's going to be the same for everyone. Tomorrow there are a couple of local drivers who maybe had some extra tyres. Was the tyre situation as bad as you thought it might be this morning or not?
No, it was better. It was definitely better. So, yeah. The small problem we had in FP1 with only doing one lap. Didn't pay off as good as I wanted, but yeah, let's see tomorrow.
I love that. Fantastic, mate. Well, let's hope you don't have any small problems in free practice tomorrow to save tyres. And we're looking forward to seeing you race. You haven't got time to celebrate. I think you're back out. I reckon the pre-grid will be open in about, what, 9 hours?
Yeah, that's perfect. I don't like to wait. I'm not good on just hanging around without driving cars. So we're just going to split this car now in million pieces during the night. We have a lot of stuff to do, to be honest. But yeah, so just get started.
Okay, I'm going to let you go because I think we're being attacked by 10 million midges out there from the looks of things.
Yeah. See you tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, cheers, Johan. Congrats, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Ciao.
So Johan Kristoffersson wins again. You know, yeah, I've been very lucky to have commentated a number of wins for this man now at World Championship level. Yes, mate. RallyX Nordic, Extreme E as well. He's a hard man to beat, and you know, when he says I wanted to push Niklas so that he would have to push over the bumps, he means that. You know, that is a thought process that he's gone through. The big hard hit at the start of the first lap, he's like, okay, I've lost the lead. I like the fact that he thought that he was going to potentially have him. It's because, yeah, I nearly got him. It was close. I nearly got him in turn one, and he very nearly did, but he didn't quite come off.
Just sometimes, Johan, lets the TV audience into a little bit more of his character. He's not intentionally closed, I don't think, but he's definitely has a media TV front, and he's not at all like that behind the scenes, and we're very lucky to know him.
Yeah.
And I've known him for quite a while. In that interview, I think we saw a little bit more of his personality, didn't we?
Yeah, no, fantastic. Another brilliant win for Johan. Look, we hope you guys have really enjoyed today. Apologies for the power cut. That someone had to go and buy a massive fuse, or perhaps they just stuck a spanner in the fuse box. I don't know, but we will be all right for tomorrow. My thanks to Hal Ridge. Well done, mate. Good fun as always. We'll be back here on air for round 6 of RallyX Nordic 2021 at 10 a.m. tomorrow local time. Finish time, I think that's EEST. I'm not really sure what that means, but 10 a.m. local time, and you'll find us. What's the time? We maybe get one beer in.
Be rude not to.
See you tomorrow.